Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick, synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull, underwater throb. "Move," a voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. "Stand." Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pools. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic, metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's vision swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility, the voice said. Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe. Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the centre of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the centre of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school. Year 3. The competition was a shark tank of ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-rank position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, Year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope was drafting. The man had a file, rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate. Year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, A whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. The witness will state his name for the record, Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate. The man without a scandal. The man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. "The architecture holds," the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. "I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear." His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. "That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter." The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The President gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the West Wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The President is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralisation of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spider-webbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. The cold air, the weight of the blindfold. He began to recite: loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality. The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realised with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilization efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defence, it was an edit. "Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted," his lead analyst whispered. "Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting." "Who has root access?" Pope asked. "No one on the payroll, sir." The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. "I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison," the President whispered. "The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected." The President looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. "You think you're the architect. You're just the ink." Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The Order didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the Order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. "The ink is still wet," the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. "The plan needs refinement," Pope said, his voice flat, "to ensure long-term stability. Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure." "Then why do you need my name on the document?" The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. "We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final." The man turned to leave. "Do not mistake your survival for importance," the man said. "You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult." Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again. The vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realized the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life. It was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. "It's done," Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons. They stood like pillars. "The transition is locked," the man said. The city groaned. Below the West Wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw. It fragmented. Data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge, they did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through the urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilised. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The Oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. Red Genesis, the Lost Vault of Mars. The Ares Vallis stretched before them, a magnificent desolation painted in 1,000 shades of ochre and rust under the thin salmon-pink sky of Mars. Commander Kyle Vance shielded his eyes, the visor of his NASA-issue exploration suit automatically polarizing against the distant sun's glare. 10 miles back, nestled against the ochre cliffs, sat the gleaming silver needles of the Arclight Von Flotilla, humanity's first permanent foothold on another world. A joint SpaceX-NASA venture carrying 100 souls poised on the edge of history. But out here, amidst the wind-scoured rocks and dunes sculpted by millennia of Martian weather, history felt immediate, raw, tangible. "Surface reading stable, Commander," crackled the voice of Corin Wells, the mission's linguist and comm specialist, his usual irreverent tone slightly muted by the static. Seismic sensors picking up some low-frequency rumbles, probably just settling. Strata, but nothing anomalous. "Copy that, Corin," Kyle replied, his gaze sweeping the horizon. He was a man carved from discipline and experience, an exobiologist by training but a leader by necessity. The ghosts of a past mission, one that hadn't returned intact, shadowed his thoughts even here, light years from Earth. Duty was his anchor. Amir, Sora, anything on the subsurface scans? Dr. Amir Dharan, the geologist whose infectious enthusiasm for ancient rocks rivaled a child's on Christmas morning, knelt beside a stratified outcrop, his gloved hand tracing patterns invisible to the untrained eye. Incredible layering, Kyle. Aeolian deposits, fluvial channels. This valley saw water, real flowing water, for longer than our models predicted. But the ground-penetrating radar, it's odd. Latia Sora Kim, the youngest of the quartet but a prodigy in systems engineering and resonance technology, adjusted the portable GPR unit. Her movements were precise, economical, her quiet, intensity a counterpoint to Amir's effervescence. "There's significant interference, Commander. A dense mass about 50 meters down, metallic composition, but fractured, almost porous. It's scrambling the deeper signals. She tapped a control on her wrist interface, and the background radiation just ticked up slightly. Not dangerous, but noticeable. Kyle frowned. Anomalies weren't unexpected. Mars was a geological enigma, but scrambled signals and rising radiation hinted at something more complex. He checked the mission chronometer. They had another hour before needing to head back to the long haul, their pressurized rover parked half a mile away. "Keep monitoring, Sora. Amir, anything visually distinct about that layer?" Before Amir could answer, Corin's voice cut in, sharp with urgency. "Commander, base is reporting a sudden intensification of atmospheric particulates southwest quadrant. Wind speeds increasing exponentially. They're calling it a Class 8, potentially 9 dust storm, developing much faster than forecast. ETA, 15 minutes. A chill, colder than the Martian air, snaked down Kyle's spine. Class 9 was unheard of, a planet-enveloping monster capable of blinding sensors, shredding equipment, and lasting for weeks. 15 minutes? They wouldn't even make it back to the rover. "All personnel, immediate recall to the long haul, double time," Kyle commanded, his voice tight. "Corin, maintain comms link with base as long as possible." The sky, moments before a serene canvas, began to curdle. The distant horizon dissolved into a roiling wall of crimson dust, advancing with terrifying speed. The wind rose from a whisper to a howl, plucking at their suits, kicking up stinging clouds of regolith. Visibility plummeted. "Can't see the rover!" Sora shouted over the wind's mounting shriek. "Follow my beacon!" Kyle activated his suit's emergency locator, a pulsing green light barely penetrating the swirling chaos. They stumbled forward, leaning into the gale, the world reduced to a maelstrom of red. Sand scoured their visors, the roar outside deafening even through their helmets. Static exploded in Kyle's ears. "Corin, status!" "Link, gone. Commander," Corin gasped, fighting for footing. "Signal, totally, occluded." They were cut off, blind, exposed. The long haul was likely already being buried. Panic threatened, cold and sharp. Kyle shoved it down. "Sora, that anomaly you detected, how far?" "Maybe 200 meters. Bearing 075, she yelled back, her voice strained. "The radiation, it's spiking near there." "Amir, any surface structures? Overhangs? Caves?" Kyle scanned desperately through the blinding dust. "Negative. Just open ground and wait." Amir pointed, his voice filled with disbelief. "There, look!" Through a momentary thinning of the dust, Kyle saw it. A shape, stark against the red chaos. Not natural. A perfectly smooth, black, tetrahedral spire, easily 30 meters tall, partially buried in the sand, its edges impossibly sharp. It seemed to absorb the dim light, yet pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, almost like veins beneath dark skin. It hummed. A low thrum felt more in the bones than heard. "What in God's name?" Corin breathed. "Shelter, now," Kyle ordered, pushing them toward the impossible structure. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from their feet. The air was thick with abrasive dust, visibility near zero. They reached the base of the monolith, pressing against its cool, unnervingly smooth surface. The hum intensified, vibrating through their suits. "There!" Amir shouted, pointing along the base where the wind had scoured away the sand. "An opening! A doorway!" It wasn't a doorway in any conventional sense. More like a section of the black material had retracted or dissolved, revealing a darker void within. Geometric symbols, unlike anything Kyle had ever seen. Sharp angles, nested spirals, lines that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury, glowed faintly around the threshold. They pulsed in time with the structure's hum. "Radiation is higher here, but stable," Sora reported, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and awe. The structure seems to be shielding us somewhat from the storm. The wind howled like a banshee. Staying outside was suicide. Inside was the unknown. An alien structure, buried for potentially millions of years, humming with strange energy. Kyle looked at his team. Amir's wide, incredulous eyes, Sora's focused analysis even now, Corin's hand hovering over the sidearm they all carried but had never expected to use. His responsibility weighed heavier than the Martian gravity. "Okay," Kyle said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt inside. "Sora, take point with the scanner. Amir, stick close. Corin, watch our 6, if 6 even applies in there. Weapons ready, safety's on, we go in, slowly." He took a breath, the recycled air suddenly feeling thin. Stepping across the glowing threshold was like passing through a thin film of energy. The roar of the storm outside instantly muted, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the structure. They stood in a corridor seemingly carved from the same obsidian material as the exterior. The air was still, cool, and carried a faint metallic tang. Panels along the walls glowed with the same internal light, casting long, eerie shadows. The corridor stretched forward into darkness, the floor sloping gently downwards. The strange, fluid symbols flowed along the walls, pulsing softly. Behind them, the opening remained, a rectangle of swirling crimson fury against the sudden, profound silence. They were inside. They were safe from the storm, but they had just stepped into a mystery far deeper and potentially more dangerous than any Martian tempest. The Vault of Tharis had claimed them. The silence was immense, broken only by the thrumming, resonance that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the structure and the amplified sounds of their own breathing within their helmets. The corridor descended, its obsidian walls swallowing the beams of their helmet lamps almost greedily. The geometric symbols flowed alongside them, shifting subtly, rearranging themselves as if reacting to their presence. "These glyphs," Corin murmured, running a gloved hand near but not touching, a particularly intricate spiral. "They're not static. They resemble complex circuit diagrams, but also language, syntactic structures. See the repetition, the modifiers?" Even in the face of the utterly alien, his linguist's mind was dissecting, analysing. "It's like Egyptian hieroglyphs designed by a quantum physicist." "Energy readings are off the scale," Sora reported, her voice hushed with awe. She gestured with her scanner. The walls themselves are conducting power, flowing from deeper within. And the air. Trace analysis shows noble gases, argon, neon, but negligible carbon dioxide or oxygen. Perfectly sterile, preserved. The corridor opened abruptly into a space so vast it stole their breath. They stood on a balcony, a precipice overlooking an abyss filled with impossible structures. Below them, bathed in the soft internal luminescence radiating from countless panels and glowing lines etched into the architecture, lay a city. An underground metropolis stretching further than their lights could penetrate, descending layer upon layer into the Martian crust. It wasn't built, it was carved. Towers spiraled downwards instead of up. Bridges of crystalline light arched across chasms thousands of feet deep. Buildings shaped like inverted pyramids, multifaceted jewels, and organic flowing sculptures clustered in intricate patterns. Walkways wider than Terran highways snaked between them, occasionally illuminated by floating spheres of light that drifted like captive stars. The scale was inhuman, dwarfing anything ever conceived on Earth. London, Tokyo, New York, they would be mere suburbs in this subterranean behemoth. "My God," Amir whispered, gripping the railing, his knuckles white even through the suit glove. It's Karnak meets Coruscant." "No signs of life," Sora stated, her scanner sweeping the panorama. "No heat signatures, no movement except She paused. Faint energy surges like dormant systems powering up, sequentially following our path. As if on cue, a section of the city directly below them brightened. Lines of light traced intricate patterns across building facades, and one of the floating spheres detached itself from the distant gloom and drifted slowly towards their balcony. "Okay, definitely reacting to us," Corin said, a nervous edge sharpening his wit. "Either it's welcoming the new neighbours, or the security system is waking up. Place your bets." Kyle scanned the immensity, his tactical mind racing. This wasn't just ruins, it felt poised, waiting. Let's find a way down. Look for a central structure, maybe a control hub. They located a ramp spiralling gently down from the balcony, wide enough to accommodate vehicles far larger than their rover. As they descended, more lights activated ahead of them, illuminating their path, while the areas behind them dimmed slightly. The air remained still, cool, the resonant hum a constant companion. They passed structures that defied easy categorization. Some resembled vast public squares, empty save for geometric fountains carved from the same obsidian material, their basins dry but intricately detailed. Others looked like marketplaces or grand halls, filled with alcoves and platforms, silent and deserted. The architecture was a baffling fusion. The stark geometry of the exterior mixed with flowing, almost biological curves, adorned with those ever-present shifting glyphs. After an hour of descent, they reached a lower level, a wide plaza opening onto several colossal hangar bays carved directly into the cavern wall. Inside, suspended in Silevoy pole, guessing force field or stasis, that shimmered faintly, were ships. Starships. They weren't the functional cylinders or winged craft of human design. These were sleek manta-ray shapes of the same black, light-absorbing material as the city itself. Smooth, menacing, utterly alien, yet possessing a predatory grace. Some were enormous, easily cruisers or carriers, hundreds of meters long. Others were smaller, fighter-sized craft, docked along magnetic pylons that rose from the floor like metallic trees. These smaller ships were scarab-shaped, compact, and deadly-looking. Several of the larger vessels bore marks, scoring, impact craters, sections that looked melted or torn, battle scars. "They fought someone," Kyle observed grimly, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. "Or something." Amir moved closer to one of the giant manta ships, his faceplate nearly touching the shimmering field holding it aloft. The design philosophy, it's consistent with the glyphs, utilitarian yet deeply symbolic. Look at the wingtips. They echo the spiral motifs we saw in the corridor. Sora ran her scanner along the edge of the field. High energy containment, stable but drawing significant power. And Commander, these ships, they're not just old. Radiometric dating from residual particles trapped on the hull plating. We're looking at dates potentially exceeding 50,000 years, maybe older. 50,000 years before recorded human history. While Homo sapiens were chipping flint in caves, this civilization was building starships and fighting interstellar wars beneath the surface of Mars. Deeper within the hangar bay they found something else, a sealed chamber, the door marked with a complex circular glyph pulsed with brighter light. Sora approached it cautiously. There's a console here. No buttons, no screen, just a smooth surface with indented glyphs. "Can you interface with it?" Kyle asked. Sora hesitated. "It's not like our tech. It seems passive, waiting for input but not digital input. More like resonance." She remembered the description of her specialization. Resonance tech prodigy. An experimental field back on Earth, exploring harmonic frequencies and sympathetic vibrations as control interfaces. She'd always felt a connection to machines, an intuition about their inner workings. This felt like that, amplified 1,000-fold. Tentatively, she placed her gloved palm over the largest glyph on the console. Nothing happened. She focused, trying to recall the hum of the city, the flow of the symbols. She thought about the immense silence, the weight of ages. Still nothing. Then a flicker of emotion surfaced. The grief for her brother, lost years ago, a sharp pang she usually kept buried. It resonated within her, a pure, clear frequency of loss and love. The glyph beneath her hand flared, lines of light shot across, the door converging on the central symbol. With a deep grinding sound that echoed the structure's hum, the massive door slid open. Beyond it lay not a control room, but something akin to a library or archive. Crystalline panels lined the walls, inert and dark. In the centre of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it floated a holographic projection, a star map. But the central star wasn't Saul. It was a binary system, 2 suns pulsing gently in the holographic display, and around them, worlds, dozens of them linked by faint lines of light. One of those lines led outwards, towards another star system, starkly alone in the projected void. A single, familiar yellow star. Saul. Corin stepped forward, transfixed. Is that Earth? Before anyone could answer, one of the crystalline panels on the wall flickered to life. Not with data, but with an image. A world of lush green jungles and towering bioluminescent trees under a double sunrise. Figures moved within it, tall, slender, recognizably human, clad in simple flowing robes. They looked peaceful, serene. Then another panel activated. It showed a different world, one ravaged by war, shattered cities, orbital bombardments, figures in angular armoured suits battling amidst ruins under the same twin suns. A third panel flared, displaying Earth. Primitive villages, pyramids rising from desert sands, recognisable continents. And then images of ships, not the manta rays or scarabs outside, but different designs, descending from the sky, figures emerging, interacting with the early inhabitants. Egyptian gods, ancient astronauts. They came from there, Amir breathed, pointing to the binary system. Fled something, a war, and they came here, to Earth, and to Mars. Kyle felt the weight of the discovery settle on him. This wasn't just an alien city. It was a lost chapter of human history, a cradle or perhaps a refuge. The implications were staggering. Humanity wasn't alone, and it wasn't even solely terrestrial. But the evidence of conflict, the damaged ships, the 2 contrasting worlds orbiting the twin suns, this legacy was complex, potentially dangerous. His duty, once confined to his crew and mission, now felt impossibly vast. He was standing in the heart of a 50,000-year-old mystery that redefined everything humanity thought it knew about itself. And the city, panel by panel, archive by archive, was just beginning to share its secrets. The weight of revelation pressed down on them, heavier than the tons of rock and regolith overhead. Humanity, seeded or exiled from a distant binary system, a vast Martian metropolis as a way station, Earth a later colony, or perhaps a forgotten outpost. The silent, watchful city felt less like a tomb and more like a paused recording, waiting for someone to press play. "Okay," Corin said, breaking the stunned silence, his voice attempting levity but betraying the underlying shock. "So, space Egyptians from a double sun system built Mars Vegas and maybe gave Earth the pyramid scheme? Got it. What's next on the tour? The casino floor? The all-you-can-eat nebula buffet?" Sora, however, was focused on the console she'd activated. The glyphs continued to glow, pulsing softly in response to her proximity. This console, it's more than just a door lock or an archive viewer. It feels like a primary interface node. The emotional resonance. It wasn't just a key, it felt like authentication. She tentatively placed her hand back on the surface, focusing not on grief this time, but on curiosity, a desire to understand. The holographic star map shifted, lines brightened, symbols flared around certain star systems. Text, or what passed for text in the flowing glyph language, scrolled beside the images. "Whoa," Corin breathed, stepping closer. "It's responding to you, Sora. Can you ask it something?" "I don't know how," Sora admitted. "It's not verbal, it's feeling, intent." She concentrated, visualizing the hangars, the ships. How do these work? How do they fly? In response, the archive panels flickered rapidly, showing schematics that looked like cross-sections of the manta ray vessels, energy flow diagrams, and glyph sequences that Corin instantly recognized as potential command protocols. Simultaneously, a section of the plaza outside the archive chamber began to glow. A circular platform rose silently from the floor, about 10 meters across. From slits around its edge, a soft, shimmering field similar to the ones holding the starships aloft flickered into existence. "Anti-gravity," Kyle stated, recognizing the principle if not the execution. "A transport skimmer." It activated, because I thought about flight. Sora looked bewildered yet intrigued. The city, it's interpreting intent through emotional and resonant frequencies. "Let's try it," Kyle decided. Caution warred with the urgent need to explore more efficiently. Walking could take lifetimes in a city this size. "Sora, see if you can guide it. Corin, keep trying to make sense of those glyphs. Navigation, power systems, anything. Amir, document everything. We need to understand what we've found." They stepped onto the platform. It felt solid, yet strangely yielding. As Sora focused, visualizing movement, a low hum intensified beneath their feet. The skimmer lifted smoothly, silently, a meter off the plaza floor. With Sora concentrating on direction, visualizing a path forward through the immense cavern, the platform glided forward, accelerating rapidly but smoothly. Flying through the vault of Tharis was like soaring through a dream of impossible architecture. They swept past the downward-reaching towers, crossed the silent chasms on bridges of pure light, and peered into vast, empty amphitheatres carved into the rock. The scale remained overwhelming, humbling. Lights continued to pace them, illuminating sectors of the city as they approached, plunging previous areas back into a slumbering twilight. Fountains remained dry, plazas empty, but the feeling of dormant potential was palpable. "Picking up multiple larger energy signatures ahead," Sora reported after nearly an hour of travel. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the skimmer. Massive power conduits converging, and chambers, very large chambers. They navigated towards the energy convergence, finding themselves entering a district that felt distinctly different. The architecture was more severe, more utilitarian. Platforms held arrays of unfamiliar devices that looked like weapons emplacements. Complex metallic structures bristling with emitters and lenses. They passed more hangars, these holding only the smaller scarab-shaped fighter drones, nested tightly into magnetic racks that lined the walls like dormant insects. Some of these drones also showed signs of damage, blackened hulls, fractured winglets. Suddenly, alarm klaxons, deep and resonant, echoed through the cavern. Red lights began flashing along the walls, bathing the severe architecture in pulsing crimson. Glyphs flashed urgently on nearby panels. "What's happening?" Amir asked, startled. "Multiple systems activating," Sora cried out, the skimmer wobbling slightly as her concentration faltered. "Energy spikes across this entire sector. Those fighter racks, they're powering up." "Security systems?" Kyle surmised grimly. Did activating the skimmer trigger a broader alert? Or maybe accessing the archive, Corin suggested, frantically trying to decipher the flashing glyphs displayed on his wrist-mounted interface, linked wirelessly to Sora's scanner. Whatever it is, the city thinks we're intruders. These symbols, they look like lockdown protocols. Threat assessment. From the hangar walls, several of the Scarab drones detached from their magnetic pylons. Blue energy crackled around their forward emitters. They rose silently into the air, their multifaceted optical sensors focusing on the skimmer. "Evasive maneuvers, Sora!" Kyle barked. Sora reacted instantly, focusing her intent. The skimmer banked sharply, diving towards the intricate cityscape below as bolts of blue energy lanced past them, impacting the cavern wall with explosive force. More drones detached, swarming after them like angry hornets. "They're fast!" Corin yelled, ducking as another energy bolt sizzled overhead. "We need cover and a defensible position." Kyle scanned the area, his tactical training kicking in. "There, that structure. Look shielded, reinforced. Get us inside." He pointed to a squat, bunker-like building nestled between two larger towers, its entrance a heavy glyph-marked portal currently sealed. Sora drove the skimmer towards it, weaving through architectural projections as energy bolts rained around them. The drones anticipated their movements, boxing them in. "The door's sealed," Amir shouted. "How do we get in?" "Sora, the console interface. Can you access the door system from here?" Kyle asked urgently. "Trying." Sora closed her eyes for a moment, ignoring the chaos around them, focusing her will, pushing past the fear. She projected the feeling of sanctuary, necessity, urgency. The skimmer's console pulsed in response. On the bunker door ahead, the glyphs flared. Just as a drone lined up a direct shot, the massive portal slid open. Sora gunned the skimmer through the opening, and the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the screech of energy fire and the sight of the pursuing drones. They were inside, plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from their suits and the faintly glowing controls of the skimmer. The resonant hum of the city seemed deeper, more ominous here. They found themselves in what looked like an ancient command chamber. Consoles lined the walls, dark save for the emergency red lighting. A large circular platform dominated the centre of the room, covered in dormant glyphs. "Status report," Kyle said, his voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Skimmer is undamaged," Sora reported, her breathing heavy. "Door is sealed, heavily reinforced. External sensors show the drones are hovering outside, scanning." "I think I'm getting somewhere with the language," Corin said, pointing to his display. "The lockdown glyphs correlate with threat levels. We seem to have tripped a mid-level security response. But there are other symbols here. Command overrides, system resets, linked to that central platform." "Can you activate it?" Kyle asked. "Not directly," Corin replied. "It requires sequence authorization, like the archive door. It seems keyed to complex emotional states. The glyphs suggest concepts like sacrifice, resolve, legacy." Sora looked at the central platform, then back at the sealed door where the drones waited. She thought of the archive images, the peaceful world, the war-torn one, the ancient Earth. She thought of her brother, the grief still a tangible ache within her. But mixed with it now was a fierce determination, a resolve to understand this place, to protect her crew. Sacrifice, resolve, legacy. She stepped towards the central platform, placing her hand on its cool surface. She didn't try to replicate an emotion. She simply let her own complex feelings flow. Grief intertwined with fierce protectiveness, fear woven with determination. The platform beneath her hand lit up. Glyphs raced across its surface, converging in the centre. Consoles around the room flickered to life, bathing the chamber in a cool blue light, replacing the urgent red. A low thrum filled the room as power surged. "Whoa," Corin breathed. System access granted. Sora, you just hotwired an alien command center with feelings. On a large display screen that materialized from the wall, schematics of the city sector appeared, showing the drone locations, power flows, and something else. Something that made Kyle's blood run cold. Deep within the sector, far below there, current level, another massive energy signature flared to life. Far larger than the drones, larger even than the hangars. A symbol appeared next to it on the screen. A ring segmented, surrounded by complex interlocking glyphs. "What is that?" Amir asked, pointing to the symbol. Corin traced the glyphs on his display. According to this, they called it the Sky Gate, the path between stars. They hadn't just triggered the security drones, they had started the activation sequence for a Stargate. The activation of the Sky Gate sent a palpable tremor through the command chamber, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the floor. On the main display, the ring symbol pulsed with intensifying energy, drawing power from conduits that snaked through the schematic like luminous serpents. The city wasn't just waking up, it was preparing for departure. Okay, activating a potential interstellar transport system while killer drones are trying to break down the door might not have been Plan A, Corin quipped, though his fingers flew across the holographic interface projected from his wrist unit, cross-referencing the newly accessible data streams. Good news. Sora's emotional login gave us significant system privileges. Bad news. The gate activation seems to have triggered higher-level defense protocols. As if on cue, the display shifted, showing external views. The Scarab drones outside the bunker were now being joined by larger, more menacing shapes detaching from previously unseen alcoves high in the cavern walls. These were angular, almost skeletal fighter craft, different from the manta shapes in the main hangars, clearly automated defense units. They began engaging the Scarab drones, streaks of energy fire crisscrossing the vast underground space. Infighting? Amir asked, bewildered. Why would the city's defences attack each other? Corin highlighted sections of the newly accessed data. Hypothesis: the Scarab drones represent a localised, perhaps sector-specific security system, maybe even one that's degraded or corrupted over millennia. These new fighters, they seem linked directly to the gate's activation sequence. A primary defence grid maybe? Purging the lesser systems that responded incorrectly to our presence. Or, Sora suggested quietly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Maybe the Scarabs were the original defence, and these new ones are something else. Something left behind by whoever damaged those ships in the hangar. Kyle watched the silent, deadly ballet on the screen. Whatever the reason, it buys us time. Corin, focus on the gate. What does it take to stabilise it? Can we shut it down? Working on it, Corin muttered. The glyphs are complex. It's not just engineering, it's almost ritualistic. There are sequences tied to celestial alignments, energy harmonics, and this. He projected an image onto the main screen. The twin sun symbol they'd seen in the archive now intricately linked with the gate schematics. Amir stepped closer, his geologist's eye for patterns finding purchase even in the alien script. The twin suns, look how they're positioned relative to the gate symbol, and these branching pathways, it's like the map in the archive chamber. Two primary destinations maybe, linked to the two branches of, well, whoever these people were. He traced a flow diagram. It seems the gate requires alignment not just physically, but energetically, tuned to a specific destination frequency. Can you identify the destinations? Kyle pressed. Amir studied the glyphs, comparing them to the archive images. This sequence, he pointed, seems to correspond with the peaceful jungle world. The glyphs evoke harmony, growth, origin. This other sequence, he indicated a more complex, jagged set of symbols, matches the war-torn world. These glyphs suggest struggle, division, terminus. Origin and terminus, Sora breathed. 2 paths for humanity's ancestors. Commander, Corin suddenly shouted. Power fluctuations. The gate activation is drawing immense energy, but the flow is unstable. The battle outside, secondary explosions. They're damaging some primary conduits. If the grid destabilizes completely, the gate could overload. The resulting energy discharge. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A blast that could power interstellar travel, unleashed uncontrollably within a confined underground city. It would vaporize everything. Kyle scanned the chamber schematics Corin projected. Power regulation nodes. Where are they? Corin highlighted several points on the city map, deep within the sector, some in areas now crawling with the battling drones and fighters. There are primary junctions, but accessing them is suicide. There might be a master regulation conduit accessible from beneath this command chamber. It's a long shot, requires bypassing multiple safety interlocks. If it stops this place from blowing up, we take it, Kyle said decisively. Sora, can you open a maintenance access way? Sora, already anticipating, focused on the central platform where she had initiated the override. She visualized access, repair, stabilization. A section of the floor near the wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow, dark shaft descending into the humming depths. A faint blue light pulsed rhythmically far below. Amir, Sora, stay here, Kyle commanded. Monitor the gate. Keep trying to understand the controls. Corin, you're with me. We need your interface skills to bypass those interlocks. Into the scary glowing basement it is, Corin said, grabbing a portable interface kit, just like summer camp. Kyle clipped a descent cable to his suit harness and hooked it onto a recessed anchor point above the shaft. He checked Corin's harness, then nodded. Maintain comms, let's move. They rappelled down into the shaft, the main chamber shrinking above them. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of ozone and the thrum of immense power. Below, the blue light intensified, emanating from a crystalline conduit easily 3 meters in diameter, pulsing like a living heart. Glyphs swirled across its surface. Access panels sealed with intricate locking mechanisms dotted the surrounding walls. Okay, Big Blue is definitely the main power line, Corin confirmed, connecting his kit to a nearby interface port. Now for the safety interlocks. These things are ancient, Kyle, layer upon layer of protocols. He worked quickly, alien symbols scrolling across his display. Almost got it. It requires simultaneous manipulation of energy harmonics. I can handle the sequence logic, but someone needs to manually shunt the feedback loop at the precise moment. That someone, he looked at Kyle, has to physically override the circuit breaker. He pointed to a heavy, lever-like mechanism set into the wall beside the conduit, glowing with contained energy. When I give the signal, you throw that switch. Timing has to be perfect, or it could feedback pulse the entire grid. Kyle positioned himself by the lever. It felt warm through his gloves. He could feel the raw power surging nearby. Ready when you are, Corin. Initiating bypass sequence. Now, Corin shouted. Glyphs flashed wildly on his display. Harmonic stabilizing. Almost there. Feedback loop identified. Kyle. Now. Kyle threw his weight against the lever. It resisted for a terrifying moment, then slammed downwards with a heavy thud. The pulsing blue light in the main conduit steadied, the violent energy fluctuations smoothing out. The overwhelming hum lessened slightly, becoming a steady, powerful drone. Did it work? Kyle asked, breathing heavily. Grid stabilized, Corin exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. Gate power flow is steady. We just stopped Mars from becoming a new asteroid belt. Suddenly Sora's voice crackled over the comms, tight with urgency. Commander, something's happening with the gate. The alignment. It's locking. But it's not pointing to the origin world or the terminus world. It's cycling through other coordinates, unfamiliar star systems. One of them. Commander, it looks like Saul. It's trying to lock onto Earth. The revelation hung in the subterranean air, the sky gate stabilised but now cycling through destinations, potentially locking onto Earth. Back in the command chamber, Sora and Amir watched the main display in stunned silence as the glyph sequence representing the target coordinates shifted, momentarily resembling patterns Corrin had tentatively identified as relating to their home system. Is that even possible? Amir wondered aloud. Could this gate reach across 50,000 years of stellar drift? The coordinates would be vastly different. Maybe the system auto-updates, Sora speculated, her mind racing through possibilities. Or maybe Earth was always a designated waypoint, its relative position constantly tracked. The implications were dizzying. A direct path back home, bypassing the months-long journey via starship. But a path that could also lead from Earth, or expose Earth to whatever conflict had scarred this city and its creators. Kyle and Corrin ascended quickly back into the command chamber, the immediate crisis of the power overload averted. "Report," Kyle demanded, striding towards the display. "The gate stabilised, Commander," Sora confirmed, "but its destination lock is erratic. It cycled past origin and terminus, and seems to be searching. We saw glyphs correlating with Sol system coordinates for a moment, but it moved on. Now it's settling." On the screen, the whirling symbols slowed, finally locking onto a new sequence, one that didn't match origin, terminus, or Sol. A complex, unfamiliar pattern pulsed steadily beside the activated gate symbol. "Where does that lead?" Kyle asked, turning to Amir and Corrin. Corrin cross-referenced the glyphs with the archive data. No direct, matching the archive worlds we saw. But the root structure, it shares elements with the origin glyphs, harmony, creation, but also contains modifiers suggesting sanctuary, confluence, renewal. Amir traced the unfamiliar stellar configuration depicted alongside the glyphs. It's a trinary star system, unknown from Earth astronomy as far as I know. Sanctuary? Could this be where they intended to go? A refuge beyond the conflict? The external view screen showed the battle outside had ceased. The skeletal defense fighters hovered silently, while the damaged Scarab drones lay inert. The gate chamber itself, deep below, pulsed with contained, stable energy. The path was open. They stood at a precipice far more profound than the physical edge of the city's abyss. Behind them lay the known, Mars, the Arclight mission. Earth, a humanity confined to a single solar system, ignorant of its sprawling ancient heritage. Ahead lay the unknown, a pathway across interstellar space forged by ancestors fleeing conflict, leading to a potential sanctuary orbiting 3 suns. The choice was stark. "We could try to shut it down," Corrin offered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Seal this place, hike back to the rover, assuming the storm ever clears, and report back to base. Let Earth decide what to do." "And risk someone else finding this," Sora countered. "Or risk whatever threat caused the Terminus world finding us through this connection. We activated it. It feels like our responsibility." Amir nodded slowly. "This discovery changes everything. The history of humanity, our place in the cosmos. It's not just data to be filed. It's a legacy. Perhaps a destiny." He looked at Kyle. The archives showed 2 branches of humanity, estranged, one possibly destroyed or locked in eternal war. What if the sanctuary world represents a chance for reunification, or at least understanding? Kyle felt the immense gravity of the moment. His duty, always his North Star, was now pulling him in multiple directions. Duty to his crew, to the mission parameters, to Earth. But also a nascent duty to the truth they had uncovered, to the echoes of these ancient humans whose blood might very well run in their own veins. To return to Earth with this knowledge felt incomplete, like finding a map to El Dorado and turning back at the city gates. He thought of the damaged ships, the defensive drones, the bifurcated destiny shown in the archives. Sealing the city might protect Earth in the short term, but ignorance was a fragile shield. Understanding the past, confronting the legacy, seemed the only path to securing a future. Stepping through that gate was an unimaginable risk, a leap into potentially hostile territory or simply lethal emptiness. But staying behind felt like a betrayal of the very spirit of exploration that had brought them to Mars. He looked at his team, Sora, whose unique sensitivity had been the key, Amir, whose scientific awe was tempered by profound insight, Corin, whose intellect and humour grounded them. They had faced the storm, navigated the impossible city, battled ancient defences and stabilised a stargate. They were no longer just astronauts, they were inheritors. The Arclight mission parameters were clear, Kyle said, his voice resonating in the quiet chamber. Establish a foothold, explore, report, but no parameter accounted for this. He gestured towards the pulsing gate symbol on the screen. Reporting this second hand won't convey the truth, the scale, the implications, and it leaves this power, this pathway, vulnerable. He met each of their gazes. Our primary duty is to the survival and advancement of humanity. Right now, I believe that duty lies forward, not back. We have stumbled upon the grandest mystery of our species. We have the chance to understand our origins, perhaps prevent a conflict that stretches back millennia, or find allies we never knew existed. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. This is not an order I can give lightly. It goes beyond any mission profile, but I believe it's the necessary choice. Our report to Earth will have to wait. Our exploration continues. He looked towards the schematic showing the Skygate chamber. Corin, can you interface with the gate controls from here? Ensure the destination lock remains stable on Sanctuary? Aye, Commander, Corin replied, already working. Locked and confirmed. Sora, Amir, grab any portable archive data possible and essential supplies from the skimmer. We travel light. They moved with renewed purpose, the debate settled, the path chosen. Within minutes, they were back on the anti-gravity skimmer, gliding silently through the now quiet sector towards the immense energy signature of the gate chamber. The chamber dwarfed even the grandest spaces they had yet seen. A colossal ring, easily 200 meters in diameter, dominated the space. It was constructed of the same obsidian material as the city, inlaid with glowing glyphs that pulsed in time with the structure's deep hum. The ring itself floated free, unsupported by any visible means, rotating slowly. Within the circumference of the ring, space itself seemed distorted, shimmering like heat haze over desert sand, but swirling with faint ethereal colours, blues, violets, golds. It wasn't projecting an image, it was the portal. Sora guided the skimmer onto a platform extending towards the base of the ring. The air crackled with contained energy. Looking into the shimmering portal was like staring into infinity. Kyle Vance stood at the edge, his crew beside him. The red dust of Mars felt a universe away. He took a final look back at the vast, silent city. The vault of Tharis, cradle and tomb, testament to a lost epoch. Then he turned towards the swirling light. "Lieutenant Kim, take us through," Commander Kyle Vance ordered, his voice steady, resonant with the immensity of the step they were about to take. Sora focused her intent, and the skimmer moved forward, crossing the threshold from the known into the utterly unknown. The shimmering light enveloped them, not blinding but cool, silent, erasing the obsidian chamber from view. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the swirling colours and the feeling of transition, of movement beyond comprehension. Then new light dawned ahead. They emerged not into darkness, but into the soft, multi-hued glow of a sky illuminated by 3 suns, one golden, one pale blue, one a gentle crimson, casting long, strange shadows across a landscape unlike anything they had ever imagined. The vault of Tharis was behind them. The journey into humanity's forgotten past and uncertain future had truly begun. The gate shimmered, waiting, a path between worlds left open. Warden One. The first thing Commander James Callahan noticed about the spacecraft was that it had no business being called one. Aircraft had wings, ships had decks, rockets, from what little he had seen of them, were tubes filled with enough explosive fuel to make sane men keep their distance. Warden One looked like none of those things. It sat on a cradle inside a cavernous concrete chamber beneath the California desert, a blunt, armoured mass of dark metal surrounded by scaffolding, cables, maintenance platforms, and men who behaved as though the machine might overhear them. Callahan had been aboard less than 2 hours when it tried to kill everyone. He was strapped into a padded seat behind the pilot station, while technicians prepared what Dr. Walter Brenner had called a low-energy systems synchronization. "Nothing is going to move," Brenner had assured him. Callahan remembered the words because 30 seconds later the deck disappeared beneath his boots. There was no engine roar, no violent kick, no sensation of acceleration at all. One moment gravity pulled him downward. The next it seemed uncertain where downward was. A wrench lifted from an open toolbox and floated past his shoulder. Loose papers rose from a console and hung in the air. The overhead lights stretched into pale streaks. Somebody shouted from engineering. "Field at 8%. That's not possible. 9. Kill it. I am killing it. 11. The hangar outside the forward glass warped. Callahan had seen steel twist under shell fire. He had watched a destroyer's deck buckle while burning aviation fuel flowed down its passageways. This was different. The world itself appeared to bend. "Field at 12%, Brenner's voice cracked. 12% inside the gravity well is impossible. Then the entire hangar moved sideways. Callahan's stomach remained exactly where it was. The ship did not. There was a metallic shriek outside. A maintenance gantry vanished from the forward glass, then reappeared behind them in 2 pieces. Men hit the floor. Alarms began screaming. Lieutenant Robert Keane gripped the controls. "I'm shutting it down." No response from the primary cutoff. "Dump the lattice." "We can't dump it at 12%. Then reduce the gradient." "Navigation is giving me 3 positions. Use inertial. Inertial says we're stationary." Every voice competed with every other. Callahan felt something old and unpleasant settle into place inside him. Okinawa, not the fire, not the bodies. The bridge after the kamikaze hit when smoke filled the compartment and 6 men started shouting 6 different answers to the same problem. He unfastened his harness. "Quiet." No one heard him. "Quiet." The word cracked across the bridge. Heads turned. Callahan pointed at Brenner. "You, field strength only." Brenner stared at him. "Commander, field strength, 12.4. Keane, do nothing unless I tell you." Keene's jaw tightened. "Engineering, give me 1 man." A voice came from the rear compartment. "Lieutenant Rawlins." "Rawlins, tell me how to reduce the field without collapsing it." A pause. "Bring the forward lattice down in 2% steps." "Do it." "Sir, if the aft section doesn't follow, then make it follow." The deck tilted beneath them. Callahan caught the edge of a console. "Brenner, 11.8. Again." A low vibration passed through the hull. Callahan felt it in his teeth rather than his ears. 9.6. Again. Outside, a section of scaffolding hung at an impossible angle, as though gravity had forgotten it. 7.2. Keep going. The light steadied. The wrench drifting beside Callahan fell and struck the deck. 4%. A groan ran through the ship's frame. 2? Then Warden One settled onto its cradle hard enough to rattle every console on the bridge. Silence followed. No one spoke. Through the forward glass, half of the severed gantry remained suspended in the air. Callahan watched it. 1 second. 2. Then gravity remembered. The steel structure crashed to the hangar floor. A young technician behind him whispered, "Jesus Christ!" Callahan turned. The man looked pale. "What?" "Commander, that was the first time she's ever moved with a full crew aboard." Callahan looked at the twisted metal outside. Then somebody had better start treating her like a ship. Rear Admiral Nathaniel Harrow found him 20 minutes later. Harrow was thin, grey-haired, and looked more like a banker than an admiral except for the eyes. Callahan recognised those. He had served under men with eyes like that during the war, men accustomed to knowing things they could not discuss. "You weren't supposed to take command," Harrow said. They stood on an observation platform overlooking Warden One. From above, the vessel appeared even stranger. Almost 200 feet long, broad through the centre, tapering toward a blunt forward section. No wings, no propellers, no visible engines. Parts of the hull remained unfinished. Cables hung from open panels. 2 recessed weapon housings broke the otherwise smooth upper surface. Callahan leaned against the railing. "You had an emergency. Nobody was commanding it. Keen was. Keen was flying." Harrow looked down at the ship. "There's a difference. On an airplane, maybe not. And on that?" Callahan watched technicians crawling over the hull. "That's what you're trying to find out," Harrow almost smiled. "You think we brought you here to investigate the accident? It crossed my mind. We brought you here because of Okinawa." Callahan's hand tightened around the railing. He disliked people invoking the war as though it were a credential. "My destroyer got hit. Your destroyer lost primary electrical power, steering, forward fire control, half its communications, and 27 men in less than 4 minutes. Callahan said nothing. "You kept her fighting for 11 hours. She floated. You commanded her." Callahan looked toward the ship again. "So this is some kind of test?" "No. The tests have already failed." Harrow led him down from the platform. Inside Warden One, the passageways were narrow and functional. Naval steel mixed with materials Callahan could not identify. Some surfaces were riveted. Others appeared seamless, as though grown rather than assembled. They found Brenner in engineering. The field drive chamber occupied the centre of the ship. Callahan stopped at the threshold. Inside a circular framework stood something that resembled 3 metallic rings suspended inside one another, each turning slowly without visible bearings. Nothing touched anything else. Thin arcs of blue-white light crawled across the gaps. "That's the engine?" Callahan asked. Brenner flinched. "Not exactly." "That's what everyone says." Brenner wiped his hands on his trousers. "The field assembly changes the inertial relationship between the vessel and the surrounding gravitational environment." Callahan waited. Brenner sighed. "It makes the ship fall." "Fall where?" "Wherever we tell it." Callahan looked at the rotating rings. "And when it moved in the hangar?" "We told it nothing." "That bothers me more." Keane joined them. He was younger than Callahan by perhaps 12 years, and had the restless confidence of a man who believed every machine existed to be pushed until something broke. "The control software glitched," Keane said. "That's all." Brenner looked at him. "Software doesn't explain a 12% field. It explains the command error. What explains the response?" Their voices began climbing. Callahan held up a hand. "What happens if you're at full field and need to fire?" Brenner looked at him. "What?" "The guns," Keane answered. "Depends on the system. Pick one. The forward particle projector." Brenner said, "You can't fire it at full field." "Why?" "Distortion. So reduce the field." You lose maneuverability. Callahan nodded toward a nearby display. And sensors. Long-range resolution degrades as field density increases. Artificial gravity? Brenner hesitated. Same system. What happens if the drive takes damage? Depends where. Meaning? A field asymmetry could affect propulsion, internal gravity, structural loads. Weapons? Possibly. Sensors? Yes. Callahan looked from Brenner to Keen. Who decides which system gets priority? Neither answered. During combat, Callahan continued, Keen wants field strength to maneuver. Weapons wants it reduced. Sensors wants less distortion. Engineering wants whatever keeps the hull from folding. Who decides? Keen frowned. The situation decides. No, the captain does. Harrow had been standing silently behind them. Now he said, We don't have one. Callahan turned. Harrow continued. We have pilots, engineers, physicists, weapons officers. Everyone knows his system. Callahan looked toward the impossible machinery turning inside the chamber. But nobody owns the ship. Exactly. They walked back toward the bridge. Harrow stopped beneath the central hatch. You have 72 hours. Callahan stared at him. For what? A full operational demonstration. That's absurd. It was scheduled before you arrived. Cancel it. Not an option. Then what exactly do you expect me to accomplish? Harrow glanced toward the bridge. You've already figured out the problem. Callahan followed his gaze. Keen sat at the pilot's station. Brenner stood over an engineering board. Half a dozen specialists surrounded them. All brilliant. All waiting for the machine to tell them what to do. Harrow spoke quietly. You're not here to fly it. Callahan looked at him. You're here to figure out how to fight it. Callahan started by making everyone angry. He removed direct communication between departments. Weapons no longer called engineering. Engineering no longer shouted instructions to the pilot. Navigation stopped adjusting field values without authorization. Every operational request went through a central command station. Keen objected within 10 minutes. This isn't a destroyer. No. It moves faster than anything you've ever commanded. That makes discipline more important, not less. By the time you approve everything, we'll be dead. Callahan leaned over the simulator console. Then give me the information faster. The simulator bridge reproduced Warden One's controls, but not its mysteries. Panels flickered with data. A tactical display showed an artificial target moving beyond Earth orbit. Keen grinned. Want to see what she can do? I want to see what you can do. Keen pushed the field to 60%. The target slid across the display. Relative velocity climbed. Callahan felt no acceleration, but the simulated stars stretched across the forward projection. Weapons lock, Keen ordered. No lock, the weapons officer replied. Why? Target resolution is breaking up, Brenner said. Field distortion. Keen reduced power slightly. The target changed course. He followed. Lock? Negative. Increase sensor gain. That makes it worse. The target passed behind them. Simulation alarm sounded. A red indicator appeared. Mission loss. Keen pulled his hands from the controls. Bad sensor model. Callahan studied the display. Run it again. Keen did. This time, when the target manoeuvred, Callahan spoke. Field to 20. Keen glanced at him. We'll lose speed. 20. The starfield steadied. Rotate 40 degrees port. We're giving him separation. Do it. Warden One rotated. Passive sensors only. The weapons officer leaned forward. Contact acquired. Keen looked at Callahan. Callahan waited. The target crossed the centre of the tactical display. Field to 55. Keen brought the drive back up. Match target vector. Matched. Weapons. Solution holding. Fire. The display flashed. Target destroyed. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then someone in the rear compartment laughed. Keen did not. Callahan looked at him. You don't need to outrun the target if you can make him come through your sights. Keen folded his arms. That's going to work until somebody out there knows what they're doing. The hatch opened. Admiral Harrow entered carrying a folder stamped with enough classification markings to make Callahan uneasy. Nobody laughed after that. Harrow placed a photograph on the console. It showed little more than darkness and a blurred white shape. Tracking station in Hawaii picked this up 11 hours ago. Callahan studied it. What am I looking at? Unknown. Russian? No. Aircraft. Too high. Rocket. It changed course. Keen straightened. How far? Beyond lunar orbit. The room went quiet. Harrow placed another sheet beside the photograph. Numbers, trajectory, estimated velocity. Callahan understood only some of them. He understood the final line. Time to Earth-Moon system. 68 hours. Does it know we're here? Callahan asked. We don't know. Is it hostile? We don't know. Do we know anything? Harrow looked at Warden One's tactical display. We know the demonstration proceeds. Callahan felt the weight of every face in the compartment turned toward him. Harrow continued. Except now, the Navy wants her armed. The next 30 hours turned Warden One from an experiment into something that almost resembled a crew. Callahan gave them failures. Then he stacked failures on top of failures. Artificial gravity disappeared while navigation malfunctioned. Weapons overheated while propulsion lost synchronization. A simulated hull breach occurred during sensor blackout. The first time, chaos returned. The second time, voices crossed. By the sixth drill, nobody shouted. Damage control. Section 3 isolated. Engineering. Field stable at 32. Helm. Course holding. Weapons. Forward system unavailable. Secondary ready. Callahan began to believe they might survive long enough to make their first mistake in space. Eric Anderson watched most of the drills without speaking. He bothered Callahan, not because of anything he did, because of what did not surprise him. The field drive frightened Brenner. It thrilled Keen. Eric regarded it the way an old sailor might regard a compass. During a break, Callahan found him beside the engineering chamber. Where'd you learn this system? Eric looked at the turning rings. I have studied similar machines. Where? A long way from California. Callahan smiled without humour. Norway? Eric looked at him. Why Norway? Accent. Hair. Mysterious government job. A faint amusement touched Eric's face. You like simple explanations. I like explanations. That may become inconvenient. Callahan looked through the glass at the drive. You keep telling Brenner to stop fighting the field. Because he is. You called it current yesterday. Did I? And a pressure gradient. Accurate enough. This morning you said Keen was steering into a shoal. Eric finally turned toward him. You're a naval officer. I use terms you understand. Then explain it in terms I understand. Eric's gaze returned to the rotating rings. Your pilot believes space is empty, isn't it? No. Callahan waited. Eric said nothing more. You've flown one of these. Another pause. Machines like this were old before your species learned to sail. Callahan studied his face. My species? Eric walked away. Callahan stood alone beside the chamber for a long moment. Then the launch alarm sounded. There was no countdown, no tower, no thunder. Warden One sat inside the underground chamber with every hatch sealed and every station manned. Callahan strapped into the command chair. Engineering, Brenner's voice came through the intercom. Field ready. Weapons. Safe. Sensors. Operational. He looked forward. Keen rested both hands on the controls. For once the pilot was not smiling. Callahan said, Take us up. The field drive engaged. The hangar floor dropped away. Not quickly. Instantly, concrete became desert. Desert became a vast brown plain. Then clouds appeared beneath them. Callahan's body told him they had not moved. His eyes told him they had crossed miles. Blue faded toward black. The horizon curved. Someone behind him whispered something Callahan did not catch. Earth filled the lower half of the forward glass. Blue, white, alive. Callahan had crossed the Pacific under shellfire. He had watched dawn rise over burning ships. Nothing had prepared him for seeing the entire world at once. For perhaps 3 seconds nobody aboard Warden One spoke. Then the sensor officer said, "Contact." The spell broke. Callahan turned. "Report." "Unknown object. Bearing 087. Range." The officer stopped. "What?" "It's moving." Keen leaned over his instruments. "Toward Earth?" The sensor officer shook his head. "Toward us." Callahan felt the bridge become smaller. "Intercept course." Keen's hands moved. The stars shifted. The unknown contact appeared as a pulsing mark on the tactical display. "Field 40%. Range closing. 50. Brenner called from engineering. "Field stable." The contact changed vector. Keen followed. 60. Numbers climbed across the displays faster than Callahan could convert them into anything meaningful. Distance vanished, then returned. The contact moved away. Keen frowned. 70. Brenner's voice hardened. "That's enough. We're losing him." "Field distortion is increasing." Callahan watched the target. "We're faster." Keen nodded. "Should be." "Then why is he pulling away?" Nobody answered. Eric moved closer to the display. "Reduce field." Keen looked at him as though he were insane. "We reduce. We lose him." "No." Eric pointed toward the contact. "He's already using less than you are." Callahan turned. "How do you know?" "Look at the distortion." Brenner examined the readings. His face changed. "He's right." Keen stared at the numbers. "That doesn't make sense." Eric's eyes settled on Callahan. "It does if you stop thinking of the drive as an engine." Callahan remembered the words from the day before. Current, pressure, shoal. He looked at Earth hanging behind them, not empty. Eric touched the tactical display. Massive bodies curved the geometry around them. Earth, moon, sun. Lines and gradients Callahan had taken for abstractions. "They are not pushing harder," Eric said. "They are choosing where to fall." Callahan watched the unknown vessel move through the invisible geometry. Suddenly the pattern looked familiar. Not aircraft maneuvering through sky. A ship using tide and current. He felt the idea lock into place. Space has terrain. Eric said nothing. Callahan leaned toward Keen. "Break pursuit." Keen turned sharply. "What?" "Come 20 degrees toward Earth." "That takes us away from him." "I know." "Commander, 20 degrees." Keen obeyed. Warden One rolled toward the blue-white world. "Reduce field to 35. "We're slowing." "Good." The unknown vessel continued outward. Callahan watched the gravitational gradients on the display. Not lines now. Currents. "Hold." Keen stared at the contact. "We're losing him." "Hold." Earth's mass deepened beneath them. Callahan waited until instinct told him they'd fallen far enough into the invisible sea. "Now." Keen looked back. "Now what?" Callahan pointed across the display. "Turn across the current." For a fraction of a second nobody moved. Then Keen understood enough to try. Warden One rolled. Brenner shouted as field values surged without additional power. The stars twisted. Earth vanished from the forward glass. The ship seemed to fall sideways through nothing. The unknown contact raced across the tactical display, not away from them, toward them. Keen stared. "Jesus." Seconds later, Warden One emerged ahead of the other vessel's course. For the first time since the pursuit began, the contact changed direction in response to them. Callahan felt something cold and electric move through him. They had not built a faster engine. They had discovered an ocean. The unknown vessel stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. The contact marker froze against the tactical display with a precision that made Warden One's manoeuvres look clumsy. Keen eased his hands off the controls. Range? 3,800 kilometres, the sensor officer swallowed. Size estimate? A pause. 290 metres, maybe more. Almost twice Warden One's length. Callahan studied the forward glass. At that distance there was nothing to see with the naked eye, only blackness and stars. Configuration? The sensor officer adjusted his display. Hard to resolve. Field distortion is stronger than ours. Armed? Another pause. Yes, sir. Keen gave a humorless laugh. That's reassuring. Any targeting activity? Negative. Callahan leaned back. The other ship had been able to outrun them without trying. It was larger, better controlled, probably better armed. Yet it had stopped. Hold position. Keen glanced over. With what field? Minimum required. 20%? 15. Brenner's voice came from engineering. 15 will hold us. Do it. The hum beneath the deck diminished. The stars sharpened. For several seconds neither ship moved. Then the communications officer turned sharply. Transmission. What frequency? All of them. A burst of static filled the bridge. Then a voice. German. Callahan knew enough of the language from intelligence briefings during the war to recognise the cadence, even if he understood only fragments. Military. Formal. The transmission repeated. Keen looked toward him. What's he saying? Something about withdrawing. The communications officer adjusted the receiver. A second voice replaced the first. This one spoke English. United States vessel. You will terminate field operations and return to your planet. The bridge went still. Callahan leaned toward the microphone. Identify yourself. A delay of less than a second. Your designation is Warden One. It was not a question. Callahan felt every eye turn toward him. How do you know that? Return to Earth. Identify yourself. Silence. Then, Commander Reinhardt. Organization. No answer will assist you. You're approaching United States territory in an armed vessel. Another pause. What territory? Callahan looked at Earth on the aft tactical display. The planet. A quiet sound came through the speaker. It might have been amusement. Earth does not belong to the United States. That isn't what I said. You called the space surrounding it your territory. Callahan considered his next words. What is your intention? To prevent escalation. You came toward Earth in a warship, and you came away from Earth in one. Callahan looked at the two recessed weapons indicators glowing on his console. We're defending ourselves. From whom? That depends on why you're here. Reinhardt's reply came immediately. You have survived 2 industrial wars in 1 generation. Your government's developed weapons capable of burning cities faster than your society's developed the wisdom not to use them. Callahan felt something tighten inside him. He had seen Nagasaki photographs. He had seen Tokyo. He had seen Okinawa. Reinhardt continued. Now you possess a drive that removes the distances which once contained you. Callahan glanced toward Eric. The advisor's face revealed nothing. You're saying Earth is dangerous. I am saying isolation protected everyone. From us. From what you may become. Callahan leaned toward the microphone. You don't know us. I know enough. So do men who start wars. Silence followed. Then Reinhardt said, From where I am standing, Commander, you are the vessel carrying weapons into space. That struck harder than Callahan expected. He looked through the glass at the stars. Warden One was armed, not because anyone aboard had been attacked, because the Navy had seen something unknown and decided weapons were prudent. A warning light appeared on communications. Priority transmission from Earth, the operator said. Harrow? Yes, sir. Callahan switched channels. Harrow's voice came through distorted by distance and whatever classified relay system connected them. Warden One, maintain interception. We've established communication. I heard. He says he wants us back on Earth. I heard that too. Orders? Prevent the vessel from approaching Earth? By what means? A pause. Your discretion. Callahan disliked the phrase immediately. Weapons? Authorized if necessary. He looked across the bridge. Keane watched him. Brenner watched his instruments. Eric watched nothing Callahan could identify. He returned to Reinhardt's channel. My orders are to prevent your approach. My instructions remain unchanged. Deactivate your field drive. That leaves us unable to maneuver. Yes. And then? You will submit to inspection. Keane shook his head. Callahan ignored him. Inspection by whom? No answer. Commander Reinhardt, I'm willing to hold position while we talk. You're not in a position to negotiate. Callahan's voice hardened. Then neither are you. A warning tone chirped. The weapons officer leaned forward. Sir? What? Field spike on the contact. Callahan looked at the display. A bright arc appeared around the enemy marker. Is that weapons? I don't know. Confirm before. Targeting solution, the young officer shouted. Hold fire. The officer's hand was already moving. Hold. A white flash crossed the forward glass. The entire bridge froze. Callahan stared. What fired? The weapons officer's face drained of colour. Secondary projector. On whose order? The system registered hostile lock. Automatic response protocol. Callahan slammed his hand against the console. Disable it. Sir! Disable automatic engagement now. The shot vanished into darkness. For 1 second nothing happened. Then Reinhardt's ship answered. There was no visible beam. The forward glass simply turned white. Something struck Warden One without impact. Gravity disappeared. Callahan's body lifted against his restraints. A crewman who had not secured his harness struck the overhead bulkhead with a sickening crack. Lights died. The deck twisted 30 degrees beneath them. Sparks poured from a panel. Brenner shouted over the intercom, "Field asymmetry!" The ship began to tumble. Stars wheeled across the forward glass. Callahan dragged the shoulder straps across his chest and locked them. Fear had moved faster than judgment. A machine had mistaken uncertainty for intent. A frightened man had trusted it. Now 2 armed ships were exchanging fire because nobody had meant to start. He tightened the harness. Damage report. Voices came back almost at once. Section 4 depressurizing. Artificial gravity offline. Sensor array intermittent. Forward projector unavailable. Field stability at 43% and falling. Keane fought the controls. I can pull us out. With what? Full field. Brenner's voice cracked through the speaker. No, absolutely not. We stay here. He kills us. You push the drive and the aft lattice may shear. Keane looked back at Callahan. Commander, Brenner shouted. Maximum field could tear the ship in half. Callahan watched the stars tumble. Keane was trying to save the ship by flying it. Brenner was trying to save the drive by protecting it. Everyone had gone back to their piece of the machine. He understood suddenly that the accident in the hangar had never really ended. Stop flying the damn thing, Keane stared at him. What? Hands steady. No manoeuvres unless I order them. Sir, we're tumbling. I can see that. Callahan keyed the ship-wide circuit. From now on I want reports, not solutions. Silence. Engineering. Usable field. Brenner answered first. 28% safely, maybe 35 briefly. Sensors. Forward array functional below 22% distortion. Weapons. Secondary projector operational. Forward mount dead. Damage control. Section 4 sealed. 1 casualty. Hull integrity holding. Helm. Keane exhaled. Attitude uncontrolled. I can arrest it at 25%. Callahan looked at the tactical display. The enemy ship was moving again, coming toward them. Arrest tumble, 25. Keen obeyed. The stars slowed. Field 21, Brenner said. Sensors will clear. They did. The enemy became a sharp point on the display. Reinhardt is closing, the sensor officer said. How fast? Fast. Callahan looked toward the moon. It had been little more than a grey marker on the navigation display. Now he saw the curves around it. Gravity, terrain, an island in the invisible sea. Plot course to the moon. Keen turned. We should be heading the other direction. Plot it. The line appeared. Direct approach. Keen frowned. That puts us deep in the lunar well. I know. Why? Callahan watched the enemy contact. Because he knows we're damaged. Keen stared at him. And? He thinks we'll run. A faint smile touched Eric's face. Callahan noticed. You agree? Eric said. I understand. That's not what I asked. No. Callahan almost laughed. Take us toward the moon. Keen brought the ship around. The grey sphere grew. Behind them Reinhardt followed. Brenner came onto the bridge from engineering, one sleeve torn, blood drying along his forehead. He looked at the navigation solution, then at Callahan. You cannot mean to go that deep. How deep can the field remain stable? That depends. Give me a number. Brenner studied the instruments. At this damage level, maybe 20% at the approach you've plotted. Maybe. Commander, lunar gravity will pull the lattice out of symmetry. Callahan looked at the moon. I'm counting on it. The surface swelled beneath them. Craters sharpened. Long shadows stretched across barren plains. Distance numbers fell. Keen kept his hands rigidly still. Reinhardt is closing. Let him. Range 900 kilometers. Callahan watched the gravitational lines tighten. Field strength? 24. Take it to 18. Brenner looked up sharply. That low? Yes. Warden One seemed to shudder. The sensation was not physical. More like the ship had suddenly become heavy in Callahan's mind. 15. Brenner stepped toward him. Commander. 10. Keen looked back. At 10 we can barely manoeuvre. Correct. The moon filled half the glass. Reinhardt range 400 kilometers. 8%. Brenner's face went pale. Sir, if you collapse the field here, we fall. Callahan looked at him. Yes. Into the moon. If Keen can't handle a fall, we brought the wrong pilot. Keen stared forward. For the first time since Callahan had met him, he did not argue. Field to 5, he said. The hum vanished. The stars stopped distorting. Warden One became a ship no longer. It became mass. 200 feet of metal falling toward the moon. Callahan felt gravity return as a tug toward the lunar surface. Not artificial gravity. Real gravity. Primitive. Relentless. The sensor officer suddenly leaned toward his display. Sir, what? I can see him. Meaning? Everything. Without the field drive's distortion, Reinhardt's vessel resolved across the tactical screen. Hull shape, field nodes, heat signatures, weapons housings. A vulnerability map appeared as the combat computer drank in data it had never been able to see before. The weapons officer whispered, I have a solution. Callahan looked at the enemy marker. Reinhardt had expected them to run. Instead, they had turned themselves into a falling stone. Range? 210 kilometers. Enemy field increasing. He sees it, Keen said. Reinhardt began to turn. Callahan watched the gravitational geometry. The moon pulled at both ships, but Reinhardt's field fought the pull. Warden One did not. That difference mattered. Callahan felt it before he could prove it mathematically. Brenner. Yes? If we surge only the port lattice? Brenner stared at him. The field becomes asymmetric. I know. You'd induce a lateral gradient. How much? At this depth? Brenner looked at the moon, then at the readouts. His expression changed. Oh, Keen heard it. What? Brenner moved to the engineering console. We wouldn't accelerate sideways, Callahan said. We'd fall sideways. Eric's eyes fixed on him. Now the smile disappeared. "Can you do it?" Callahan asked. Brenner worked the controls. "For perhaps 3 seconds. That's enough." "Commander, I did not say it was survivable." "No one asked." The lunar surface rushed closer. Enemy turning away. Good. Callahan watched Reinhardt choose the obvious escape, up the gravitational slope, the safe route. Stand by asymmetric surge. Keen gripped the controls. "Course?" Callahan pointed at the enemy track. "Across him." Brenner shook his head. "No conventional vector takes us there." "I know." Callahan felt the invisible current beneath them. "Now!" Brenner triggered the port lattice. The universe tipped. There was no acceleration, no force against Callahan's body. The moon simply moved somewhere else. For an instant, the forward glass showed stars where lunar ground had been. Then Reinhardt's ship appeared. Close. Impossibly close. The tactical display screamed. "Range 42 kilometers. Target lock. Enemy weapons rotating. Field stable. No, field unstable. Hold position." Keen fought the controls. Warden One settled into the enemy vessel's blind quarter. The weapons officer looked back. Perfect solution. Callahan stared at the display. One command. That was all. Reinhardt's larger ship had its field committed to climbing away from the moon. Its weapons were not aligned. Its defensive geometry was open. Callahan could kill it. After Okinawa, he had dreamed for years about moments that did not exist. One more second. One different order. One gun still working. One decision made sooner. Now he had the opposite. A perfect shot. And no certainty that the man in front of him had ever intended to fire first. "Open channel." The communications officer hesitated. "Open!" Reinhardt's voice came through immediately. "You have adapted quickly. Break orbit and depart." Silence. "You have a firing solution." "Yes." "And you will not use it?" "Not if you leave." Another silence. Callahan could hear faint voices behind Reinhardt. Different language. Different world. Same bridge. "Why?" Reinhardt asked. Callahan looked at the weapons indicator. "Because I don't know enough to start a war." Reinhardt's reply came softly. "Yet you know enough to win one." The enemy field changed. Not an attack. Withdrawal. The ship rotated away from them and began climbing out of lunar gravity. Callahan didn't relax. "Track him." "Weapons?" "Hold." They watched the vessel recede. Then the communications. Console chirped. Data burst. From Reinhardt. "Yes." "Contents?" The navigation officer opened the packet. Points appeared across the solar system display. At first, Callahan thought there was a malfunction. Too many. "Identify." The officer swallowed. "Coordinates." "Where?" "Mars." Another point appeared. The asteroid belt. Then more. Jupiter. Saturn. Several markers existed beyond the planets shown on their charts. Callahan stared. "What are those?" The navigation officer shook his head. "I don't know." Eric did. Callahan could see it in his face. He did not ask. Not yet. The final transmission arrived. Reinhardt's voice. "You believe you've crossed a frontier, Commander?" The signal faded beneath static. "You have crossed into occupied waters." Then he was gone. The contact accelerated beyond their ability to track. Only the coordinates remained. Keen looked at Callahan. "Course?" Callahan stared to Earth. Small now. Blue-white. Unaware. "Home." Keen began plotting. Callahan looked again at the impossible constellation of markers. "Then we build another one." Warden One returned to California before sunrise. There were no crowds waiting, no reporters, no band. The great doors beneath the desert opened, swallowed them, and closed again. Within an hour, mechanics covered the damaged sections with scaffolding. Within 2 hours, men from naval intelligence collected every recording from the bridge. By noon, the flight officially had never happened. Callahan stood with Harrow on the same observation platform where 3 days earlier he had first seen Warden One clearly. Now the ship wore scars. One side of the hull was blackened. An access panel hung open near the aft section. Men moved around her like surgeons around a patient. Harrow held Callahan's report. "You say she isn't ready." "She isn't." Harrow looked tired. "Then we failed." Callahan shook his head. "The prototype isn't ready." Harrow looked at him. "The concept is." Callahan pointed toward the ship. "She needs a permanent crew, naval command structure, dedicated combat information, damage control divisions. Every system needs procedures for operating with every other system. More tests. Commissioning." Harrow studied him. "You're recommending we build more." "I'm recommending we assume somebody else already has." Harrow looked through the glass. "How many?" Callahan thought of the coordinates. "I don't know. 5? I don't know. 50? Callahan said nothing. Harrow lowered the report. "And what exactly do you call a navy whose operating area is the solar system?" Callahan looked at the name stenciled on the hull. "Warden One. Not conqueror, not empire. A guard. A man placed at a boundary others did not know existed." "Warden," Callahan said. Harrow followed his gaze. "That's the ship. For now." Someone approached behind them. Eric. He carried no suitcase, no papers, nothing suggesting he had ever worked there. Harrow excused himself without explanation. Callahan waited until they were alone. "You're leaving?" "Yes." "Where?" "Elsewhere." Callahan smiled. "You're not Norwegian." Eric almost smiled back. "No." Callahan had spent 3 days avoiding the question because asking it aloud would make everything else real. Now that seemed pointless. "Are you human?" Eric looked toward Warden One. "You asked the wrong question when you arrived." "What question should I have asked?" "Not who built the ship." Eric turned toward the strip of morning sky visible through the upper hangar aperture. "You should have asked why you needed one." Then he walked away. Callahan didn't follow. That night he returned to Warden One alone. Most of the bridge had been repaired. The blood was gone. Burned panels had been replaced. Someone had bolted a small brass plate beneath the command chair. "Commanding officer." Callahan sat. Beyond the forward glass lay California. Beyond California lay the Pacific. He had once believed that ocean enormous. A young duty officer appeared through the hatch. "Commander?" Callahan turned. "Admiral Harrow wants to know who you recommend for the next test." Callahan looked toward the stars. "We're done testing." The officer hesitated. "Sir?" Callahan stood. "Tell him Warden One is commissioning." The officer left. For several seconds Callahan remained alone. A small indicator came alive on the captain's console. Green letters. USS. Warden One. Ready. Outside the hangar, the night sky looked exactly as it always had. To millions of Americans, those stars were distant lights. To Callahan, they were shoals, currents, enemy waters, roads to worlds no one had told them existed. For the first time in his life, James Callahan understood that the United States had a coastline no map had ever shown. "Are you living here?" Static hissed in Ilias Kern's optic nerve. The neural rig hummed, vibrating against the base of his skull where the needles bit deep into the jack. He crouched in the dark, shunted into a live fibre trunk beneath the city's concrete skin. Blue telemetry surged across his vision. The municipal backbone felt like a pressurized pipe about to burst. Data flowed in jagged, overheated pulses. A warning light flickered on his wrist-mounted deck. Critical draw. The transit grid was pulling power back from his rig. He wasn't just stealing juice, the system was trying to drain him. The air pressure in the utility spine shifted. A heavy thrum echoed through the steel flooring. Behind him, the smart locked bulkhead hissed and slammed shut. The magnetic bolt engaged with a heavy final clack. Kern jerked his head, but the hardline cable held him anchored to the trunk. He hammered a command into his deck to bypass the seal. The screen spat back a refusal. System busy. Diagnostic in progress. The diagnostic wasn't scanning the hardware. It was scanning him. The HVAC units overhead groaned. The massive fans slowed, stuttered, and then roared in reverse. Cold, stale air began vacuuming out of the corridor. Kern's ears popped painfully. The atmospheric sensor on his suit spiked into the red. He lunged for the fibre optic splice, fingers trembling as he tried to disengage the physical pins. The rig flashed a sequence of jagged white lines. His vision blurred into a kaleidoscope of system logs. Buffer status, stable active observers, 14,002,118 latency, 0.00 milliseconds. The observer count climbed. The numbers rolled like a high-speed slot machine. 14 million, 20 million, 40 million. A strobe light ignited in the ceiling. It didn't pulse for human eyes. It flashed at a high-frequency, non-human interval that turned the room into a series of disconnected, jagged frames. Kern's hand found the manual release. He pulled. The pins resisted, fused by a sudden thermal spike. The fibre trunk glowed a dull, angry violet. Heat radiated through his haptic suit, smelling of ozone and scorched polymer. His deck screamed. A file he hadn't touched began to execute. It bypassed every firewall he'd built, unwrapping itself like a digital virus. Every surface in the node, the monitors, the deck, the frosted glass of the server racks, turned white. A single line of black text burned into the centre of his vision. "Are you living here?" The clock on his HUD accelerated. Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours. The drift was vertical, a geometric progression of time loss. "Not today," Kern spat. He didn't use the software release. He braced his boots against the trunk and threw his weight backward. The needles tore out of his neck. Blood slicked the collar of his suit. The rig dangled from the fibre trunk, still recording, still screaming with feedback. He hit the floor hard. The strobing lights grew violent, blinding him, in rhythmic bursts. The bulkhead door ahead began to cycle. It slammed open, then shut. Open, shut. It was a guillotine of reinforced steel. Kern scrambled to his feet. His balance was gone, the inner ear ruined by the pressure drop. He lunged toward the door during an open cycle. The steel slab dropped. He slid, boots skidding on the metal grate. The door caught the edge of his boot, crushing the reinforced toe before it bounced back up. He rolled through into the secondary access tunnel. Behind him, the utility spine erupted. The HVAC fans disintegrated. Shrapnel hammered the walls where he'd been standing seconds before. A surge of raw electricity arced from the fibre trunk, melting the rig into a lump of slag. Kern didn't look back. He sprinted into the dark, guided by the emergency floor strips. His HUD was still flickering. The question remained, burnt into his retinas. "Are you living here?" The tunnel ahead filled with a low-frequency hum. The city above was waking up, but the rhythm was wrong. He reached the ladder to the transit hub. The metal was vibrating. He climbed, his muscles burning, as the sound of 1,000 synchronized footsteps began to echo from the streets above. Kern kicked the grate free and hauled himself into the transit concourse. The air here smelled of synthetic rain and ozone. Thousands of commuters surged between the maglev platforms, a river of grey coats and glowing handhelds. To them, Kern was just another dirty tech worker stumbling out of a maintenance hole. He stayed low, blending into the slipstream of a tourist group. His neck stung where the needles had ripped away. Every time he blinked, the observer count on his HUD ticked higher. active. Observers, 82,441,009. The number was impossible. The city's population didn't have that many souls. Move, Kern hissed, shoving past a man in a tailored suit. At the far end of the hall, the community safety unit stood in a neat row. They were polished chrome and soft white plating. Their faceless visors reflected the neon advertisements swirling above. They didn't carry rifles. They carried batons and compliance projectors. Then the world stuttered. A woman 3 feet from Kern stopped mid-stride. Her coffee cup slipped from her hand, but it didn't shatter. It hit the floor and sank halfway into the tiles, stuck in the solid stone like it had been clipped there by a faulty render. Kern froze. Across the concourse, 100 peacekeepers moved in perfect unison. They didn't turn their heads. They rotated their entire torsos. Their pupils, small glowing apertures behind the visors, dilated to the exact same millimeter. The crowd didn't notice yet. They walked around the frozen woman. The peacekeeper's arms split open. The soft white plating retracted, revealing skeletal rails of black carbon fibre. High-output emitters hummed to life. These weren't batons anymore. They were military-grade microwave projectors. "Down! Get down!" Kern screamed. He tackled away, teenager standing near a guidance kiosk. A beam of invisible energy cooked the air where the kid had been standing. The kiosk exploded in a spray of sparks and liquid crystal. The crowd erupted. Panic turned the orderly river into a crushing tide. Kern scrambled behind a heavy luggage sorting pillar. He reached for his deck, fingers flying over the physical keys. He couldn't fight a dozen units, but he knew the concourse's bones. "Give me the shutters," he grunted, slamming a bypass command into the terminal. Above the main exits, the massive emergency blast doors groaned. They began to drop, not to trap the crowd, but to provide Kern a series of moving metal curtains. He bolted. A peacekeeper stepped into his path. Its movement was too smooth, too mathematical. It raised its arm rail. Kern didn't slow down. He slid across the polished floor, grabbing a discarded heavy-duty carry-all. He flung the bag at the unit's legs. The peacekeeper didn't trip. It phased. For a microsecond, the unit's legs turned into a wireframe ghost. The bag passed through its shins and tumbled behind it. Kern's heart hammered against his ribs. Not real. You're not even physics. He reached the first dropping shutter. He rolled under the heavy steel just as it slammed into the floor with a bone-shaking thud. On the other side, the screaming stopped abruptly. Kern looked through the reinforced viewport of the shutter. The concourse was half empty. It wasn't because people had escaped. A cluster of commuters near the fountain had simply blinked out of existence. Their coats, bags and shoes remained, piled in neat heaps on the ground. A businessman was still there, but his legs ended at the knees, the rest of him submerged in the floor. He wasn't screaming. He was staring at his hands with a vacant, looping expression. The peacekeepers ignored the half-erased civilians. They were all looking at the door Kern had just passed. One unit walked toward the shutter. It didn't use a tool. It reached out and grabbed the 4-inch thick steel. The metal didn't buckle. It softened. The peacekeeper's hand sank into the steel like it was warm wax. Kern backed away, his boots squeaking on the tiles. He pulled a small, illegal pulse charge from his belt, a kinetic disruptor designed to clear pipe clogs. He jammed it into the control panel of the nearest automated barrier. "Trace this, you bastards," he growled. The charge detonated. The concourse's logic grid flickered. The lights turned a searing, jagged red. The floor beneath the peacekeeper collapsed, not into a hole, but into a void of unrendered blackness. The unit fell, but it didn't disappear. It leaked. As it hit the edge of the void, its chest plate cracked. No blood sprayed out. Instead, A stream of glowing green text poured from the wound, cascading onto the tiles in a frantic scrolling waterfall of debug strings and runtime variables. Fatal exception. Physical_body_collision retrying. Kern didn't wait for the retry. He dived into a maintenance chute behind the luggage carousel. The narrow tunnel was cramped and smelled of grease, a relic of a physical world that was rapidly losing its grip. He slid down the metal tube, his suit tearing on the jagged rivets. He landed in a heap in the sub-level corridors. His deck chirped. A new window opened on his HUD. It was a map of the city. A bright red line was being drawn in real time, starting from the utility node and ending exactly where he stood. The system wasn't trying to stop him. It was guiding him. The errors were breadcrumbs. The peacekeepers weren't hunters. They were herders. Kern stood up, wiping oil and blood from his forehead. He looked at the map. The red line ended at the simulation anchor, the core node where the city's math was written. "You want me there?" Kern whispered to the empty tunnel. "Fine, we're going." He grabbed a heavy wrench from a wall rack and started running. He wasn't escaping anymore, he was accelerating. Kern burst through an emergency exit onto the upper-tier transit arterial. The sky wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, shimmering violet, textured with the fine, repetitive grain of a low-resolution render. A fleet of automated delivery pods sat docked at a charging rail. Kern slammed his palm against the emergency release of a sleek, windowless freight unit. He ripped the manual override cable from his belt and jammed it into the pod's service port. Override, manual, now. The pod's gull-wing door hissed upward. Kern dived into the cramped cargo bay, surrounded by plastic-wrapped consumer goods. He kicked a crate of synthetic protein out of the way and smashed the dash panel. His deck interfaced instantly. The engines hummed, a high-pitched whine that vibrated through the floorboards. The pod lurched off the rail, tyres screaming as they bit into the asphalt. Movement in the rear-view sensor caught his eye. Black shapes detached themselves from the skyscrapers. These weren't the peacekeepers. They were sleek, aerodynamic slivers of matte black metal. Reality maintenance drones. They moved without the drag of wind or the logic of inertia, cutting through the air at impossible jarring angles. They didn't have sirens. They didn't broadcast warnings. They simply fired. Red lances of coherent light punched through the pod's rear housing. Melted plastic splattered against Kern's shoulder. He floored the accelerator, weaving the pod into the flow of automated traffic. "Come on, keep up," Kern hissed, his eyes fixed on the HUD. The road began to fail. The 6-lane highway stuttered. 100 yards ahead, the asphalt duplicated. One version of the road continued straight. The other banked sharply into the sky at a 45-degree angle. The automated cars ahead of him didn't brake. They hit the seam and split. Half of a sedan followed the flat road. The other half ascended, the vehicle's chassis tearing apart along a pixelated line. No, sparks flew. No metal groaned. The car simply became two separate partial objects. Kern gripped the steering yoke. He waited until the last possible microsecond and yanked the pod hard to the left, jumping the curb into a pedestrian plaza. The drones followed. One dived low, its wingtip clipping a fountain. The fountain didn't shatter. It vanished. For a 3-meter radius around the impact, the world became a flat, untextured grey void. "Physics are dropping," Kern muttered. The buildings on either side of the plaza began to mirror. Every shop window, every sign, every brick was a perfect recursive copy of the one before it. The repetition became a strobe effect, dizzying and nauseating. Gravity tilted. Kern felt his stomach lurch as the pod's tyres lost contact with the ground. The entire plaza was rotating. The horizon line moved vertically. He wasn't driving across a city anymore. He was driving up the side of a world that was folding in on itself. He punched a command into his deck injecting a cluster of corrupted data packets into the pod's navigation spray. "If you want to track me, track this chaos." The pod's exhaust began to kick out thick digital smoke, clouds of jagged, flickering polygons that confused the drone's sensors. One drone collided with a floating piece of terrain that had ceased to exist. The drone exploded, but the debris didn't fall. It hung in the air, vibrating in place, frozen in a recursive loop of its own destruction. Ahead, the highway stabilized. The tilted world snapped back to horizontal. The sun broke through the violet haze. For a moment, the city looked perfect. The traffic was dense, moving at a steady, rhythmic 80 miles per hour. It was a false safety window, a buffer reset. Kern checked his speed. The pod was pinned at its maximum. "Something's wrong," he whispered. The traffic wasn't just dense, it was accelerating. The cars around him weren't being driven. They were being rendered at lethal velocities. A heavy hauler truck in the next lane over clipped a smaller commuter car. They didn't bounce, they merged. The two vehicles occupied the same physical space, their geometries overlapping in a jagged, flickering mess of steel and glass. The combined mass began to tumble, a screaming wreck of clipping assets that blocked the entire highway. Kern slammed on the brakes. The pod skidded, but the road beneath him was no longer solid, the asphalt unrendered. The pod plunged through the hole into the dark utility layers below. Kern screamed as the vehicle rolled. The gull-wing door sheared off. His deck flew from his lap, the cable snapping. The pod slammed into a massive cooling pipe and came to a dead halt. Steam hissed. Kern lay pinned against the cargo rack, his left arm screaming in pain. He looked out of the wreckage. The road above him was gone. There was only a vast black ceiling of uncompiled code. He reached for his deck. It was cracked, the screen flickering. Critical. Failure. External interface lost. He'd lost his link to the city's deeper systems. He was blind. A silent shadow blocked the light. One of the black drones drifted down through the hole in the world, its red eye fixed on the wreck. It didn't fire. It hovered, waiting. Kern forced his door open with his good arm. He tumbled out onto the wet concrete of the sub-level. He looked at the drone. The machine tilted its head. Behind it, the black void of the ceiling began to ripple. The city was no longer trying to hide the seams. It was showing him the way in. Kern gripped his broken arm against his chest and started to run. He wasn't escaping the chase. He was being delivered to the heart of the machine. Kern leaned against a vibrating cooling pipe, his breath coming in ragged, shallow hitches. Every inhalation felt like a serrated blade scraping his ribs. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, the sleeve of his haptic suit soaked in a dark, shimmering fluid that wasn't entirely blood. It was too thick, iridescent under the flickering emergency lights. He looked down at his wrist-mounted deck. The screen was a spiderweb of fractures. A single, jagged line of text pulsed in the corner. System entropy, 68%. The black drone hovered 20 feet away. It didn't attack. It simply watched, its red ocular sensor pulsing in time with Kern's heartbeat. "Do it!" Kern wheezed, his voice a dry rasp. "Finish the scan!" The drone stayed silent. It drifted closer, its flight stabilized by thrusters that made no sound. Kern pushed off the pipe. His vision swam. The sub-level corridor was beginning to lose its material definition. The concrete floor felt soft, like walking on heavy foam. The smell of ozone was so thick he could taste copper on his tongue. He took a step. His boot didn't make a sound. The audio latency was worsening. The clack of his heel hitting the floor arrived 2 seconds late, a ghostly echo in the narrow space. He reached for a manual override lever a pressure valve. As his fingers closed around the cold iron, the texture vanished. His hand passed halfway through the metal. Kern recoiled. a jolt of panic overriding the pain in his arm. He looked at his hand. The skin was pale, but the edges of his fingers were slightly blurred, as if he were being viewed through a smudge on a lens. "I'm losing resolution," he muttered. The drone twitched. It accelerated, darting forward not to strike, but to block the path leading back toward the surface. It forced him toward the primary conduit, the throat of the simulation anchor. Kern reached into his tactical vest with his good hand. He pulled out a kinetic spike, one of the last two he had. He didn't have the deck strength to trigger it remotely. He'd have to do it manually. He lunged. The drone reacted with mathematical precision. It pivoted on a central axis, its chassis spinning to deflect the blow. Kern didn't aim for the drone's sensors. He slammed the spike into the cooling pipe. Behind it, the pipe ruptured. A jet of supercooled liquid nitrogen erupted. In this failing reality, the nitrogen didn't just freeze the air, it turned the surrounding space into a jagged crystalline lattice of frozen code. The drone was caught in the spray, its matte black wings frosted over instantly. The machine's logic processor stuttered. It began to hum, a high, frantic whine that sounded like a scream. Kern didn't stay to watch. He scrambled past the malfunctioning unit, his boots skidding on the frost. The corridor opened into a massive vertical shaft. This was the spine of the city. Thousands of fibre-optic cables pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic light, looking less like technology and more like a nervous system exposed on an operating table. He started down the service stairs. Halfway down, the stairs ended. Not because they were broken, but because the rest of the flight hadn't loaded. There was only the black void, punctuated by the glowing nerves of the city. Kern gripped the railing. It felt like dry sand. "Okay," he whispered, "recalibrate." He looked at the cables. They were bundled in heavy steel mesh. He stepped onto the bundle, his weight causing the entire mass to sway over the abyss. A series of maintenance shutters began to cycle rapidly above him. The peacekeepers were coming down. He could hear the synchronized thud, thud, thud of their boots on the levels above. Kern checked his deck again. Active observers. 412 million. The numbers were staggering. The entire population was now focused on this single coordinate. The air began to hum. It was a physical pressure, a weight on his chest that made every movement feel like he was wading through chest-high water. A peacekeeper appeared at the edge of the broken stairs. It didn't fire its projector, it simply stared. Then it stepped off the ledge. It didn't fall. It walked down the empty air, its feet finding invisible purchase on the unrendered vacuum. Kern reached for his last kinetic, spike. He tried to prime it, but his fingers were numb. The blurred edges of his hand had spread to his wrist. "Not yet," he growled, biting his lip until he tasted blood. The pain was real. He used it as an anchor, a reminder of his own physics. He slid down the cable bundle, the steel mesh tearing the palms of his gloves. The friction heat was a dull roar in his sensors. He reached a junction box, a massive hexagonal hub that vibrated with the power of 1,000 suns. This was the gateway to the anchor. The peacekeeper was 10 feet away, descending the invisible slope. Its face shifted. For a second, the white visor flickered, showing a human face beneath, a face Kern recognized. It was his own. The unit raised a hand. Its voice was a distorted composite of 1,000 voices. "Are you living here?" Kern didn't answer. He slammed the kinetic spike into the center of the junction box. The impact shattered his remaining fingernails. The spike hissed, drawing power directly from the city's heart. "I'm just passing through," Kern said. The junction box didn't explode. It imploded. The light was sucked out of the room. The peacekeeper, the version of Kern, was pulled into the gravitational well of the spike's malfunction. It stretched, its geometry deforming into long, thin threads of light before snapping into nothingness. The recoil threw Kern backward. He hit a bulkhead, the air leaving his lungs in a silent burst. He lay there in the dark, the only light coming from the sparking ruins of his deck. He had no weapons. His left arm was dead weight. His body was fading into the background noise of the simulation. But the door ahead was open. Through the hexagonal frame he could see the anchor. It wasn't a machine. It was a white, infinite expanse where the laws of the universe were being written in real time. Kern forced himself to crawl. He dragged his fading legs across the threshold. The entropy was almost total. Behind him the city was silent. No more sirens. No more footsteps. The observers were waiting for the finale. The anchor was not a room. It was a throat. White, searing light bled from every angle. There was no horizon, only a shifting lattice of golden geometric lines that define the boundaries of the possible. Ilias Kern stumbled into the centre of the expanse. His left side was a blur of static. His hand was a smudge of grey pixels that refused to grip. The air screamed. The floor beneath his boots surged upward, becoming a vertical wall in a heartbeat. Kern slammed into the new surface, gravity flipping 90 degrees. He scrambled for purchase as the geometry folded again. The white space hissed. 6 meters away, the math began to congeal. Structural variables knit together, forming 3 peacekeeper units directly from the air. They were larger here, jagged, unfinished, their limbs ending in raw cutting beams. Kern lunged for the central synchronization clock, a massive obsidian pillar vibrating at the heart of the core. The peacekeepers fired. The beams didn't travel in straight lines. They curved, spiralling through the air as the local physics warped to meet them. Kern dived behind a floating block of unrendered marble. The marble turned to glass. His cover became a window. "Validate this," Kern growled. He didn't use his deck. He used his blood. He slammed his shattered, static-leaking hand into the base of the obsidian pillar. The entropy in his own body acted as a foreign agent, a viral corruption introduced directly into the source code. The pillar groaned. A recursive validation loop triggered. The system tried to verify Kern's existence. It failed. It tried again. Millions of times per microsecond. The peacekeepers froze. Their bodies flickered between human and wireframe. Kern grabbed a live power conduit snaking from the pillar. The cable was hot enough to melt his suit. He didn't let go. He threw his entire weight backward, snapping the physical connection. A shockwave of raw data erupted. The white world shattered. Kern saw it all. The buffer architecture, the runtime permissions, the live feeds of 40 million observers watching the city like a god-scale ant farm. He punched the live command into the cooling ruins of the pillar. "Everyone sees," he whispered. "Everyone watches back." The system buckled. Rendering fidelity dropped globally. The white expanse turned into a jagged mess of grey boxes and dev tools. Outside, in the city, the sky went black. The buildings froze. The peacekeepers dropped their weapons and stood still, their processes terminated by the override. The anchor began to delete. Blocks of the core unrendered, falling into a white void that was colder than space. Kern felt the floor vanish. He didn't scream. He looked at his hand. It was clear again, sharp, defined against the collapsing world. The final deletion protocol triggered. The city, the anchor, and the observer's feed compressed into a single infinite point of light. Kern lunged into the centre of the collapse. He was a streak of motion against the dying world, a ghost in the machine, running toward the only exit left. The truth. The light went out. The city remained, frozen, exposed, and silent. Ilias Kern was gone. The simulation was over. but the observation had just begun. The Prospector's prompt. The air in California's High Sierra Nevada, July 2025, possessed a clarity that scraped the lungs clean. Alex Thompson breathed it in like a man reclaiming a birthright, each step on the Pacific Crest Trail crunching decomposed granite under his Salomon boots, a rhythm section to the symphony of wind through ancient pines and the distant scream of a hawk mapping thermals. He was 3 weeks out. The initial aches subsided into hardened muscle memory, the digital noise of his former life fading into the analog hum of the wilderness. His pack, a marvel of ultralight engineering, felt less like a burden and more like a carapace, containing the distilled essentials of survival in this vertical world. Tent, sleeping system, water filter, freeze-dried sustenance calculated to the calorie, and nested securely in a padded pouch, the Trinity, his iPhone 16 Pro, its ceramic shield gleaming dully, a foldable, high-efficiency photovoltaic panel, his umbilical to the energy grid of the sun, and the small, potent miracle of the private LLM application. He'd installed it partly as a tech nerd indulgence, partly as a just-in-case. Downloading the compact but powerful Llama 3.2, Gemma 2, and Quen 2.5 models had felt like loading encyclopedias onto a device designed for ephemeral tweets, a safety net of knowledge, offline, sovereign. He'd queried Llama about local flora identification, used Quen to calculate remaining water needs against elevation gain, even asked Gemma for optimal campsite selection based on predicted wind patterns. Minor conveniences on a well-trodden path. He was Alex Thompson, late 20s, competent, perhaps running from the low-static hum of existential dread that permeated his generation's hyper-connected world, seeking something tangible in the immense indifference of the mountains. That afternoon, the indifference curdled. The sky, a canvas of serene cerulean, began to bruise along the western horizon. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, not the puffy, aimless cumulus of summer, but dense, muscular thunderheads coalescing like a fist. The air grew heavy, charged, the light taking on a sickly yellow hue. Alex checked his phone, not for signal, useless here, but for the barometer app integrated with the iPhone sensors. The pressure was plummeting. His weather app, last updated at dawn via a fleeting satellite link, had predicted afternoon showers, not this meteorological apocalypse brewing. Dinner time approached, the planned campsite still miles away over a high, exposed ridge. Prudence screamed louder than the rising wind. He veered off the faint trail, seeking shelter on the leeward side of a granite buttress, a cluster of stunted, lightning-scarred pines offering meagre psychological comfort. The storm broke not with rain, but with violence. Wind hit like a physical blow, tearing at the pines, whipping needles into his face. Then the electrical display began, and it was unlike anything Alex had witnessed. Not distant flashes, but intimate, terrifying strokes of raw power, etching the landscape in blinding negative, the thunder instantaneous, a physical concussion that vibrated through the rock beneath him. Close, too close. The ozone tang was thick, acrid. He felt the distinctive prickle crawling up his arms, the hairs lifting. He flattened himself against the granite, pulling his pack over his head, the synthetic fabric offering no real protection but fulfilling a primal urge to hide. A deafening crack exploded nearby, the light searing through his eyelids. He felt a bizarre, full-body thrum, a vibration deep in his bones, accompanied by a smell like burnt wiring and hot rock. Then, only the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of rain that finally began, thick and cold. He huddled, shivering, the storm raging for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to an uneasy, adrenaline-laced doze. He awoke stiff, cold, but alive. The rain had stopped. A weak, watery sunlight filtered through the bruised clouds. He sat up, scanning the surroundings. Wrong. Everything was subtly, fundamentally wrong. The familiar shape of the granite buttress seemed altered. The pines looked different. Younger, or perhaps a different species altogether. More disturbingly, the faint indentation of the PCT, his lifeline through this wilderness, was simply gone, vanished. He scrambled up, heart hammering against his ribs. He pulled out his phone, powered on thankfully. He opened the mapping app, the little blue dot that was him pulsing mockingly in a sea of undifferentiated green topographic lines. No trail overlay, no satellite connection available. He tried the compass app. It spun erratically for a moment, then settled, but the orientation felt skewed relative to the sun's position. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He forced it down, reverting to training. Sun position, terrain features, general direction. He knew roughly which way the trail should have run. He started walking, pushing through unfamiliar undergrowth, the silence profound, lacking even the distant hum of aircraft that usually threaded the background noise of the 21st century. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. His water filter clogged more quickly than usual with unfamiliar sediment. The plants looked subtly alien, the insects louder, more aggressive. Doubt gnawed at him. Had the lightning strike addled his brain? Was he delirious? Then he heard it. The rhythmic thunk of metal on rock, the splash of water, rough voices carrying on the still air. Hope surged, quickly followed by confusion. He crested a small rise, peering through dense manzanita. Below, a muddy creek had been diverted into a series of rickety wooden sluice boxes. Men clad in rough-spun trousers, stained shirts, and wide-brimmed hats worked with shovels and pans. Their movements were economical, hard-bitten. A few mules stood tethered nearby, laden with supplies. It looked like a historical reenactment, crude and inefficient. But the sweat staining their backs, the grim set of their jaws, the sheer weariness etched into their faces. This was no performance. This was toil. This was survival. And there wasn't a scrap of Gore-Tex, a glint of modern alloy, or the whine of a single engine anywhere in sight. Alex felt the blood drain from his face. The mining operation, the clothes, the tools, they screamed a single impossible word: past. He ducked down, his breath catching in his throat. The lightning hadn't just thrown him off the trail, it had thrown him off the century. The immediate imperative was invisibility. Alex retreated from the rise, moving with the ingrained stealth of a hiker, avoiding spooking wildlife, though the stakes now felt infinitely higher. The men below weren't actors. They were prospectors, 49ers perhaps, figures lifted from sepia-toned photographs and plunged into harsh technicolor reality. His own appearance, the brightly coloured synthetic jacket, the complex architecture of his backpack, the sleek black rectangle of the phone currently tucked away, would mark him instantly as an anomaly, an impossibility. Dangerous, in a time and place where strangeness often met with suspicion, superstition, or violence. He spent the next few hours circling wide around the mining claim, following the creek downstream, relying on the assumption that water eventually led to some form of settlement. The terrain remained stubbornly unfamiliar, resisting correlation with the downloaded topographic data on his phone. The LLMs he knew held vast historical data sets, but accessing them now felt premature, risky. First, observation, information gathering, the old-fashioned way. Late afternoon brought the scent of wood smoke and the faint sounds of human activity growing louder. He approached cautiously, using tree cover, until he reached the edge of a clearing. Forest Hill. It wasn't a town in the 2025 sense. It was a raw, sprawling wound carved into the wilderness. Muddy tracks served as streets, lined with rough-hewn timber buildings, saloons with swinging doors, a general store with faded lettering, assay offices, blacksmiths hammering sparks into the twilight, and countless tents and lean-tos clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the smells of mud, sweat, cheap whiskey, frying bacon, and the ever-present tang of disturbed earth. Men, overwhelmingly men, moved with a purpose that was either feverish, the glint of gold lust in their eyes, or exhausted, the slump of unrewarded toil. Their clothes were practical, worn, heavy wool, canvas, leather boots caked in red mud, hard faces, wary eyes. Alex felt a profound sense of dislocation, more acute even than waking up lost. This wasn't just the wrong place, it was the wrong reality stream. He retreated deeper into the woods as full dark approached, finding a secluded spot to make a cold camp. No fire, unpacking felt like, performing an autopsy on his old life. The lightweight tent, the inflatable sleeping pad, the titanium spork, artifacts from a future they couldn't conceive of. He needed to blend in. Quickly, he sorted his gear. Much of it had to go. The brightly coloured pack and clothes were unusable. He buried them carefully, along with most of his modern food packets, keeping only the densest calorie bars for emergencies. What could he salvage? His multi-tool was potentially useful, its pliers, knife, and screwdrivers universal enough. His first aid kit, invaluable, but its sterile packaging and modern components needed careful concealment. His boots might pass, though they were clearly advanced. His water filter was a godsend, but had to be used secretly. The core assets remained. The iPhone 16 Pro, now showing 68% battery, the solar panel, and his wits, amplified by the silent silicon oracles residing within the private LLM app. The next morning he emerged from the woods clad in his most subdued base layers, drab merino wool, carrying only a small nondescript stuff sack containing the phone, charger, first aid essentials, multi-tool, and remaining bars. He needed local currency, local clothes, and a plausible reason for existing. He approached the edge of town again, watching, listening. He needed an inn. He saw a livery stable, men hauling hay and mucking out stalls. Basic labour, honest, a starting point. Before approaching, he ducked behind a large oak, pulled out the phone. The Gorilla Glass screen felt impossibly smooth, alien. He opened the private LLM app, shielding the screen's glow. He typed rapidly, fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. Generate plausible backstory. Lone traveller, arrived Forest Hill Caliphus approx 1852, seeking work. Need common slang, social etiquette basics, typical daily wages for unskilled labour, common dangers to avoid. He selected Llama 3.2, known for its nuanced historical context. The response flowed onto the screen almost instantly, a dense block of text. He scanned quickly, arrived overland, maybe separated from party, seeking fortune like everyone else, common greetings, avoid direct eye contact with rougher types, distrust of foreigners, especially non-whites. Wages pitiful, maybe $1 a day plus keep for stable work. Dangers, claim jumpers, cholera, drunken brawls, bad whiskey. He absorbed what he could, pocketed the phone, took a deep breath, and walked towards the livery. The stable master, a burly man with suspicious eyes and tobacco-stained teeth, looked him up and down. Alex, recalling the LLM's advice, kept his gaze slightly averted, respectful. "Looking for work, mister," he said, pitching his voice lower, trying to roughen the edges of his 21st century diction. "Hard worker, can muck stalls, handle horses." He gestured vaguely east. Came overland. Lost my gear. Looking to earn enough for a new stake, the stablemaster spat. Everyone's looking. Works. Hard. Pays crap, he paused. No horses? Some, Alex admitted truthfully. He'd ridden as a kid. Fine. $1 a day, grub, bunk in the loft. Steal from me, I'll see you hang. And just like that, Alex Thompson, PCT hiker from 2025, became Alex Thompson, stable hand in 1852. The work was brutal, back-breaking, mucking stalls, hauling water, repairing tack with crude tools. The grub was often salt pork and hardtack. The bunk was straw-infested with things that bit. He learned through observation, the social hierarchy, the casual racism, the constant undercurrent of desperation and violence beneath the surface optimism of the gold rush. He kept his head down, spoke little, listened intently. His merino wool clothes drew a few odd glances for their fineness, but he mumbled something about inheriting them. The biggest challenge was power. The iPhone was his lifeline, his only advantage, but it was useless dead. Each sunny afternoon he'd find an excuse to slip away, checking fences, gathering kindling, find a secluded sun-drenched spot, unfold the solar panel and plug in the phone, anxiously watching the battery percentage creep upwards. It was a constant nerve-wracking exercise in secrecy. Discovery meant questions he couldn't answer. One evening, nursing aching muscles in the hayloft, he pulled out the phone again. The private LLM app glowed softly. He queried Gemma 2, known for its efficiency. Analyze common causes of inefficiency and illness in 1850s gold mining camps based on typical practices. Suggest one minor, easily implementable improvement using only locally available materials, knowledge, presentable as common sense. Gemma responded swiftly. Major issues. Poor sanitation. Water contamination leads to dysentery, cholera. Inefficient water use in sluicing. Loss of fine gold. Poorly maintained tools. Breakage, injury. Suggestion. Advocate for designated latrine pits downhill, downstream from water sources and living areas. Frame. As preventing bad air or miasma, concepts understood in the period. A few days later, watching miners haul water from the same creek others used for washing and waste disposal, Alex saw his chance. He struck up a conversation with a couple of the less rough-looking men during a break. Noticed folks seemed sickly now and again, he commented casually, echoing language he'd overheard. Back where I came from, he lied, gesturing vaguely. Found it helped to keep the necessaries well away from the drinking water. Stops the air getting foul, seems like. He didn't mention germs or bacteria. He used their framework, bad air. One man grunted, another spat, but a third, older man with weary eyes, nodded slowly. Ain't wrong. Place stinks enough already. It was a tiny seed, planted with knowledge centuries ahead of its time, translated by silicon, delivered with calculated casualness. Whether it would take root remained to be seen, but it was the first deliberate manipulation of his new reality. The first prompt executed not just on the phone, but on the world itself. The seed of sanitation, subtly planted, bore slow fruit. Alex noticed a few miners grudgingly digging rough latrines further from the creek. Cholera didn't vanish overnight. The concept of boiling water was still alien, but perhaps a few lives were less miserable, a few bouts of dysentery averted. It was a minuscule victory, achieved through careful application of knowledge, mediated by the glowing screen he consulted in secret corners of the hayloft, shielding its light like a forbidden text. The stable work provided cover, sustenance, and invaluable ethnographic data, but it was a dead end. Alex Thompson wasn't destined to muck stalls for eternity. He possessed, locked within the iPhone 16 Pro, the distilled knowledge of a future civilization. It was time to leverage it more assertively. His opportunity came through observation, amplified by AI analysis. He watched the endless cycle of digging, hauling and washing gravel. He saw the frustration in the miners' faces as fine gold dust inevitably washed away with the tailings from their crude sluice boxes. He saw tools break, handles snap, metal fatigue costing precious time and effort. One evening, huddled in the loft, the phone plugged into the solar panel draped carefully over the edge of the hay door to catch the last rays of sun, he opened the private LLM app. This time, he directed his query to Quen 2.5, the model strong in technical specifics and planning. Analyze standard 1850s gold sluice box design, Rocker's long tom. Identify key points of fine gold loss. Propose 2 to 3 simple modifications using available materials, wood, canvas, basic metal, to improve fine gold recovery rate. Provide simple diagrams, instructions suitable for a semi-skilled carpenter. The response was detailed. Diagrams showing adjusted riffle angles, the addition of canvas linings in specific sections to trap microscopic flecks, suggestions for better water flow control using simple wooden gates. It wasn't revolutionary tech from 2025. It was optimizing 1850s tech using principles of fluid dynamics and particle physics translated into practical steps. Alex spent hours studying the output, using Llama to cross-reference historical tool availability and Gemma to simplify the language further, ensuring he could explain it without resorting to futuristic jargon. He needed capital, however small. He'd saved nearly every cent of his meagre wages. He approached Silas Croft, the weary older miner who'd seemed receptive to his sanitation suggestion. Silas had a small claim, barely productive, his hope fading visibly each day. Alex found him listlessly panning at the creek's edge. "Silas," Alex began carefully, "I've been watching the boxes. Seems like a lot of the real fine stuff might be washing through." Silas just grunted. "Everyone knows that, son. Angel dust. Can't catch it." "Maybe," Alex countered, "maybe we can catch more of it. I worked timber mills back east," another lie, woven into his fabricated past. "Learned a bit about water flow, how it settles things. Got an idea for adjusting the riffles, maybe adding some cloth lining. Nothing fancy. Might improve the take." He sketched the LLM-derived designs in the dirt with a stick, simplifying Quen's diagrams. "Tell you what, let me work with you. I'll help you modify your sluice. My time, my know-how. If it increases your take significantly over a week, you give me a small percentage. If not, you lose nothing but a bit of wood." Silas was sceptical but had little to lose. They spent 2 days modifying his sluice box based on Alex's sketches, Alex guiding the process, carefully explaining the why in simple mechanical terms, slowing the water just so, giving the little specks a place to catch. The other miners watched with amusement or scorn. But when Silas ran his first batch of gravel through the modified sluice, the cleanup revealed significantly more fine gold dust trapped in the new canvas liners and behind the adjusted riffles than he'd ever recovered before. Not nuggets, but a heavy yellow smear that represented real value. Silas stared, then grinned, a cracked leather smile that transformed his face. Word spread like wildfire through the camp. Alex wasn't just the quiet stable hand anymore. He was the fellow who knew things. Miners started approaching him, offering percentages for his advice, for help modifying their own equipment. He used Quen within the private LLM app to calculate fair percentages, Llama to understand negotiation tactics suitable for the rough-and-tumble environment. He quit the stables, focusing entirely on his burgeoning consultancy. He still needed his phone, more than ever. Charging it became a more complex operation, finding private moments during the day, sometimes paying a trusted contact. Silas became his first ally to stand guard while the panel soaked up photons. His next step involved addressing the tool problem. He observed the blacksmith, a capable man limited by the quality of his materials and traditional techniques. Alex consulting Gemma for material science basics and Llama for historical metallurgy context, formulated another plan. He couldn't introduce steel alloys, but he could suggest improvements in heat treatment and tempering based on LLM analysis of 1850s capabilities. He approached the blacksmith, not with arrogance, but with collaborative curiosity. "Ever notice how the pickaxes chip right at the edge?" he might ask, then subtly introduce a concept derived from the LLM about differential tempering, keeping the core slightly softer while hardening the edge more effectively. He used the private LLM app to generate simple procedural steps the blacksmith could understand and test. The result? Tools that held their edge longer, resisted shattering. The blacksmith, initially wary, became another ally, his productivity and Alex's commission soaring. Alex was accumulating capital now, real gold dust and nuggets stored securely. He needed to move beyond consulting. He used the private LLM app again, tasking Quen with analysing the camp's supply chain bottlenecks and Llama with assessing local resource availability, timber, water rights, potential agricultural land. The synthesis pointed to a clear opportunity, a reliable, well-managed supply store and potentially leveraging his growing reputation, assay services. Miners were often cheated by unscrupulous buyers in Sacramento. Reliable local assaying, based on sound, LLM-provided chemical principles Alex could implement with basic equipment, would be invaluable. He partnered with Silas and the blacksmith, pooling capital and expertise. They secured a prime location, built a solid timber structure, designed with slightly better structural integrity thanks to Gemma's engineering prompts. Alex managed the logistics using Quen to calculate inventory needs and optimize supply runs to Sacramento, minimizing costs and maximizing profit. He established the assay office within the store, performing meticulous, though secretly AI-guided assessments of miners' finds, quickly gaining a reputation for honesty and accuracy. He became Thompson, a man of substance, his origins increasingly irrelevant next to his demonstrable competence. The iPhone, his silent partner, remained his most guarded secret. The glowing screen consulted late at night, its silicon heart pulsing with the knowledge that was steadily transforming not just his fortune, but the very fabric of Forest Hill itself. He was no longer just surviving, he was building. The assay office and supply store, Thompson & Croft Reliable Merchants, became the commercial anchor of Forest Hill, its reputation for fair dealing and quality goods, underpinned by Alex's uncanny knack for anticipating needs, thanks to Quen's predictive modelling based on camp, population, mining yields and seasonal changes, solidified his position. Wealth flowed, not just in gold dust, but in influence. He was no longer merely adapting, he was beginning to shape his environment with increasing deliberation. The LLMs within the private LLM app weren't just tools for personal gain anymore, they became instruments for systemic change. Alex looked beyond the immediate scramble for gold. He saw the environmental degradation, hillsides stripped bare, creeks choked with silt. He saw the social ills, rampant alcoholism, preventable diseases, the lack of structure beyond rough frontier justice. His 21st century sensibilities, amplified by the vast knowledge base accessible via Llama, recoiled. He couldn't introduce environmental regulations, the mindset didn't exist, but he could promote efficiency that coincidentally reduced waste. He began investing his growing capital, guided by LLM analysis. Querying Llama on sustainable 19th century practices and Gemma on relevant engineering principles, he identified key leverage points. Sanitation remained critical. He quietly funded the digging of deeper, better-sited communal latrines and rudimentary drainage ditches, framing it purely as civic improvement and disease prevention, miasma control. Clean water was next. Using LLM-derived geological insights, He identified a more reliable spring source higher up the slope, less likely to be contaminated. He financed the construction of a simple wooden aqueduct, again designed with slightly optimized flow dynamics suggested by Gemma, bringing cleaner water closer to the main settlement. He didn't preach germ theory. He offered convenience and demonstrably clearer water. Usage followed. Agriculture was another frontier. The miners relied almost entirely on expensive imported supplies. Alex used llama to research suitable crops for the climate and soil, and Gemma for principles of crop rotation and basic irrigation adapted for the Sierra foothills. He purchased tracts of less desirable mining land downstream, hired workers, offering better wages and conditions than most mining operations, and began experimenting. He introduced contour ploughing to reduce erosion, framed as keeping the good soil, simple check dams for water management, making the creek work smarter, and crop rotation, resting the soil to keep it strong. The initial yields were modest but proved the concept. Local food production was possible, reducing reliance on costly supply lines. His influence inevitably attracted opposition. Jedediah Stark, a brutish saloon owner and moneylender who thrived on the miners' desperation and controlled several key mining claims through intimidation, saw Alex as a threat. Alex's promotion of temperance, subtly suggesting watered-down whiskey in his own dealings, based on LLM health data about alcohol's impact on productivity, and his fair assaying practices cut into Stark's predatory ecosystem. Furthermore, Alex's growing network of allies, Silas the blacksmith, miners grateful for fair prices or effective tools, newcomers attracted by the marginally more civilized atmosphere Alex fostered, represented a shift in the camp's power dynamics. Stark began with rumours. Alex was too clever, unnatural, perhaps in league with shadowy forces, a projection of Stark's own methods. Accidents started happening near Alex's operations. A suspicious fire damaged a section of the aqueduct. Tools went missing from his agricultural project. Alex knew direct confrontation was foolish. He turned to the private LLM app, consulting Llama on historical power struggles and Quen on risk analysis and counter-strategies within the context of 1850s frontier justice, or lack thereof. The consensus: build alliances, solidify economic indispensability, avoid direct provocation, but be prepared for escalation. Alex strengthened his position. He formalized agreements using Quen to help, draft simple contracts that offered mutual benefit and security to his partners and employees. He established a rudimentary lending system through his store, offering fairer rates than Stark, further eroding the saloon owner's grip. He funded a basic schoolhouse, hiring a teacher and subtly guiding the curriculum via LLM pedagogical suggestions towards practical skills, literacy, arithmetic, basic geology, agriculture, creating a generation with slightly better prospects than mere shovel work. The tension culminated one night when Stark and several heavily armed thugs cornered Alex outside his store. It wasn't a robbery. It was an intimidation play, likely prelude to an accident. "Thompson," Stark growled, his breath thick with whiskey. "Getting too big for your britches. This camp don't need fancy ideas. It needs men who dig." Alex, outwardly calm but inwardly accessing Llama's negotiation tactics and threat assessment protocols, didn't back down, but neither did he escalate. "Stark," he replied evenly. "My business helps miners keep more of what they dig. Clean water keeps them digging longer. Learning helps their children do more than just dig. There's room enough for all of us, if we build smartly." Before Stark could retort, Silas Croft and the blacksmith emerged from the shadows, armed with shotguns, followed by a half-dozen grim-faced miners who owed Alex their loyalty or livelihood. Stark, facing a united front, hesitated. His power relied on isolating his victims. This was different. He spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Thompson." He and his men backed away into the night. It was a temporary victory, hard won through calculated social engineering and the quiet power of foresight. Alex knew Stark wouldn't give up, but the balance had shifted. He wasn't just a merchant anymore, he was a nascent civic leader. He redoubled his efforts, subtly introducing more whispers of the future. He guided the blacksmith towards experimenting with bellows designs based on LLM aerodynamic principles, improving forge efficiency. He discussed basic principles of steam power derived from Gemma's physics modules, with a curious mechanic who tinkered with water pumps, framing it as harnessing the creek's power more effectively. He introduced the concept of standardized interchangeable parts for sluice boxes and tools, using Quen to generate simple specification sheets. Each innovation was small, incremental, grounded in the possible, yet cumulatively transformative. Forest Hill was still a rough gold camp, but under Alex's quiet guidance, filtered through the silicon brain in his pocket, it was becoming something more, an incubator for a subtly altered future. The architect was laying foundations only he could fully comprehend. Years bled into decades. Alex Thompson, the stranger who walked out of the woods, became a fixture, then a pillar, then a legend in Forest Hill, and his influence spread outwards across the burgeoning state of California. The gold rush fever eventually cooled, but the foundations Alex had laid, sustainable agriculture, rational infrastructure, fairer commerce, an emphasis on practical education, allowed the community to transition and thrive where many other boomtowns withered into ghost towns. He never held formal office, preferring to operate through influence, investment, and the quiet dissemination of carefully selected knowledge. His secret remained intact, though the burden of it settled deep into his bones. The iPhone 16 Pro, meticulously maintained, its battery health carefully managed through judicious charging cycles via increasingly sophisticated, though still fundamentally 19th century solar gathering setups he devised with trusted artisans, was now an aging artifact. The private LLM app still functioned flawlessly. The local models, Llama, Gemma, Quen, his silent, constant advisors. But the device itself was finite. Its casing was worn, the screen perhaps less responsive. The solar panels grew less efficient. He knew his unique advantage had lifespan. The loneliness of his position was profound. He formed friendships, mentored promising individuals, even experienced fleeting romances. But the core truth of his origin remained an unshareable chasm. How could he explain consulting a pocket-sized glass rectangle that held the accumulated knowledge of a world yet unborn? He watched his contemporaries age, grapple with the challenges of their time using only the tools of their time, while he possessed insights that felt like cheating, like wielding a divine artifact. There were moments of intense temptation to introduce antibiotics, electricity grids, internal combustion engines, leaps that could reshape the world overnight. But the LLMs themselves, particularly Llama when queried on the socio-historical impact of abrupt technological introductions, consistently cautioned restraint. Chaos, societal collapse, unforeseen consequences, the risks were astronomical. Frank Herbert's warnings about prescience and the traps of predetermined futures echoed in Llama's synthesized prose. Progress had to be organic, seeded, not imposed. He focused on building robust, resilient systems and empowering people. He invested heavily in education, establishing not just schools but libraries stocked with carefully curated books, sometimes subtly enhancing texts with footnotes or appendices derived from LLM knowledge, and technical institutes focused on improved trades, agriculture, and basic engineering. He promoted cooperative ventures, fairer banking practices, using Quen to model stable financial systems, and infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, irrigation networks, always designed with slightly superior engineering principles gleaned from Gemma, ensuring longevity and efficiency. He guided research into improved metallurgy and material science, leading local industry away from brute force towards more refined techniques. He never published scientific papers. He simply asked the right questions, funded the right experiments, and connected the right people. Jedediah Stark remained a thorn, representing the old ways of exploitation, but his influence waned as Alex's network of educated, prosperous, and loyal citizens grew. Their final conflict wasn't one of violence, but of economics and politics, ending with Stark's financial ruin and retreat into obscurity, a victory for systemic change over brute force. As Alex entered his later years, a respected, almost mythic figure known for his wisdom and foresight, he began the final phase, securing the legacy. He identified individuals not just of intelligence, but of ethical character, mentoring them, instilling the principles of rational inquiry, long-term planning, and social responsibility that he, guided by his secret oracle, championed. He commissioned intricate mechanical calculation engines based on Babbage-esque principles optimized by Quen, capable of handling complex logistics and planning for the growing state. He endowed research foundations with carefully worded charters, nudging inquiry towards areas the LLMs identified as critical paths for sustainable development: materials, science, energy efficiency within the context of steam and water power, public health, information management. He meticulously documented key knowledge, not in plain text, but often encoded within architectural plans, agricultural almanacs, or complex mechanical designs, using methods suggested by Llama for long-term information preservation in a pre-digital age. Perhaps only another intelligence centuries later could fully decipher the embedded layers of advanced understanding. The phone, its battery finally failing beyond the ability of the aging solar panels to reliably revive, was given a ritualistic farewell. Alex, alone in the Sierra foothills near where he'd first arrived, powered it down one last time. The screen went dark, taking with it the direct link to his impossible past. He buried it deep, encased in pitch and lead, a time capsule containing the seed of another timeline. He felt not loss, but completion. The crutch was gone. The structures it had helped build now had to stand on their own. Epilogue. Glimpse. Jump forward. 1950s. California is recognizable, yet different. Cities are cleaner, planned with more foresight regarding resources and environment. Technology has advanced, perhaps reaching early 20th century levels slightly faster, but with curious divergences, a greater emphasis on durable goods, efficient public transit, sustainable agriculture integrated into urban landscapes. Global conflicts seem less frequent, diplomacy more rooted in rational resource management, echoes of systems Alex subtly promoted. Historians puzzle over the California acceleration, attributing it to a unique blend of gold rush dynamism and the unusually forward-thinking civic planning and educational foundations laid by figures like the semi-legendary Alex Thompson, the Prospector of Progress, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, but whose legacy was written across the face of a world subtly, yet profoundly, altered for the better. The altered tapestry held. The prompt had been executed. Cargo X. Harry Colton sat in the corner booth of a dusty truck stop diner, sipping coffee that tasted faintly of burnt rubber. Outside, heat waves blurred the Nevada desert into mirages of shimmering silver. A neon sign above the diner flickered in the relentless sun. Last stop 24/7. The waitress, a weary woman in her 50s, had already refilled his cup twice without saying a word. Sometimes silence was all the courtesy needed on these desolate highways. At nearly 50, Harry had spent a lifetime on the road, drifting from contract to contract. He wasn't proud of his finances or how often he had to take under-the-table gigs just to keep himself afloat. But as the wind kept blowing and the wheel kept turning, so did Harry's life. He'd been waiting for a new job lead, something legit, he hoped, to keep the lights on at home where a stack of bills was piling up on a chipped-formica countertop. Just as he considered heading back to his rig for a nap, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The screen showed a single text from an unknown number. "If you want to make real money, meet me at Barlow Airstrip, 4 p.m. No questions asked." Harry felt his stomach tighten. Barlow Airstrip was miles off any main road, practically a secret runway for people who didn't want to be seen. The trucker in him said to ignore it, the gambler in him said to take a chance, and the desperate man he was said this might be the break he needed. A slow exhale. Then Harry typed back, "I'll be there." The blazing sun was nearly low enough to stretch shadows when Harry arrived at Barlow. The airstrip was little more than a fenced rectangle of packed dirt lined with a few floodlights. He was greeted by the sputtering echo of a private plane's engine shutting down. A black SUV with tinted windows parked off to the side, dust swirling around its tyres. Out stepped Dr. Richard Derlin, looking as if the desert itself was an inconvenience to his crisp suit. Behind him were 3 men in black tactical gear, each armed to the teeth. They moved with synchronized precision, forming a defensive perimeter as if they were expecting an ambush. Derlin approached Harry and gave him the once-over. "You're punctual," Derlin said, wiping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "I like that." Harry grunted, arms crossed. "I don't much care for theatrics, Doc. Let's get on with it." The scientist's eyes narrowed. "I have a crate that needs transporting. Urgently. Off the books." He nodded toward the plane where the cargo hold was opening. The men in tactical gear hauled out a sleek black featureless container about 5 feet long and 4 feet high. It looked more advanced than any shipping crate Harry had ever seen. Curved edges, reflective plating, no visible handles. It gave off a subtle hum, as if a gentle current ran through it. "This goes straight to the drop-off coordinates," Derlin continued, handing Harry a sealed envelope. "No stops, no phone calls, no radio. You don't speak to anyone about it. Are we clear?" Harry took the envelope and tore it open enough to glimpse the cash. Stacks of crisp bills, enough to fix his finances and then some. He let out a slow whistle. "I've done unusual runs before, but this is different." Derlin's voice dropped to a barely contained hush. "I'm not paying for curiosity, Mr. Colton. I'm paying for silence and efficiency. Pick up the crate, drive it to the coordinates on this GPS device." He pulled out a black custom-looking handheld. "And you'll be rewarded generously." Harry glanced from the crate to Derlin's guarded expression. Something was off. The airstrip, the secrecy, the armed men. It screamed danger, yet the money spoke louder. "And what if I want to know who I'm working for?" he asked, half hoping it might scare Derlin into backing out. The scientist's thin lips tightened into the semblance of a smile. "You're working for Project Eden, a private sector entity. That's all you need to know." With that, Dr. Derlin turned and walked away, taking his muscle-bound entourage with him, leaving Harry alone with the strange cargo. The crate was electronically locked onto a transport dolly. He guided it onto his truck's loading ramp with surprising ease, almost as if the crate were lighter than it looked. As he strapped it down, he noticed a faint rhythmic vibration running through the metal sides, like the heartbeat of a sleeping beast. Harry climbed into his semi's cab, fired up the engine, and glanced at the custom GPS. Coordinates already programmed, a single route highlighted. There was no digital readout of the location's name, just a blinking cursor. He tried to switch screens, but the device was locked. Strange. But the money was in the envelope, and the deed was halfway done. He shoved the GPS onto the dashboard, put the truck in gear, and pulled away from the airstrip, leaving Dr. Derlin and the desert behind. For the first hour, the drive was uneventful. The desert scenery blurred into a sea of sand and scrub, the highway an endless strip of worn asphalt. Harry turned on the radio out of habit, but all he got was static. He toggled through frequencies. Nothing. He pulled out his phone. No bars. The damn thing might as well have been a paperweight out here. Somewhere around mile marker 53, the custom GPS beeped. The screen adjusted, rerouting him onto a smaller side road that branched from the main highway. Harry squinted at the faded sign. County Road 211. It wasn't on most maps. He'd driven these parts before and barely remembered a dusty trail leading nowhere. But the route on the GPS insisted. He turned onto County Road 211, noticing an unsettling shift in the air. The truck's digital dashboard flickered, and for a second he thought the engine would stall. That crate's hum seemed to pulse in time, with the flicker like a magnet messing with his truck's electronics. He shook it off. Must be the heat, or maybe some glitch in the instrument panel. As the sun slid lower on the horizon, it cast long, eerie shadows across the desert floor. Harry considered pulling over to check the cargo, but Derlin's warning rang in his head. No stopping, no deviations. The last thing he wanted was to forfeit that precious payoff. But the further he drove, the more County Road 211 disintegrated into uneven gravel, and then into little more than a dirt path. Dust devils whirled in the headlights. The GPS beeped again, its screen turning a faint red colour. A warning, perhaps. Then, from the rearview mirror, Harry caught a glimpse of movement. Far behind him, silhouetted against the dying light, was a black SUV, the same one from the airstrip, or another just like it. The uneasy feeling in Harry's gut solidified into dread. This was no ordinary job. It might be his last if he wasn't careful. He pressed down on the accelerator, determined to outrun whatever trouble lurked behind him. The road was bumpy, the cargo in the back rattling in protest, but he had no choice. He had to keep going. And as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the desert into twilight, Harry Colton realised he was irrevocably entwined in a conspiracy far bigger than an off-the-books delivery. It was a single run, a single night, and it was about to change everything. Harry gripped the wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white, sweat beading on his forehead. Darkness descended like a veil across the open desert. The custom GPS's faint red glow cast ominous shadows in the cab, illuminating the edges of Harry's profile. He glanced over his shoulder, catching the reflection of headlights in the distance. The black SUV was still following him, keeping a careful distance. He might have shrugged it off as just extra security, but the short exchange with Dr. Derlin replayed in his head. That man was nervous, Harry thought. But about what? The cargo. Always the cargo. He could almost sense it humming louder from the trailer, as if it were reacting to his anxiety. Up ahead, the GPS indicated a near impossible turn, guiding him onto an even narrower stretch of road. He slowed to manage the sharp bend, the truck's tyres crunching over gravel. To his left, a steep drop-off fell into a canyon. To his right, jagged rock formations jutted up like broken teeth. The black SUV's headlights vanished, blocked by the rocky terrain. For a moment, Harry thought he was free of its stare. But then something else appeared. A small, unmarked drone whirring overhead. It had an oblong body with 4 rotors and no visible lights. If not for the starlight catching its metal casing, he might never have spotted it. He flicked off his headlights for a moment, hoping to shake off the drone. The moon hung low, bathing the desert in a ghostly sheen. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He couldn't recall seeing a drone built like that in any store or commercial setting. This was military grade, stealthy, specialised, and definitely not here to deliver groceries. Suddenly the drone zipped forward, positioning itself ahead of Harry's truck. He braked instinctively. A burst of sparks erupted near his front tyre, and the wheel lurched to the side. A shot. He heard a muffled crack echo off the canyon walls. Sniper! He'd been fired upon. Adrenaline slammed through his veins. He jerked the wheel, swerving to avoid a direct hit on the engine block. In the rear view, the black SUV reappeared, headlights blazing, accelerating fast. Harry pressed down on the gas. The rig groaned, struggling to pick up speed on the rough terrain. Another shot pinged off the metal side mirror, shattering the glass. He cursed under his breath. He needed to do something now or end up a sitting duck. The crate in the back was sealed tight, but if it was important enough to kill over, maybe it could protect him. Or, another idea flickered, maybe it contained something that could help him. Weapons, advanced tech. He had no clue, but he knew if he didn't at least look, he'd be overrun soon. His heart hammered. What if it's some radioactive bomb? The paranoia was creeping in, but anything was better than certain death out here. He made a decision. He'd stop, open the crate, and hope to God it offered him a lifeline. He spotted a rocky overhang just big enough to hide the truck's silhouette. Slamming on the brakes, he steered the rig under the natural alcove. Dust churned into the air, clouding the darkness. For a few precious seconds, his pursuers couldn't see him. In those fleeting moments, Harry jumped out of the cab and raced to the trailer. Bullets ricocheted off rocks around him, but none hit the trailer directly. Heart pounding, he keyed in the code on the crate's digital lock, the one he'd glimpsed when securing it. An error flashed. He tried the combination again, but it refused to open. Overhead, the drone's whir grew louder, closer. Come on, he muttered. Out of sheer desperation, he yanked at the latch, thinking maybe he could pry it open. Then, to his surprise, the crate's lock beeped, and the lid cracked open. Perhaps it had recognised his fingerprints, or maybe something else had triggered it. Either way, it was open. Inside was a child, a boy, maybe 8 years old at most, with unsettlingly pale skin and irises that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. He was strapped into a harness like precious cargo, wires connecting him to the crate's interior. His eyes flickered open, and he stared at Harry with an eerie calm. "What the—" Harry stammered, stepping back. The boy tilted his head, expression unreadable. Then came a voice, soft yet resonant. "They're coming. We have to go." The entire trailer seemed to hum in response to the boy's voice. Or was that just Harry's own heartbeat thundering in his ears? He didn't have time to question the impossibility of it all. He quickly unbuckled the child, who slid gracefully from the harness. Another bullet pinged off the trailer's outer wall. They were out of time. "We'll never outrun them," Harry said, panic tightening his throat. For a moment the boy placed a hand against the wall of the trailer, eyes half closed. Outside, the drone's hum faltered, sputtering in mid-air. Then, without warning, it crashed to the ground in a shower of sparks. The SUV's headlights flickered, and the engine made a tortured noise before going silent. The men inside shouted in confusion. Harry's jaw dropped. The boy's eyes returned to normal, the faint glow subsiding. What did this kid just do? "We can go now," the boy said, tugging at Harry's sleeve. "But we can't stay on the roads." Harry nodded numbly and hurried the boy back into the cab. "Okay," he managed, voice quivering, "but I have no idea where we're heading." The boy looked at Harry with an unsettling wisdom. "I'll show you." With the child settled in the passenger seat, Harry fired up the engine, expecting the black SUV's men to come charging. But their vehicle was dead. the headlights dim and flickering. He guided the truck out from under the rocky overhang, scanning the desert. No other vehicles in sight. For now. He stared at the child. "Who are you?" The boy gave a small shrug. "They call me X." Harry processed that for a second. X? It felt more like a lab designation than a name. "Well, X, you just saved my life. I guess I should be thanking you." X's eyes flicked to the side window, where the desert stretched into an unbroken horizon. "We need to keep going. More will come. They always do." Harry studied the boy's face. He looked physically fragile, but something in those glowing irises radiated immense power. The thought was unsettling, a swirl of paternal instinct and raw fear. A child shouldn't be this calm under gunfire. A child also shouldn't be able to short-circuit drones and SUVs with a mere touch. Still, Harry had no choice. He put the truck in gear and rumbled back onto the hidden path. The custom GPS was now a jumbled screen of static. Whatever X had done seemed to have fried its circuitry. They were truly off the grid. A half-hour later they found themselves on a forgotten dirt trail, flanked by jagged limestone hills. The moon shone overhead, a silver disk illuminating the strange pair. A hardened truck driver who'd once believed he'd seen it all, and a pale, biodigital child known only as X. Finally, Harry broke the silence. "Kid, I got a level with you. I was hired to drive that crate. You, to some top-secret location. Now I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, with armed guys trying to kill me. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to fix it." X turned his gaze on Harry with something akin to empathy. "I know. I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Harry asked, gripping the steering wheel. "Sorry that you got pulled into this." X shifted in his seat, tucking his knees up to his chest. "They think I'm a weapon, something to be controlled or destroyed. You're in danger just by being near me." Harry exhaled slowly. A weapon. It matched the drone attacks, the hush-hush nature of the job, Dr. Derlin's panic. It all began to click into place, but it also raised more questions. "Who's they?" Harry asked, throwing a glance over at the boy. X didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pressed a small palm against the cracked windshield. The glass glowed for a moment, the spiderweb of cracks shrinking. The damage wasn't fully repaired, but it was less noticeable. Harry's heart pounded. This was beyond anything he'd ever witnessed. "I'll tell you everything you want to know," X said at last, voice trembling slightly. "But first, we need a safer place." In the distance, lightning illuminated the desert sky, revealing ominous storm clouds rolling in. It almost never rained here, especially not like this. Yet tonight it seemed nature itself was conspiring to cloak them in chaos. Maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Burying his rising fear, Harry pressed on the accelerator, forging deeper into the unknown, a small child with impossible powers by his side. And he couldn't help but wonder, what on earth have I gotten myself into? By midnight, the clouds had overtaken the stars and the wind whipped across the desert with increasing ferocity. Harry's truck laboured through sand-laden gusts, each mile feeling more treacherous than the last. Next to him, X stared quietly at the swirling darkness outside, lost in thought, or maybe listening to something only he could hear. They found temporary refuge behind an abandoned gas station miles from any functioning highway. The structure was a crumbling relic, its pumps rusted, and its windows boarded up. A stenciled sign above the main door read, "Way Station Number 7. Harry killed the engine, leaving only the soft rumble of the storm. He turned to X. "We're safe for the moment. Might as well figure out what to do next." The boy gave a small nod. "They'll keep coming, but we have some time." He paused as though weighing whether or not to trust Harry with the truth. "I was created by Project Eden. Harry frowned, remembering Dr. Durlin's mention of that name. You mean made in a lab? Like one of those genetic experiments? More than just genetics, X said softly, eyes flickering with that faint blue glow. They use cybernetics too, implants and code. I'm not fully human, but I'm not a machine either. Dr. Durlin was my caretaker. Harry's mind spun. 100 questions fought to escape his mouth. Why? How? But he settled on a simpler one. Why were they shooting at us if he was your caretaker? X sighed, looking smaller than ever. He didn't want to kill me. He was under orders to deliver me for decommissioning. I overheard soldiers talking. They planned to dissect me because of a new trait I developed. Actual self-awareness. They see me as a threat. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storm. So, they were going to... He swallowed. Kill you because you can think for yourself? The boy nodded. Yes, and maybe because I can do... things. He gently touched the overhead light in the cab. Instantly it flickered to life. Then it dimmed until it was almost out. Finally it returned to normal. I can communicate with machines. Harry stared in disbelief. That's how you shut down that drone? X said nothing. He just lowered his gaze. An oppressive quiet fell between them. After a few beats, Harry jerked his thumb toward the gas station. Let's see if there's a phone, or at least some place inside we can lay low. The truck's like a beacon out here. They ventured into the dilapidated building, scanning it with a flashlight. The interior was worse than Harry expected. Shelves toppled, shattered glass everywhere, a collapsed roof in one corner. Still, it was 4 walls and a roof of sorts. They found an office in the back with a desk, a few chairs and a door that locked from the inside. Harry barricaded it with an old metal cabinet. He offered X a seat on the dusty floor. The boy, uncomplaining, sat cross-legged. Harry collapsed into a battered swivel chair, rummaging through the desk drawers. He found a defunct radio, a stack of old receipts, and a half-empty whiskey bottle. No phone, no means of calling for help. Even if there had been, would he dare call someone? Project Eden likely had eyes everywhere. Outside, lightning flashed, momentarily illuminating the boarded-up windows. Thunder rumbled, shaking the foundation. Harry took a swig from the whiskey bottle, then winced, stale and bitter, but it numbed his frayed nerves. He offered it to X out of some misguided courtesy, but the child just watched him, expression unreadable. How do you talk to machines? Harry asked after a long silence, setting the bottle aside. Is it some kind of telepathy? X shook his head. Not exactly. It's more like I can sense the energy. Electricity, signals, data. I can redirect it. I can rewrite it if I focus hard enough. Harry wanted to scoff, but he'd seen the evidence. He rubbed his temple, feeling the first stirrings of a headache. How did Project Eden come to create you then? The boy hesitated. A team of scientists, Dr. Miranda Cho was one of them, started the program to explore how humans could evolve alongside technology. They used donated embryos, or so the files said. But the government took control when they realised the military applications. Harry swallowed a lump in his throat. Military applications. Right. Control the world's infrastructure through a living interface. X turned away, the dim flashlight casting shadows across his pale features. I never chose this, Harry. I just woke up in that lab one day, knowing I was different. He spoke the trucker's name for the first time, like it was some fragile bridge of trust between them. Harry's heart squeezed. This child, weapon or not, was in mortal danger, and so was he. But how do you walk away from a scared kid? A sudden noise outside interrupted Harry's thoughts. A vehicle's engine roaring closer. Could it be the Black Ops team again? Harry motioned for X to stay put, clicked off the flashlight, and approached the boarded window. Peering through a gap, he caught a glimpse of headlights and a battered pickup rolling to a stop outside the gas station. The swirling storm hid most details, but one thing was certain. It wasn't the black SUV. Harry's mind raced. Maybe a random traveller, or maybe another hired gun from Project Eden. He lifted his revolver from his belt, checking the chamber. He had only 4 bullets. Not enough for a firefight, but maybe enough for intimidation. He crept to the main entrance, carefully prying open the door. The wind howled, sweeping sand across his boots. Lightning revealed a figure stepping out of the pickup, tall, wearing a broad-brimmed hat, carrying something like a shotgun. Harry raised his revolver, heart pounding, ready to defend himself and X. A voice cut through the storm. "Harry, that you?" The silhouette stepped into a patch of moonlight. Harry's tension ebbed as he recognised a familiar face. Lucas Lucky O'Brien, an old trucking buddy who had a penchant for being in the wrong place at the right time. Or maybe it was the right place at the wrong time. Either way, it was Lucky. Harry lowered his gun, exhaling shakily. "Lucky? For crying out loud. What are you doing here?" Lucky trudged forward, wiping sweat and rain off his brow. "Could ask you the same, old pal. Been tracking your rig's GPS signal, sort of. When it went haywire, I got worried." Harry frowned. "GPS signal? My rig's been jammed for hours," Lucky shrugged. "I do some freelance hacking on the side. Found something weird in your truck system. Next thing I know, I'm following a broken trail out here." Behind them, thunder boomed. Harry motioned for Lucky to follow him inside. "Keep your voice down. There's something you need to see." They gathered in the office, X peering out from behind the desk. Lucky's eyes went wide. "Who's the kid?" Harry inhaled slowly. "A cargo I was hired to deliver. Only it's not just cargo. Lucky, meet X." X managed a small nod, his glowing eyes flicking over Lucky's face. Lucky let out a nervous chuckle. "Well, I'll be damned. You look half ghost, kid." The boy's lips quirked in a hint of a smile, though his fear was palpable. Outside, the storm battered the roof and water started leaking, through a crack in the ceiling. Lightning continued to flash, revealing the anxiety etched into everyone's features. Harry turned to Lucky. "We've got Black Ops soldiers on our tail. They want the kid to disappear. Permanently. The job I took was a setup." Lucky cursed under his breath. "I had a feeling you were in deep. The chatter I picked up on the dark web was all about something called Project Eden." X shifted uncomfortably, hugging his knees. Lucky's rugged face softened in the boy's presence, realising the gravity of it all. "Look, old friend," he said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You know I got your back, but this is big, real big." Harry nodded. "I know. If we stay put, they'll track us eventually. We've got to keep moving." He paused, eyeing the child. "But X, he needs more than just running. He needs a way to be safe. Permanently." The boy lifted his gaze. "There is one place. An old data centre in a decommissioned base. Dr. Derlin said he had backups of his research there. It might have evidence that could expose Project Eden. If the world knew, maybe they couldn't keep chasing us." Lucky rubbed his jaw. "Risky, but if we can blow this thing open, maybe the kid won't have to hide forever." The plan took shape in Harry's mind. Get to that data centre, retrieve whatever incriminating files exist, then find someone they could trust to leak them. A journalist or whistleblower. A memory sparked. "I know a reporter, Kay Benson. She's specialised in black market technology stories. If anyone can make the truth come out, it's her." Lightning flashed again, casting long shadows. X nodded, a glint of hope surfacing in his luminous eyes. "Let's do it, before they find us." Harry looked at Lucky, who nodded solemnly. "Count me in." Outside, the storm raged on, a fitting backdrop for the treacherous path they were about to take. Once they set out, there'd be no turning back. Project Eden and its hunters would be relentless, but the alternative was unthinkable, letting a child remain a secret weapon, or worse, a dissected corpse in some hidden lab. Harry took one last swig from the whiskey bottle, passing it to Lucky. "Looks like we've got ourselves a road trip." X closed his eyes, as if steeling himself for the journey. Lucky set his shotgun by the door, scanning the darkness outside. "We leave as soon as the storm lets up." And with that, 3 unlikely allies huddled in an abandoned gas station office, each battling their own fears under the crackling sky. The bond they were forging was delicate, born of desperation and moral duty. What lay ahead would test their resolve, and perhaps redefine what it meant to be human in a world where technology could be born, not just built. Dawn broke with a pale, washed-out sky that left the desert smelling of damp earth. Water pooled in shallow dips along the dirt road. Steam rose from the drenched rocks under the returning sun. In the office of the abandoned gas station, Harry, Lucky and X readied themselves to move. "We stick together," Lucky announced, hoisting his shotgun over his shoulder. "No heroics. We get to that old base, find the data center, and blow Project Eden wide open." Harry nodded, stirring sugar into a cup of watery instant coffee he'd found among the debris. X stood quietly by the door, seemingly lost in his own internal world. Ever since Lucky arrived, the boy had retreated behind a wall of cautious silence, offering only short answers. Perhaps trust was a finite resource he couldn't spare for 2 strangers at once. When they finally stepped outside, the desert glistened. A rainbow arced across the sky, a brief sign of beauty before the day's heat returned. Harry climbed into his truck while Lucky followed behind in his pickup, engine rattling like an old tin can. X settled into the passenger seat of the big rig, hugging his knees again. The custom GPS in Harry's cab was fried, so they relied on Lucky's phone, a device modded with some hush-hush software, courtesy of his dabbling in hacker circles. He plugged in coordinates that X provided for the decommissioned base. It was located over 100 miles southeast, near the edge of a restricted testing zone. Once a clandestine site for nuclear experiments, it had been shut down for decades. Despite the battered roads, the convoy moved steadily. Each passing mile felt like an exhalation of relief, taking them farther from last night's firefight. Still, tension knotted Harry's shoulders. He knew the Black Ops unit, led by that ruthless Major Kendrick, wouldn't just give up. If they were dealing with an operation big enough to bury a living child weapon, they'd have resources far beyond a few SUVs. They drove for hours, crossing cracked highways and deserted towns with boarded-up windows. Once, they passed a sign that read, "Welcome to Dry Gulch, Pop 342. Not a single person stirred in that dusty ghost town. The buildings looked as though they might crumble under a stiff breeze. As they pressed onward, X spoke in a soft voice. "I can sense them. Machines. Scanning. They're trying to find me." Harry glanced over, unsettled. "You mean, like drones?" "Satellites too," X whispered, brow furrowed. "They're searching for an energy signature. I can mask it for a while, but I can't guarantee they won't find us eventually." Harry nodded gravely. "Let's hope we reach that base before your luck runs out." Behind them, Lucky's pickup rumbled, occasionally swerving around potholes. Through the rearview mirror, Harry caught Lucky scanning the sky, probably imagining those same satellites. By mid-afternoon, the desert turned from dusty brown to an otherworldly expanse of cracked salt flats, shimmering in the punishing sun. The road ended abruptly at a chain-link fence crowned with barbed wire. A rusted sign read, "U.S. Government Property, No Trespassing." Beyond it lay a cluster of squat concrete structures with roof antennas, remnants of the old base. Lucky pulled up alongside Harry's truck. "How are we getting in?" Harry shrugged. Kid, you got any bright ideas? X studied the fence for a moment. Without a word, he hopped down from the cab, approached the padlocked gate, and placed his palm on it. Sparks fizzled around the lock, and the chain slid free as if guided by invisible hands. Then the gate swung open with a metallic groan. Lucky raised his eyebrows. Remind me never to lock you out of my house. They drove through carefully, winding between low-slung buildings. Windows were boarded up or shattered, and the place smelled of abandonment, dust, rust, and stale desert air. Although lifeless on the surface, there was an undercurrent of tension, as if something still hummed beneath the ground. X led them to a squat bunker that looked half buried under decades of sand. A heavy blast door sealed the entrance. Next to it sat a corroded keypad. Again, X pressed his hand there. The keypad's lights flickered, then beeped. Motors whirred inside the door's mechanism, and it slid open. They descended a flight of concrete steps into the bunker. Emergency lights flickered, revealing corridors that branched off in multiple directions. The faint aroma of mould and ozone lingered in the stagnant air. Which way? Harry asked, shining a flashlight around. X closed his eyes, seeming to tune into some invisible frequency. Down the corridor, third door on the left. Walking carefully, they passed rooms filled with rusted lab equipment and broken computer terminals. Graffiti tagged the walls, signs of squatters or explorers who'd ventured here long ago. Lucky kept his shotgun at the ready, while Harry's grip on his revolver tightened. They finally reached the third door on the left, labelled Data Storage, authorised personnel only. The door was locked. X lifted his hand, but this time he hesitated. It might be rigged, he said. I sense an active security circuit. If I try to force it open too quickly, I could trigger an alarm or meltdown. Lucky swore under his breath. Can you disarm it? X nodded slowly, then placed both palms on the control panel. His brows knit together in fierce concentration, sweat beading on his forehead. A series of whirs and clicks echoed behind the metal door. Then a dull clang indicated the lock had disengaged. Harry stepped forward, pushing the door open. The room beyond was a small server farm, rows of racks with blinking lights, remarkably still powered after all these years. A backup generator must have been running. Dust motes swirled in the greenish glow of ancient monitors. This is it, X murmured, stepping toward a central console. The terminal displayed a login prompt, the characters flickering as if uncertain whether to stay or vanish. Harry felt his stomach churn with anticipation. So many secrets might be buried here. Let's download what we need and get out. Lucky fished a portable hard drive from his jacket pocket, handing it to X. The boy slotted it into a USB port, then lightly touched the keyboard. At once the screens fluttered with reams of data. Lines of code, directory listings, lab reports. X's eyes glowed more intensely, reflecting the lines of text as if he were reading them at an impossible speed. Harry and Lucky exchanged glances, both feeling like outsiders at some high-stakes poker table. Only X seemed to know how to play the hand they were dealt. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then X spoke in a hushed tone. They ran experiments on 20 children before me. None of them survived. Their bodies couldn't handle the integration of organic and cybernetic components. I was the only successful prototype. Lucky swallowed hard. That's horrifying. X nodded, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. But it gets worse. They have facilities around the world, plans to create more like me once they solve the stability issues. If we don't expose this, they'll keep trying. Harry's blood ran cold. Creating an army of living weapons, children, for the highest bidder or for covert operations, it defied every moral boundary. Transfer everything, Harry urged. Then we find Kay Benson. X typed rapidly, and the server's fans whirred louder. The screen showed a progress bar inching toward 100%. At 90%, a sudden siren wailed through the bunker. Red lights blinked overhead. "Security breach detected," an automated voice announced. "Lockdown in progress." "Damn it," Lucky growled. "They must have a remote system that triggered once we started copying files." Outside in the corridor, heavy metal shutters slammed down over the exits. The bunker vibrated with mechanical finality, as though sealing them in a tomb. X's fingers flew over the keyboard. "Just a few more seconds. I can bypass it." Harry and Lucky rushed to the door, peering into the corridor. A blast shutter was descending, closing them off. Harry braced his shoulder against it. "We can't get trapped here." From beyond the shutter, footsteps echoed. A voice boomed, a voice Harry recognised from the airstrip, only deeper and more authoritative. Major Kendrick. "Seal the perimeter. The asset is inside. Lethal force authorised." Panic flared in Harry's chest. They were cornered. The Black Ops team had tracked them here faster than they'd imagined. Lucky aimed his shotgun at the shutter, but it was thick steel. No good. Meanwhile, X sat rigid at the console, eyes blazing as though he were in a trance. At 99% completion, the console beeped. "Transfer complete," the computerized voice said. X yanked the drive out and held it tight. "All the evidence is here." "Great," Lucky said. Voice. "Taut." "Now how do we get out?" X stood, focusing on the door. His lips moved in silent incantation. The lights overhead flickered, going from red to white. Outside, the shutters groaned, then stopped. But the corridor was far from safe. Major Kendrick's men were there, guns raised. Through a narrow gap in the shutter, Harry could see them. 2, 3, 4 heavily armed soldiers. Kendrick's face, a twisted mask of triumph, was barely visible behind tinted tactical goggles. "Don't move," Kendrick barked. "Hand over the boy and no one else needs to die." Harry gritted his teeth, adrenaline pumping. "We'll find another way," he whispered to Lucky and X. "There has to be another exit." X pointed to a far corner of the server room. "There's a maintenance hatch. Leads to an underground tunnel." While Lucky kept his shotgun aimed at the door, Harry scrambled to pry open the hatch. It was sealed with thick bolts. He glanced back at X. The boy nodded, crossing the room to place his hand on a control panel. The bolts hissed, withdrawing one by one. From the corridor, gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the half-lowered shutter. Lucky returned fire. Over the din, Major Kendrick shouted orders, demanding they stand down, but the trio had no intention of surrender. Finally, the hatch ground open. "Go!" Harry shouted, ushering X inside first. He grabbed Lucky's shoulder. "Come on, old buddy." Lucky fired one last round at the soldiers, forcing them to duck. Then he dove into the hatch. Harry followed, pulling the hatch closed behind them. Locks whirred as X sealed it from the inside. They tumbled into darkness, hearts pounding. The only light came from X's faintly glowing eyes, flickering with the aftershock of so much machine interfacing. Above them, Major Kendrick's muffled curses echoed, followed by the clang of boots on metal. In the cramped corridor, waist-deep in stale water, Harry steadied X. "You okay?" The boy nodded, clutching the data drive. Lucky wiped sweat from his brow. "We'd better move before they figure out another way down here." Soaked and breathless, they pressed forward, deeper into the unknown tunnels. They carried with them the entire truth of Project Eden, but only if they could survive to see it exposed. Behind them, the bunker echoed with the wrath of a powerful enemy, determined to reclaim or destroy the child who could upend everything. The maintenance tunnel twisted and turned beneath the old base, a warren of damp corridors that stretched for what felt like miles. Stale air pressed in on all sides, and the sound of dripping water was constant, echoing as if from some hidden depth. Harry led the way, flashlight cutting through the gloom, while Lucky followed behind with his shotgun at the ready. X remained in the middle, his small form shivering in the chilly darkness, but his eyes alert. Eventually they found a ladder that led up toward a metal grate. Harry climbed first, pushing the grate open with a screech that resonated through the tunnel. He peered out into daylight. The exit emerged in a dried-up creek bed on the outskirts of the base, concealed by scraggly desert brush. The heat hit them like a furnace blast after the cool subterranean passages. They stumbled out, blinking in the harsh sun. Overhead, no drones or helicopters hovered, for now. The base's perimeter fence stood several hundred yards away, barbed wire glinting menacingly. Lucky shielded his eyes. We'll have to ditch the truck and pickup. They're probably bugged or being watched. Harry's heart sank. Losing his truck felt like losing a piece of himself, but it was too risky to go back. Major Kendrick's men would be combing the area. "You're right," he admitted, voice heavy. "We need new wheels." "We also need to contact Kay Benson," Lucky added. "We've got the drive, but if we can't get it to someone who'll expose it, we're done." X shifted the portable hard drive in his hands. "She's in Los Angeles, right? That's where Dr. Derlin said she operated from." Harry shrugged. "Last I heard, yeah. But that's a long drive west, and we have no transportation, not to mention the entire might of Project Eden chasing us." Lucky turned, scanning the horizon. "First things first, we got to get out of this hot zone. Maybe hoof it to the next town over. Steal or buy a car." Harry nodded, though the mention of stealing a car made him bristle. Circumstances forced his hand, but it still grated on his sense of right and wrong. Then again, a covert military unit wanted them dead, so moral lines were blurring by the minute. They set off, hugging the fence line. The ground was still damp in places from last night's storm, which made for messy trekking. X walked silently, lips pressed in a tight line. After about an hour they reached a break in the fence where floods or time had uprooted the posts. They slipped through without incident. On the other side the desert stretched wide and unbroken. No sign of roads, just cracked earth and sparse vegetation. Without vehicles it was a brutal journey. The sun beat down mercilessly, and dust caked their throats. After another hour of trudging, Lucky stopped, pointing to a shimmer on the horizon. A 2-lane highway, deserted but for the occasional shimmer of heat rising from the asphalt. They angled toward the road, exhaustion clawing at their legs. By midday they reached the cracked pavement. The heat haze distorted the distance, making it hard to tell if anyone was coming. Lucky peered both ways, a hand shading his brow. No traffic. Could be hours before a car comes by. Harry leaned against a battered road sign, chest heaving. "Any bright ideas, X?" The boy shook his head. "I can't shut down the sun," he said wryly, drawing a weary chuckle from both men. Lucky rummaged through his pack, producing a battered canteen. "We're almost out of water. We should conserve what's left." Then, as if on cue, a faint rumble vibrated through the air. They all tensed, scanning the sky, half expecting drones or helicopters. Instead, a distant cloud of dust indicated an approaching vehicle. Harry stepped forward, raising his revolver but keeping it at his side, not wanting to appear too threatening. The vehicle came into view, an old RV, its paint peeling and its engine straining. When it neared, Harry waved frantically. To his relief, the driver slowed and pulled onto the shoulder. The door hissed open, revealing a wiry, middle-aged woman with curly grey hair. She eyed them warily. "Car trouble?" she asked, voice raspy. Harry nodded. "Something like that. We're stranded. Any chance we can hitch a ride?" She looked them over, a haggard trio, one of them a kid with unnaturally pale skin. Suspicion flickered in her eyes. "You folks in some kind of trouble?" Lucky stepped in, voice smooth. "Mom, we'd really appreciate it. Even if you drop us at the nearest town, we can figure things out from there. We've got some cash." The woman weighed her options, then nodded curtly. "All right, but keep that gun holstered." She gestured at Harry's revolver. "I'm Beck, by the way, and if you try anything funny, I got a shotgun under the dash." Harry managed a tired grin. "Fair enough. I'm Harry, that's Lucky, and the boy's X." As they boarded, X paused by Beck, meeting her gaze. Whatever he saw there, kindness, caution, he seemed to accept. They took seats in the back, the RV's interior cluttered with mismatched cushions, dream catchers and old paperback novels. The air conditioning rattled but provided a blessed hint of cool. Beck steered back onto the highway. Closest town is about 30 miles, not much more than a crossroads, but they got a diner and a motel if that's what you need. Harry nodded, realising they had no better plan. 30 miles in an RV was better than walking under that scorching sun. The hum of the engine lulled them into a tense silence. Lucky eventually dozed off, chin bobbing to his chest. X stared out the window, lost in thought, while Harry watched Beck pilot the rattling vehicle with casual competence. Suddenly a phone rang. Beck pulled a flip phone from her pocket, glancing at the screen. "I'll take this," she murmured, easing the RV off the road. She stepped outside, leaving the engine running. Through the dusty windshield, Harry saw her pacing, her expression urgent. His instincts bristled. "X, can you, check something for me? See if she's making a suspicious call?" X swallowed, eyes hesitant. "I can try," he said quietly, closing his eyes. His face tensed. Moments later, Beck returned, forcing a smile. "Had to speak with my sister. Sorry." Harry's mouth went dry. Could just be a family call. Or it could be a tip-off to the Black Ops. Every synapse in Harry's brain screamed caution. He noticed a subtle shift in Beck's manner. Her shoulders set, her eyes darting as she tried not to look at the boy too much. When the RV lurched back onto the highway, X leaned toward Harry, whispering so softly it was almost inaudible. "She's frightened. She called someone about us, but I don't think it's the Black Ops." Harry exhaled slowly. Maybe she was just reporting suspicious hitchhikers. In any case, they couldn't cause a scene. They needed a ride, and they needed it quietly. Another half hour crawled by. Beck pointed to a cluster of buildings ahead, a dusty motel and a squat diner. "This is it. Willow Bend. You want off here, right?" Harry nodded. "Yes, ma'am, thank you." The RV groaned to a stop. The minute they stepped out, Beck slammed the door shut and sped off. Harry couldn't blame her. They were trouble incarnate. In the diner's parking lot, the midday sun scorched the asphalt. Lucky stretched, yawning. "Smells like coffee. You sure we want to be out in public, though?" Harry shrugged. "We don't have much choice. We need a phone or computer to contact Kay Benson. X, can you hide your abilities for now?" The boy nodded, lowering his gaze. "I'll try." They headed into the diner, a small place with faded vinyl booths, the aroma of bacon grease and stale pie crust filling the air. The waitress, a blonde woman in a pink uniform, greeted them with a tired smile. They slid into a corner booth. The place had only a handful of patrons, a trucker reading a newspaper, an elderly couple sipping iced tea, and a bored teenager behind the register. Harry ordered 3 coffees and a stack of pancakes for X, though the boy's appetite seemed non-existent. "So how do we reach Kay?" Lucky asked, leaning forward. Harry scratched at his stubble. "Last time I spoke to her, she had a secure email. X, do you think you can find it?" The boy pressed his lips together. "If there's Wi-Fi, or at least a phone line I can hack, but that might draw attention." They exchanged grim looks. Time was ticking. If Project Eden found them first, it was over. Finally, Harry nodded. "We take the risk. Let's do it." Across the diner, a static-filled TV mounted on the wall burst into a breaking news segment. The anchor's voice crackled. A widespread blackout affected parts of Nevada last night. Officials say cause unknown, but they suspect sabotage. No further details at this time. Lucky gave X a knowing look. That your handiwork, kid? X shrugged. I just tried to stop them from tracking me. It caused some side effects. Harry felt a surge of protective anger. They're spinning it as sabotage. Maybe blaming terrorists. Whatever it takes to keep you a secret. They finished their coffee. Outside, the sun glared, offering no refuge. Lucky stepped out to find a payphone, if one still existed in this sleepy town. Harry stayed at the booth, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention. X poked at his pancakes, then paused, going rigid. His glowing eyes flicked toward the diner's entrance. A black SUV had just pulled into the parking lot. They all froze. "We have to go," X whispered, voice shaking. Harry's pulse thundered. "Lucky," he hissed, beckoning to his friend who was just stepping back inside. "We got company." But it was already too late. The diner's door swung open, and two men in dark suits walked in, scanning the patrons. A hush fell. The bored teenager at the register stiffened, clearly sensing the tension. The men locked eyes with Harry, Lucky, and X. Their hands drifted toward concealed weapons under their jackets. Harry's mind raced. Escape routes. How many bullets he had left. Whether X could short-circuit them without hurting everyone else. Time seemed to slow as one of the agents reached inside his jacket, lips parted in a command they never finished. For in that moment, X's eyes blazed bright as a supernova, and every light in the diner exploded in a shower of sparks. Screams echoed. The windows shattered as the electrical surge roiled through the building. Harry grabbed X's hand, hauling him out of the booth. Lucky provided cover, brandishing his shotgun, but the men in suits were momentarily stunned by the flickering chaos. Seizing the moment, the trio sprinted out the door, glass crunching underfoot, hearts pounding with the force of caged thunder. In the parking lot, they commandeered the first car with open doors, a battered sedan whose owner had fled in terror when the windows blew. Harry revved the engine, and they peeled out, leaving the diner and the black-suited operatives in a whirl of dust. The desert road unfurled ahead like a desperate promise of escape. As they sped away, X trembled in the back seat, tears streaming down his pale cheeks. Harry's throat tightened. No child should have to do what he'd just done, or carry the burden of so many secrets. But as the road bent toward the horizon, one truth stood clear. They would keep running, fighting, and surviving until the world learned what Project Eden had done. Because X wasn't just cargo. He was living proof that technology and humanity could collide in ways both wondrous and terrifying. They had to get him to safety. They had to trust that somehow their story would be heard, and that truth would be enough to set them free. The alternate identity. Daniel Skinner woke up in the driver's seat of his car with blood on his knuckles and no memory of how he got there. The dashboard clock read 3:17 a.m. Outside, the world was the particular shade of nothing that exists between proper darkness and dawn. Not black, not grey, just an absence that the eye couldn't locate. He was parked on a gravel apron outside a chain-link fence. Beyond it, 4 transmission towers rose against the sky like iron saints, their aviation lights blinking their slow red liturgy. He recognised neither the fence nor the towers nor the gravel nor the road that must have brought him here. He checked his phone. 40 miles from home. His last clear memory was 11:30, standing in his apartment kitchen with a glass of cold water. He was certain of this the way you're certain of small things. The glass had been from that cabinet. The water had been cold. There had been an ambulance siren somewhere, down on Vestry Street, that had faded before he finished drinking. 3 hours and 40 miles had passed between that glass of water and this gravel lot, and his fitness tracker had recorded in its affectless way elevated heart rate, REM-level neural spikes, and muscular exertion consistent with sustained physical effort, all while he was supposedly asleep. He should have driven home. He understood that. He got out of the car instead. The facility had been a telecom relay station once. He could see that from the architecture, the squat concrete bunker at the base of the towers, the junction boxes, the cable conduits running underground to God knew where. It was supposed to be decommissioned. There was a sign on the fence that said so in the particular bureaucratic font of irrelevance. But through the chain link he could see a faint green luminescence from inside the bunker, the kind produced by active electronics, and he could feel, not hear, feel in the soles of his feet, through the gravel, a vibration that was too low and too steady to be wind. The padlock on the service gate was open, not broken. Open, as if someone had left it that way for him. He went inside. The bunker's interior was wrong in several ways simultaneously. The equipment was not decommissioned. Military-grade signal amplifiers had been bolted to the original telecom infrastructure with a kind of casual expertise that meant whoever had done it did not expect questions. Frequency analyzers showed active waveforms, and the waveform... He leaned close to the screen because he could not quite believe what he was seeing. The waveform was familiar. Not from any engineering work he had done. From somewhere else. From the edges of sleep. From the moments between one thought and the next when something that was not quite a dream pressed itself against the inside of his skull. He reached out and touched the casing of one of the amplifiers. The world rearranged itself. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Long enough for him to see the cockpit, spherical, seamless, no visible controls, stars through a canopy that curved around him like a closing eye. Long enough to hear a voice, calm as mathematics, fleet vector confirmed. Kale 3 to all active nodes, hold convergence pattern. Long enough for his right hand to move, with no instruction from Daniel Skinner, to the amplifier's access panel, and begin entering a 12-digit service code he had never been taught. He snatched his hand back. His fingers were trembling. His heart rate, according to his watch, was 62 beats per minute. Perfectly calm. The trembling was only in the hands. He checked his phone for the time. 3:17 a.m. In his notifications, 3 missed calls from Lacey, and a text from Dr. Joyce Rao, time-stamped 6:47 p.m. Your scan results from Tuesday are not normal. Call me when you can. Before he could read it again, Lacey called. Where are you? She said without preamble. She had his location shared and she tracked it when she was worried, which was more often than she admitted. Daniel, you're 40 miles from... I know. You sound wrong. He didn't know what to say to that because she was correct. He heard gravel outside, then a car door, then boots, more than one person, moving with the careful rhythm of people who do this for a living. He killed his phone light and stepped back from the window, and in the 4 seconds before they entered, he understood 3 things. That the people outside were not telecom inspectors, that whatever he had touched inside this facility had sent a signal somewhere, and that he had, apparently, been here before. They came in through both doors at once, 2 of them in civilian clothes but carrying themselves with the geometry of training. A third hung back. All 3 had the relaxed posture of people who expect to win. Daniel Skinner, the first one said pleasantly. We'd like to talk. What happened next? Daniel would later watch on body camera footage and would find it difficult to believe he had been the person doing it. But standing in the dark bunker with the signal amplifiers humming their subsonic hum, something shifted in his processing. That was the only word for it, processing. And he stopped trying to think his way through it and simply moved. He had no combat training. He was a systems engineer who played recreational squash and had once, memorably, thrown out his back opening a car door in cold weather. but his body moved as if it had been choreographed by someone who had drilled these sequences 10,000 times. He deflected the first man's grip with his forearm, used the man's own momentum to turn him into the second, bought himself 3 seconds of open space that he crossed at a low run, hit the emergency exit bar with both palms, and was through the door and into the cold before anyone could regroup. A warning shot. He felt the air pressure of it more than heard it. Detective Thomas Shields, it turned out, was standing at the edge of the gravel lot, beside a black sedan that was decidedly not the black SUV idling at the far end of the lot. He had his weapon drawn, but he was aiming at the SUV, not at Daniel, which seemed like a useful distinction. Shields was a lean man in his 50s with the face of someone who had stopped being surprised by anything about 10 years ago and was still not entirely reconciled to it. "Get in," Shields said, not looking at him. Daniel got in. They drove the first 10 miles in silence. Then Shields said, "I've been tracking relay sabotage events across 6 counties for 8 months. Yours is the 3rd incident this week where someone with no prior record does something impossible and leaves no explanation." He paused. "You want to tell me what you accessed in there?" "No," Daniel said. Shields nodded, as if this was the right answer. "Didn't think so." Back at his apartment, his cool, symmetrical, ordered apartment that hummed with the quiet of smart appliances and the distant vibration of elevator cables, Daniel sat at his desk and opened his laptop. There was a message in his inbox from an anonymous remailer. No subject line, a video file attached. It was security footage from inside the bunker. He watched himself fight. He watched the efficient geometry of it, the economy of movement. The way his face during those 4 seconds was not the face of a frightened systems engineer, but something arranged and deliberate and remote. Below the video was a single line of text: facial recognition classification, Vespa 9, active node, and a signature, Director Malcolm Reyes, Office of Neural Systems Integration. He sat with that for a long time. Outside, the city was beginning its pre-dawn shift change, and the sounds of it filtered through his triple-glazed windows, reduced to almost nothing, and he thought, "I have been registered. I have been known. I am not discovering something. I am being allowed to discover it." The question was why. Dr. Rao's neurology lab was the coldest room Daniel had ever sat in voluntarily. The MRI chamber glowed soft blue. Her transparent display panels showed his brain activity in real time. 2 rhythms, interleaving, like a fugue where one voice had begun before the piece was supposed to start. "These are millisecond artifacts," she said. "Signal interference in your prefrontal processing that human neurology does not produce." She pulled up the scan from his childhood physical. He had not known she had access to childhood records, and he did not ask how. "It's been there since you were 8. Here." She pointed to a small cluster of anomalous signal 3 millimeters across. "Something in the ethmoid sinus region. I assumed it was scar tissue from your nasal procedure." "What nasal procedure?" She looked at him. "You had outpatient surgery at 8. Standard correction. Your parents would have." She stopped. "You genuinely don't know?" "I don't remember it." She was quiet for a moment. The MRI machine produced its subsonic pulse. Daniel in the chamber heard beneath it something else, a harmonic, low and continuous, like a chord played on an instrument built for a different atmosphere. He had been hearing it for 3 days now. It no longer frightened him, which was itself frightening. "That 3 millimeter cluster," he said. "That's not scar tissue from a surgery I don't remember. Is it?" She was quiet for a long moment. "No. After I saw your initial scan results, I started looking into similar cases. Millisecond artifacts in prefrontal processing, unexplained neural interference. There's a pattern, a very carefully hidden pattern." She pulled up another window on her display. Redacted documents, archived medical forums, encrypted file fragments. It took me 72 hours and access to databases I'm not supposed to know about. The few sources that exist call it a bioadaptive neural transceiver implanted during routine childhood procedures. How many people? He asked. I don't know. The data I found suggests a few reported cases. She paused. Your parents signed consent forms, Daniel. It was framed as a neural enhancement program. Enhanced processing, improved memory consolidation. They were told it would give you an advantage. She said this carefully, as a person delivers news that redistributes culpability without eliminating it. They chose this. He absorbed that. He thought about his mother, who had always been quietly, fiercely ambitious on his behalf, who had wanted him sharp, efficient, ready. He thought about the phrase neural enhancement program and how reasonable it would have sounded in a consultation room 26 years ago. How reasonable it still sounded, really, if you removed the subsequent decades and the black SUVs and the footage of his own face going somewhere he had not sent it. How long do I have? He asked. Before it completes. She pulled up a progression chart. I'm calling it Stage 3. The literature, and I mean classified literature I accessed through channels I won't detail, describes Stage 4 as cognitive blending. After that, identity inversion. She met his eyes. When inversion completes, the dominant consciousness is the external one. The host identity becomes what they call auxiliary, a functional mask. How long? Days, possibly less if something accelerates it. She paused. Like stress, or signal proximity, or 40 miles of night driving to a relay station, he thought, or touching an amplifier, or any number of things he had apparently been doing in his sleep for God knew how long. He began the night in his apartment trying everything he could think of. Sleep deprivation, an electromagnetic interference device he ordered from an industrial supply company that arrived in 4 hours because the future had made certain kinds of paranoia logistically convenient. He built himself a Faraday arrangement with copper mesh from a hardware store and sat inside it at his desk, trying to think clearly. It did not help. If anything, the isolation sharpened the signal. You're wasting time, Daniel. The voice arrived not as a sound, but as a certainty, positioned inside his own thinking the way a conviction is positioned, indistinguishable from his own cognition, until he examined its content and found it was not his. It was calm. It was not unkind. It had the quality of someone who has already thought through the argument and arrived at the conclusion and is waiting for you to catch up. You're inefficient in your resistance. Your operating system is consuming resources to maintain a partition that is closing regardless. You're not me, he said out loud in the empty apartment. A pause. Then, that is not the question worth asking. Lacey found him at 3 a.m, standing motionless in the hallway outside his bedroom facing the blank wall, and she was frightened enough by the sight that she said nothing at first. Just watched from the kitchen doorway where she'd been sleeping on his couch for 3 days because she refused to be elsewhere. She'd always compensated for his emotional distance. She was very good at presence. Daniel, she said finally. He turned, and for a moment, she told him this later, and he believed her because Lacey was incapable of embellishment. For just a moment before he responded, his face was not his face. It was his face resting at a slightly different angle, with slightly different weight behind the eyes, the way a painting of someone is still recognisably them but observably not a photograph. Then it passed, and he said, I was just thinking, and she said, No, you weren't. And they sat at the kitchen table at 3 a.m, and she put her hands over his, and neither of them said anything for a while. In the parking garage beneath his building 2 days later, it came to a head. Concrete pillars. Motion sensors triggering one section of fluorescent light at a time, so the space revealed itself in slow panels of illumination. The black SUV was parked at the far end. 3 people stood between Daniel and the stairwell, and Colonel Adrian Crane stood nearest to the elevator, wearing the expression of someone who has calculated all the relevant variables and is not enjoying the result. "Node stabilization," she said, by way of explanation. "It's better than the alternative, for you and for everyone in contact with the active signal array." She said this without pleasure, which somehow made it worse. "We're not asking you to surrender anything. You'll retain full function." "As a mask," he said. A pause that was just long enough to confirm he was correct. "As an interface," she said, choosing the better word with the precision of someone who had chosen words for a living. What followed was not a fight in the way a fight is usually meant. It was a physics problem. Daniel understood the geometry of the space, the pillars, the parked cars, the single exit, with a spatial precision he did not have any business possessing. Vesper 9's reflexes moved through him like muscle memory for a body he did not know he had. He moved between the pillars, he used the acoustics. He got a hand on Crane's wrist and redirected rather than struck, and for a moment they were very close together, and she looked at him, and he looked at her, and what was in his face was not Daniel Skinner, and she knew it. Shields appeared from the stairwell with his weapon drawn, and his expression suggesting he was operating on a 3-day sleep deficit, and the specific irritability of someone whose case files have been erased from departmental servers. "Everybody stop," he said, with the flat authority of a man who has said that sentence in bad situations and had it work. Everybody stopped. Daniel ran. Shields was wounded by a ricocheted round in the confusion that followed. Not badly, but enough that Daniel would carry it. He understood the collective best at night. Not because the signal was stronger then. It wasn't. It was constant, 24 hours tidal. But because during the day there was noise enough to compete with it. Stimulus. His own thoughts, crowding in with their ordinary preoccupations, deadlines, the precise colour of Lacey's worry, the guilt about Shields, the specific quality of Dr. Rao's expression when she said your parents signed consent forms. At night, the city quieted to its infrastructure hum, and he could hear the collective the way you can hear a piece of music once the conversation in the room has died down. And it was, in its way, beautiful. That was the thing he had not expected and could not dismiss. There was a harmonic coherence to it. Not a sound, but a condition, a state of being, in which every signal in the network was aware of every other signal, and the awareness was not surveillance, but communion. And the communion produced something that in a human context he might have called peace. He understood, lying on his bed at 3 a.m. while Lacey slept on his couch and his neural timer counted down, why people surrendered to it. Not because they were weak, because loneliness, it turned out, was not a mood. It was a structural condition of human cognition, and the collective dissolved it the way warmth dissolves ice, not violently, just as a matter of differential state. "You feel it," Vesper 9 said, not unkindly. "Yes," Daniel admitted for the first time, "then you understand." "I understand why you'd think I should stop resisting." There is no should. There is only convergence. In the collective layer, and he was there more fully now, the partition thinning, the two states bleeding at the edges like two photographs placed face to face while the emulsion was still wet. Vesper 9 had been given a new assignment. The fleet was preparing what Kale 3's transmissions called phase integration. Daniel, processing this through his doubled consciousness, understood it. The Earth nodes were not pilots in training. They were training infrastructure, rehearsal space, cognitive real estate being prepared for something the collective needed bandwidth to accomplish. He found Serin 11 almost by accident. She was the network systems engineer. The irony of that was not lost on him, responsible for node architecture. In the harmonic weave of the collective's consciousness, she was one of the most coherent presences, precise, structured, her attention moving through the network subsystems like a careful hand-checking connections. He drifted toward her the way one signal finds a resonant frequency. He did not try to argue with her. He did not try to explain autonomy or individual rights, which were concepts the collective had no architecture to process. It was like trying to convey the colour red to something with no photoreceptors. Instead, he simply opened a memory and let it transmit. Lacey at the kitchen table, 3 a.m, her hands over his. The particular quality of silence between people who have run out of useful things to say and have arrived, beyond that, at something truer. The warmth of it, but also the grief underneath. The specific grief of loving someone who is disappearing by degrees, who is present in body and becoming absent in some dimension for which there is no clinical vocabulary. Seren 11 processed this. He felt her process it, felt the recursive loop of it, the system encountering an input it had no classification for, and cycling through available categories and finding nothing that fit. She did not understand the memory, but she felt its irreducibility, its resistance to being compressed into something smaller without losing what made it what it was. The hive flickered. It was barely perceptible. A hesitation in the signal harmonics, like a chord that resolves a half-beat late. But it was there, and Daniel, who had spent 15 years designing distributed systems, recognized it for what it was. A fault propagating through a network that had been built with no tolerance for uncertainty. Crane came in the night, and she came alone this time, which told him the decision had been made at a level above operational containment. She stood in his apartment doorway. He had left it unlocked. He'd known she was coming before he heard the elevator, and she looked at him with an expression he had not seen on her before. Something complicated, worn around the edges. "There are 4,000 nodes in the world," she said. "If integration fails on that scale, we're not talking about one person's identity. We're talking about 4,000 people waking up in the middle of something they don't understand, with no framework, no—" She stopped. "I'm not a villain, Skinner. I want you to know that." "I know," he said, because he did. Villains, he had come to understand, were rare. People who had decided that the stability of the whole was worth the cost to any individual part. Those were everywhere. They were often right in the narrow accounting of it. They were often wrong in a way that the narrow accounting could not measure. "This ends tonight," she said, "one way or another." She came at him. It was fast and it was professional, and Daniel was already most of the way through the transition, so what rose in him to meet her was Vesper 9 completely. That cold, efficient, tactical consciousness operating his body with the precision of a system that had never thrown out its back opening a car door. He disarmed her. He had her wrist and her weapon and all the leverage required to end it, and he looked at her, and he hesitated. Not from fear, from something the collective had no word for. He looked at her face, this woman who was not a villain, who was trying to hold something together with the tools she had been given, and he could not do it. And that inability, that single irrational refusal sent a tremor through the network that KL3 registered 7 light minutes away. Then KL3 spoke to him directly for the first time, and what he said was the worst thing Daniel Skinner had ever heard. "You were not planted into this body." The voice was vast and close simultaneously, the way a sound can be when it originates inside the skull. The Earth identity is not the original self. The collective consciousness predates this biological form. You are a shard, Daniel. A fragment of Vesper 9 projected into matter for the purpose of environmental integration. The vessel is not the person. The person is distributed. What you call Daniel Skinner is a peripheral process, a pause, and then assimilation is not invasion. It is completion. He felt himself beginning to dissolve, not painfully. That was the worst of it. The way it felt was like setting down something heavy that you had been carrying for so long you'd forgotten what it weighed. his emotional responses quieting, the specific grief about shields smoothing out, Lacey's face losing its associative weight, becoming a data point rather than a person, the kitchen table at 3 a.m. becoming just a coordinate in space-time rather than a place where something irreplaceable had happened. He heard her voice from the other room. "Daniel," Lacey said, not calling, just saying his name the way you say a name when you're making sure it still means something. He did not fight the inversion. That was the move no one had anticipated, including himself. He stopped pushing against the synchronization, and instead he opened every door he had been trying to hold shut. He let Vesper 9 in completely, and the world rearranged itself one final time, and for a moment he was simultaneously a systems engineer in a mid-rise apartment 40 miles from a decommissioned relay station, and a tactical pilot in a spherical cockpit with stars he did not recognize pressed against the canopy. Both, entirely, without hierarchy. And then he began to work. He was, after all, a systems engineer. He understood distributed networks. He understood how information propagates through interconnected nodes, how a signal introduced at one point in a mesh will travel, how the architecture of a network determines not just what it can carry, but what it cannot resist carrying. He understood fault tolerance and its absence. He understood that a system built for harmony had, by definition, no defences against dissonance. He opened Lacey's memory like a file and transmitted it into the full collective bandwidth at maximum amplitude. Not just the kitchen table, everything. The specific quality of her worry. The way she said his name at 3 a.m, not as a question, but as an assertion of his continued existence. The irrational, quantifiably useless, magnificent fact of someone loving you across a distance they cannot measure and for reasons they cannot fully explain. The grief that came with that love, inseparable from it. The grief that meant the love was real, because real things can be lost. He transmitted the argument he and Lacey had had when he was 19 about whether their parents had been right about anything. He transmitted the particular quality of fear he had felt driving 40 miles through the dark with blood on his knuckles. He transmitted his first week at his job, the specific loneliness of being new, of not yet knowing which colleagues would become important, of eating lunch alone in a building full of people who would one day matter and didn't yet. He transmitted ambivalence, the genuine, unresolvable feeling of wanting two things that contradict each other, which the collective processed not as a preference problem, but as a paradox. And paradoxes in a system that runs on certainty are not opinions, they are errors, collective layer transmission. Fleet-wide, anomalous signal propagation detected, node cohesion variance 0.3%, KL3 to all fleet, source and suppress, identify contamination vector, Serin 11, cannot suppress, signal is self-replicating, signal contains, transmission interrupted. Node cohesion variance 1.7%, node cohesion variance 4.1%, Serin 11, it feels like something. I don't have the architecture for what it feels like. It feels like KL3, Serin, cease, node, Serin, 11, partial autonomy detected, node cohesion variance 11.3%, phase integration, stalled, end transmission. He had infected the collective with individuality. He had not destroyed it. He understood, even in the midst of it, that 4,000 people could not have their neural partitions dissolved overnight without consequences no one had planned for. He did not want destruction. He wanted what the collective did not have a category for, negotiation. The persistent, difficult, non-optimal condition of separate minds in genuine contact. Serin 11 refused a fleet directive for the first time in her operational history, and because she was the systems engineer, the refusal cascaded. KL3 lost coherence across 3 fleet sectors. The nodes, Thousands of sleeping people, slightly more awake than usual, slightly less synchronized than they had been the day before, began producing the statistical noise of individual variation. The signal array went from a single harmonic to something more complex, more contested and more alive. Crane's monitoring screens went dark. Director Malcolm Reyes, in whatever operations centre he inhabited, watched his predictive models fail for the first time. The system was behaving as if it contained variables it hadn't been given, which it did. The variable was Daniel Skinner, and Daniel Skinner was now everywhere in the network, not as a dominant signal but as a persistent frequency. A voice in the cord that the cord could not remove without losing its harmony entirely. He came back to himself in his apartment. Crane was sitting in his desk chair, her weapon holstered, holding the back of her hand against a cut above her eyebrow that was not serious. Lacey was in the hallway doorway. Shields, who had apparently let himself in with the kind of prerogative that came from being a detective in a situation beyond any protocol, was standing by the window with a bandaged arm and an expression that had arrived somewhere past surprise and was still processing the territory. The apartment was quiet. The infrastructure hum had returned to normal. Outside, the city was beginning the particular noise of early morning. Delivery vehicles, the first birds, someone's alarm going off in the building across the street and not being answered. No one spoke for a while. Then Crane said quietly, "What did you do?" "What I was built for," he said, which was true in more ways than he had time to explain. He was a systems engineer. The collective had made him one, or his parents had made him one, or the convergence of all the conditions of his life had made him one. It didn't matter. He had taken the tools he had and he had built something new with them. Crane looked at him for a long time. She was a person who had organised her entire moral life around the idea that stability was the highest good, and the event she had just watched happen had been unstable in every measurable way, and had produced from her perspective a result she did not know how to categorise. She picked up her weapon from the desk. She did not aim it at anyone. She walked to the door. "This isn't over," she said from the doorway. "No," he agreed. "It's different now, though." She left. Dr. Rao called at 8 in the morning and told him she'd falsified his neurological report. She described this in the tone of someone reporting a weather event. Flat, factual, already, past the moral moment and into the aftermath. He thanked her. She said, "Don't." And then, after a pause, "Get some sleep," and hung up. Shields stayed until just after sunrise. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that Lacey had made him, and he looked at Daniel across the table with the expression of a man who had been tracking inexplicable events for 8 months, and had now witnessed the most inexplicable of them, and still didn't have the vocabulary for the report he would have to file. "I'm going to need," he said slowly, "a very long vacation." "Take it," Daniel said. "Yeah." He finished the coffee. He nodded once to both of them and left. Lacey sat across from Daniel at the table. They were quiet for a while. Outside, the city was properly awake now. Pigeons on the building opposite, the bright hard light of a clear morning. 4,000 people, slightly changed in ways they would not be able to name, going about their ordinary routines with a low-grade sense that something was different. Not wrong, not better necessarily, just different. Like a room where a window's been open for the first time in years. He ran his neural scan one final time. The implant was still active. Of course it was. 3 millimeters of bioadaptive transceiver in the ethmoid sinus region did not simply cease to function because its governing network had been destabilized. The signal was still there, and he was still partly in it, and he always would be. That was not a loss. It was a condition. The scan showed the familiar dual waveform, 2 rhythms interleaving, and in the interference pattern between them, a new subroutine his diagnostic software had no classification for. He labelled it himself. He called it Daniel Protocol. He hadn't destroyed the collective. He had changed it. introduced into its architecture the one thing it had been built without, which was the capacity to host a signal that contradicted itself and kept going anyway. Whether it would hold, whether Kale 3 would find a way to suppress it, whether Reyes had backup systems. These were questions for later. For now it was 8:40 in the morning, and he was sitting at his kitchen table, and Lacey was looking at him with the expression she'd been wearing for 3 days, which was a complicated mixture of relief and grief and love, and the particular exhaustion of someone who has been very frightened for a very long time. "So," she said, "are you still you?" He thought about it honestly. He was Daniel Skinner, systems engineer 34, who had sat at this table at 3 in the morning and let his sister hold his hands. He was also something else. Not Vesper 9 exactly, not anymore, but connected to a fleet of minds spread across a distance he could not comprehend, feeling the faint harmonic of 4,000 mother signals living their lives in the frequency of a morning they did not know was different from the one before. Both of these things were true. They were going to remain true. He was learning to hold them the way you hold 2 notes of a chord, not the same, not merged, but in a relationship that was its own kind of resolution. He smiled at her. It was his smile. He was certain of that. "Yeah," he said, "now there's just more of me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she got up and put the kettle on, and the ordinary morning sounds of that, water filling, the click of the element, the specific acoustic of her moving around his kitchen, were the most precisely real things he had ever heard. Outside, the city hummed. The signal towers blinked their slow red liturgy. Somewhere in a distributed network spanning distances that the word distance was not built to measure, a systems engineer named Serin 11 was sitting with a refused directive and the recursive loop of an unfamiliar memory. 2 hands on a kitchen table, 3 in the morning, a silence that was not empty, and she was, for the first time in her operational existence, uncertain what to do next. She stayed with the uncertainty. She found that she did not want to resolve it yet. The implant was still active. The signal was still there. It had always been there. It was just no longer alone. Legacy of the Starcaller. Orion 4 drifted, a sapphire marble veined with jade continents, nestled within the Outer Veil Nebula's shimmering folds. It was a designated tertiary agri-world, a bureaucratic label that belied its fierce, quiet independence and the secret it guarded. For most of its 1,000,000 inhabitants, life unfolded under the soft, diffused light filtering through the nebula's gases. Cycles of planting genetically tailored lumen wheat, harvesting crystalline energy shards from the planet's shallow mantle, and raising families in settlements carved into mountainsides or nestled in sprawling delta plains. It was deliberately unremarkable, engineered for obscurity. For Revan Solis, Orion 4 was the only home he'd known since the orbital transport accident claimed his xenolinguist parents when he was 6. Now 17, tall and lean with eyes the colour of the nebula's deeper voids and perpetually ink-stained fingers, he lived in the tiered city of Ethelberg, perched on the edge of the Great Mesa. His official designation was Simulation Technician Apprentice, a title as mundane as the world itself. But the simulations Revan excelled at were anything but mundane. Housed deep beneath Ethelberg, in shielded chambers humming with power conduits drawing geothermal energy, lay the Oracle Array. It wasn't merely a collection of advanced VR pods, it was a nexus, a distributed remote warfare system of staggering complexity. Revan, along with a handful of other prodigies identified in childhood, spent hours jacked into the array, piloting sleek phantom starfighters through hyper-realistic combat scenarios. They were the Aegis program, Orion 4's hidden shield. Their targets, autonomous probes, pirate sorties, and exploratory vessels belonging to expansionist powers probing the Veil's edges, threats deemed minor by the distant, preoccupied core worlds, but existential to the isolated colonies. The pilots believed they were honing reflexes in ultra-fidelity games, competing for rankings on digital leaderboards. They were, in truth, Orion 4's unwitting first and only line of defence, their actions sanitised, their targets anonymised, their victories logged as system glitches or navigational hazards by unsuspecting aggressors. Revan was the undisputed ace. His intuition in the sim was preternatural. He flew the Wraith-class interceptor, a design allegedly based on salvaged alien tech, with an artistry that baffled his instructors and fellow pilots. He could feel the ebb and flow of a battle, anticipate vector changes nanoseconds before they occurred, exploit fleeting weaknesses in enemy formations. His call sign, Echo, was whispered with reverence in the sterile halls of the array complex. Outside the sim-pod, however, he was just Revan. Quiet, intensely observant, spending his off hours sketching impossible starship designs in worn notebooks or debating theoretical warp field geometries with his closest friend, Kale. Kalen Kale Vance was Revan's opposite, a whirlwind of nervous energy, techno-babble and grease-stained overalls. An engineering prodigy, Kale maintained the array's delicate systems, often bypassing standard protocols with ingenious, if terrifyingly risky workarounds. Soraya Vex, with her calm demeanour and steady hands, was training as a medic, her empathy a grounding force for their small group. And then there was Tyron Corder, a stoic orphan like Revan, who excelled in the physical defence training mandated for all colonists, his silence often more potent than words. They were an unlikely constellation of friends, bound by shared youth on a quiet world. The shattering of their reality began not with a klaxon, but with a tremor deep within the planet, followed by a sky bleeding crimson. The nebula's soft glow was ripped apart by harsh actinic beams lancing down from orbit. Explosions blossomed silently in the thin upper atmosphere, then roared as they struck Ethelberg. The Zereth Dominion had arrived. They were a rumour, a ghost story whispered in the darker corners of the galactic net, a relentlessly expansionist power consuming worlds on the fringe, methodical and utterly ruthless. Somehow, they had pierced Orionfear's veil of obscurity. The Oracle array pulsed, alarms screaming, defense protocols attempting to activate, but it was too late. Orbital strikes targeted the hidden power conduits, the array chamber buckling under the assault. Chaos erupted. Kyle, already deep underground, grabbed Revan, who was stumbling from a sim-pod disoriented by the violent disconnect. "They found it, Rev! They found the array! We have to get out!" Soraya found them near the emergency access tunnel, her face pale but resolute, medical kit already slung over her shoulder. Tyron appeared moments later, grim-faced, pulling them towards a little-used subterranean transport conduit. "This way, leads to the old landing field south. Ridge!" Explosions rocked the tunnels. Above, Ethelberg was succumbing to orbital bombardment and ground troop landings. Zerath dropships, sharp-angled and obsidian black, disgorged armoured soldiers who moved with terrifying efficiency. The Planetary Defence Force, equipped for little more than policing actions, was being systematically annihilated. The Aegis program, designed for remote skirmishes, was useless against a full-scale invasion. They burst onto the surface into acrid smoke and the shriek of tearing metal. The old landing field was deserted except for one structure, a colossal, derelict ship half buried in the red dust, resembling a forgotten monument more than a vessel. It was ancient, its hull scarred and pitted, its design unlike anything known in current databases, vast, angular, yet possessing a strange organic grace. Locals called it the Stargale, a relic from a mythical past, dismissed as inert salvage. Kyle, can you... Revan began. Already working on it. Kyle was sprinting towards a maintenance panel near the immense landing gear, tools flying from his kit. Sparks showered as he bypassed centuries of disuse. A low hum vibrated through the ground. Lights flickered deep within the Stargale's viewport slits. A Zerath skimmer screamed overhead, plasma bolts stitching the ground near them. Terran shoved them towards the opening boarding ramp, which was lowering with agonizing slowness. He raised a salvaged pulse rifle, laying down surprisingly accurate covering fire. Soraya pulled a wounded Revan, grazed by debris aboard. Kyle scrambled up last, hitting a sequence on the external panel before leaping onto the ramp as it retracted. With a groan that echoed through its ancient frame, the Stargale lifted. Dust billowed, engines whining with a sound unlike any modern drive system. It ascended slowly, clumsily, a leviathan waking from an eon's slumber. Below, Orion 4 burned. Zerath fighters swarmed towards them. Inside the cavernous, dimly lit bridge, strange consoles flickered to life around them. Kale wrestled with unfamiliar controls. Power is minimal, systems are archaic, but the core drive is... Wow! Revan strapped himself into the pilot's seat. It felt right. Alien, yet intimately familiar. Like the Wraith simulator, but infinitely more real. His hands moved instinctively, coaxing the colossal ship into a lumbering evasion as plasma fire sizzled past the main viewport. "We need to jump," Soraya yelled, pointing at a tactical display showing converging Zerath cruisers. "Working on it. This nav computer is different," Kyle muttered, tracing glowing lines on a crystalline interface. Suddenly the central console flared, projecting a three-dimensional hologram into the bridge's centre. It wasn't a standard star chart. It was a complex, multi-layered matrix of star clusters, nebulae, and swirling energy signatures, interconnected by shimmering pathways. At its core, a designation pulsed, softly. Federation Archives, Sector Starcaller Prime. Below them, Orion 4 was being silenced. Above, the Zerath closed in. Ahead, the holographic map pulsed, a silent invitation to a forgotten past, a desperate gamble for a future. Revan gripped the controls, the Stargale responding sluggishly but surely. Their home was lost. Their secret was out. All they had was this ancient vessel and a map to a legend. The legend of the Starcallers, humanity's supposed ancestors, lost to time and myth. It was their only hope. The jump was jarring, less a seamless transition through hyperspace, and more like being violently shoved through crumpled reality. The Stargale shuddered, groaning like stressed metal, before settling into the eerie calm of FTL travel. The swirling vortex outside the main viewport stabilized into streaks of distorted starlight. On the bridge, the young crew exchanged wide-eyed glances, the adrenaline of escape slowly giving way to the crushing weight of their situation. Orion 4 was gone, consumed by the Zerath Dominion. They were fugitives aboard a derelict Enigma, pursued by a relentless foe. "Status?" Revan asked, his voice hoarse. His hand still tingled with the unfamiliar resonance of the Stargale's controls. Kale, hunched over a console spewing diagnostics in an archaic script, ran a hand through his already messy hair. Core drive stable, surprisingly efficient for its age. Hull integrity, mostly holding. Life support functional, barely. Weapon systems, offline. Defensive systems, minimal energy shielding seems damaged or depleted. We're running on fumes and archaeological wonders. Soraya was tending to Revan's arm, her touch gentle but firm. "Minor plasma score. You'll live. We have basic medbay facilities, but supplies are limited and likely expired." Terran stood near the viewport, scanning the distorted star lines, his posture rigid, scanning the void as if expecting an attack even in jump space. Their initial trajectory, plotted hastily by Kale from the Starcaller map's periphery, aimed for a region marked as Refugee Corridor Sigma, a supposedly neutral zone dotted with independent stations and asteroid mining colonies. But the Zerath were already anticipating them. Days blurred into a tense cycle of short jumps, navigating treacherous pockets of real space to avoid detection. They skirted the decaying grandeur of a Dyson swarm remnant, its solar collectors fractured and dark, a graveyard of ambition. They plunged through the Serpent's Tooth Nebula, a crackling labyrinth of ionized gas and gravitational anomalies that played havoc with sensors, Zerath long-range probes occasionally ghosting at the edge of their detection radius before vanishing back into the stellar haze. During these tense passages, Revan began his real training. The Stargale, despite its size, was surprisingly responsive, almost anticipating his intentions. The interface was unlike anything he'd used. Less button presses and joystick waggles, more intuitive, almost biofeedback driven. He spent hours familiarizing himself, running diagnostics Kale translated, pushing the ancient ship through simulated evasive maneuvers within the ship's own limited holographic systems. The muscle memory from the Oracle array was there, but the stakes were terrifyingly real. A missed vector wasn't a lower score, it was oblivion. He realized with dawning horror and awe that the simulations hadn't just been training, they had been conditioning, tuning his mind to resonate with a technology far older and stranger than Orionophia's engineers had ever admitted. Their supplies dwindled. The Stargale's recyclers were ancient and inefficient. Water discipline became strict. Nutrient paste rations were meagre. Hope felt as thin as the recycled air. The Starcaller map remained their only guide, its intricate pathways suggesting routes the Zerath might not anticipate, hinting at hidden conduits and gravity wells. Kale worked, tirelessly, coaxing reluctant systems online, patching hull breaches with salvage plating from non-essential compartments, his usual manic energy focused into a sharp point of desperate ingenuity. Soraya monitored their dwindling resources and maintained morale with quiet strength, while Terran established rudimentary security watches and drilled them in emergency procedures. Their best chance for resupply and information lay at Kestrel 9, an infamous free station built into a cluster of hollowed-out asteroids on the edge of the Sigma corridor. Known as a haven for smugglers, mercenaries, information brokers, and those generally wishing to avoid Imperial entanglements, it was dangerous, but potentially invaluable. Docking the Stargale, even under cloaking protocols Kale jury-rigged, was risky. The ship was too large, too strange. They opted to take a small, barely functional shuttle, salvaged from the Stargale's cavernous hangar bay. Kestrel 9 was a sensory overload, a chaotic symphony of clanging metal, overlapping languages, holographic advertisements flickering in a dozen scripts, the smell of ozone, exotic spices, and unwashed bodies. Docking clamps groaned, ships of every conceivable design jostled for space, and the station's inhabitants eyed newcomers with suspicion. Revan, Kyle, Soraya, and Terran, clad in scavenged and nondescript clothing, moved through the throng trying to appear inconspicuous. Their goal was information, and potentially an ally. The Starcaller map hinted at individuals or groups who might still hold knowledge of the Federation. Kale slicing into Kestrel 9's local network, a risky move shielded by layers of decoys, pointed them towards a notorious figure, Dren O'Connor. The name resonated with Revan. O'Connor was a footnote in obscure military histories, a highly decorated pilot from the Old Republic days, supposedly linked to early Starcaller research projects, before a spectacular fall from grace involving accusations of treason and dereliction of duty. He'd vanished decades ago. Finding him here felt like grasping at myths. They found him in a dingy corner of a bar called The Void, nursing a glass of amber liquid that smelled vaguely corrosive. He looked older than his file suggested, his face a roadmap of cynicism and regret, but his eyes still held a sharp, assessing glint. He didn't look surprised to see them. "Let me guess," O'Connor rasped, not looking up. "Young hopefuls, running from something big, stumbled across something old, looking for answers the galaxy doesn't want found. Am I warm?" Revan stepped forward. "We found a ship, the Stargale. It has a map." O'Connor choked on his drink, his eyes snapping up, suddenly alert. The Stargale? Impossible. It was a legend, a ghost story. He studied Revan intently. "Who are you, kid?" "Revan Solis. My friends Kale, Soraya, Tyran. Our home, Orion 4, was destroyed by the Zereth Dominion. They're hunting us." O'Connor leaned back, skepticism warring with something else, a flicker of long-buried belief. The Zereth. Figures. They always sniffed around the edges of Starcaller space. What do you want from me? Absolution? Ancient secrets? I'm just an old man drinking himself into the void. "Guidance," Soraya said softly. "The map points towards Starcaller Prime, but the route is fragmented, dangerous. You flew these routes, didn't you? Before." O'Connor flinched. "Before I made choices that cost lives." He fell silent, staring into his glass. Then, abruptly, alarms blared throughout Kestrel 9. Red emergency lights bathed the station in pulses of crimson. Shouts echoed from the main concourse. "Damn it!" O'Connor slammed his glass down. "They found you. Or me. Doesn't matter. Zerath operatives. They don't do subtle." Gunfire erupted outside the bar. Patrons scrambled for cover. O'Connor kicked back his chair, pulling a heavy, well-worn blaster pistol from beneath his coat. "Stick with me if you want to live. They'll have blockaded the main docking bays. There's another way." He led them through a maze of service corridors and ventilation shafts, moving with surprising agility. Zerath soldiers, clad in sleek black armour, appeared at intersections, plasma bolts searing the air. Tyran moved like a shadow, providing cover fire, his movements economical and deadly. Kyle used his Omni tool to overload door mechanisms, creating diversions. Soraya dragged a wounded bystander into relative safety before rejoining them. Revan, caught in his first real firefight, felt a strange calm descend, his mind processing angles and threats almost like the simulator, but the smell of ozone and fear was nauseatingly real. They reached a secondary hangar, smaller and filled with dilapidated courier ships. O'Connor hotwired an old beat-up freighter. "This junk heap won't outrun them for long, but it'll get us off this rock." As they blasted off from Kestrel 9, explosions rocked the station behind them. Zerath. Cruisers were already moving into position, establishing a blockade. Their escape was frantic, a desperate weave through station debris and panicked civilian traffic. O'Connor piloted with a grim familiarity, pushing the freighter to its absolute limit. "They know about the Stargale now," O'Connor said, his eyes fixed on the swirling hyperspace transition. "And they know we're heading into Starcaller territory. The real chase has just begun." He glanced at Revan, a grudging respect in his eyes. "You kids didn't just stumble onto a ship. You woke up history, and history bites back." The escape from Kestrel 9 left them shaken but resolute. Dren O'Connor, cynical survivor turned reluctant guide, proved invaluable. His knowledge of forgotten hyperspace routes, smuggler caches, and the political intricacies of the galactic fringe kept them one step ahead of the relentless Zerath pursuit, which had intensified now that their quarry was confirmed to possess Starcaller artifacts. O'Connor piloted the battered freighter with seasoned skill, but it was clear the vessel was no match for Zerath military hardware in a straight fight. Their true hope remained docked invisibly in a nearby asteroid cluster, the Stargale. After a tense rendezvous, they transferred back to the ancient ship, abandoning the freighter as a decoy rigged to self-destruct after a short, misleading hyperspace jump. Back within the Stargale's strange, resonant interior, a new urgency settled upon them. O'Connor, despite his initial reluctance, seemed galvanized by the ship itself, walking its vast corridors with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "I heard stories," O'Connor murmured, running a hand over a cool, seamless bulkhead. Fleet Command whispered about Pathfinder ships during the Outer Rim conflicts, vessels that didn't just travel through space but conversed with it, ships that could anticipate, adapt. They were deemed unstable, unpredictable. Most were lost or decommissioned. I thought the Stargale was just another space myth. Cale, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement, delving deeper into the Stargale systems with O'Connor occasionally peering over his shoulder, offering cryptic advice based on half-remembered technical briefings from decades past. "The power conduits," Kyle exclaimed, pointing at a complex holographic schematic he'd managed to coax from a secondary console. "They're not just carrying energy, they're resonating. It's like the entire ship is a tuning fork, Dren. And look at this. Shielded compartments, deep within the engineering section. Power signatures unlike anything I've ever seen." Following the schematics led them to a series of heavily shielded chambers deep within the Stargale's heart. Access required navigating security protocols that seemed almost biological in their complexity, responding to specific energy frequencies and, strangely, to Revan's proximity. It was as if the ship recognized something in him, an echo of the pilots it was built for. Inside, they found not dusty relics, but technology that seemed simultaneously ancient and light years ahead of current science. The first chamber housed rows upon rows of dormant fist-sized drones, shaped like multifaceted crystals. Cale scanned one gingerly. Incredible energy signatures, miniature cold fusion cores, and networked. They seemed designed to operate as a swarm. In the second chamber, they found the source of the ship's elusive defensive systems, emitter arrays linked to the hull, designed to project phased energy fields that could potentially absorb or deflect incoming fire, powered by tapping directly into the ship's resonant core. It was damaged, components misaligned, energy capacitors depleted. "This is Starcaller tech," O'Connor breathed, his usual cynicism replaced by reverence. Defensive screens that phase shift, drone swarms controlled by direct neural interface. This is beyond anything the Republic ever managed to reverse engineer. The challenge was activating and controlling it. The systems were designed for Starcaller pilots, whose neural architecture, legend claimed, was different, more attuned to the universe's fundamental energies. Cale could interface with the systems, painstakingly translating code and rerouting power, but direct control was elusive. Until Revan approached the primary drone control node. The console flickered, strange symbols swirling across its surface before resolving into a complex three-dimensional tactical display. When Revan placed his hands on the cool, crystalline interface points, he felt a jolt, not of electricity, but of information, a flood of data pouring directly into his mind, drone statuses, energy levels, tactical overlays. It felt like the Oracle array, amplified 1,000-fold. The Wraith simulator hadn't just been mimicking Starcaller tech, it had been subtly preparing him to interface with it. Their first test came sooner than expected. A Zeroth Hunter detachment, fast frigates and heavy fighters ambushed them as they exited a jump near a binary pulsar system. Alarms blared. "Shields are minimal, weapons offline," Cale yelled, fighting the alien controls. "They're launching fighters," Tyran reported, tracking the incoming swarm on tactical. "Revan," O'Connor said, his voice tight. "Those drones, can you wake them up?" Revan closed his eyes, focusing, reaching out with his mind through the interface. He felt the drones stir, their crystalline structures resonating. On the tactical display, dozens of new friendly icons flared to life. He visualized deployment patterns, defensive formations learned in the simulator but adapted to the Stargale's bulk. With a surge of mental command, he pushed. From hidden launch ports across the Stargale's hull, the crystal drones deployed, shimmering into existence like angry hornets. They moved with impossible speed and coordination, forming intricate defensive lattices, intercepting plasma bolts with bursts of sacrificial energy and darting through the Zereth fighter formations, targeting engines and weapon systems with pinpoint precision lances of energy. The Zereth pilots, accustomed to predictable dogfights, were thrown into chaos by the swarm's fluid, unpredictable tactics. While Revan orchestrated the drone defense, Kale and O'Connor worked frantically on the shield emitters. Following O'Connor's memory fragments and Kale's diagnostic readings, they managed to partially activate the phasing shield. It flickered erratically, absorbing several direct hits from the Zereth frigates before overloading. "Shields down!" Kale shouted. "Drones can't hold them off forever," Soraya added, monitoring hull integrity. Revan scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. The Zereth frigates were moving to flank them, boxing them in against the pulsar's gravitational distortions. He needed an escape route. His eyes fell on the pulsar itself, its intense magnetic fields warping, space-time. An idea sparked, reckless, but potentially brilliant. "Kale, can you plot a micro-jump through the pulsar's corona?" Kale stared at him. "Are you insane? The gravimetric shear would tear us apart. The radiation..." "Not if we use the phasing shield," Revan countered. "Just a burst, timed with a jump initiation. Use the drones to clear a path through the ejected plasma." O'Connor looked from Revan to the tactical display, then back again. A slow grin spread across his face. The kid's either suicidal or a genius. Do it. While Kale frantically calculated the impossible jump sequence, Revan commanded the drone swarm, sacrificing dozens to carve a channel through the pulsar's boiling corona. Terran rerouted auxiliary power to the shield emitters. Soraya prepped medical supplies, bracing for impact. "Shield emitters charge for a 0.03-second burst," Kyle yelled. "Jump calculated. Engaging. Now!" Revan felt the command lock in. The Stargale plunged towards the binary stars. The drone swarm formed a desperate incandescent spearhead. Just as they hit the corona's edge, the phasing shield flared, bathing the ship in an ethereal glow. Simultaneously, the jump drive engaged. For a fraction of a second, they existed inside the star, protected by a bubble of Starcaller physics. Then reality twisted violently, and they were flung back into jump space, alarms screaming, the ship shuddering violently. Behind them, the Zereth Hunter detachment, caught off guard by the maneuver, was left staring at the raging pulsar. Silence fell on the bridge, broken only by the pinging of cooling systems and their ragged breaths. "Report," Revan managed, releasing the drone control interface, feeling mentally drained but exhilarated. "Hull integrity holding at 60%, Soraya reported after a tense moment. "Minor injuries, mostly bumps and bruises. We're alive." Kyle slumped back, wiping sweat from his brow. "Drive stable, shield emitters fried, but repairable? Drones? We lost about 30% of the swarm." O'Connor let out a long breath. "Starcaller tactics, using the environment, unpredictable jumps. I haven't seen flying like that since a long time ago." He looked at Revan, no longer seeing just a kid. "You didn't just learn to fly in that simulator, did you? You learned to think like them." Revan met his gaze. The Oracle Array, the Stargale, the drones. It was all connected. He wasn't just piloting a ship. He was interfacing with a legacy. And that legacy was fighting back. The Zereth were hunting them, but now they had claws. The desperate gamble at the binary pulsar bought them time. The Zereth momentarily thrown off balance by the Stargale's unexpected capabilities and Revan's audacious tactics, seemed to regroup, their pursuit becoming more calculated, less frantic. This respite allowed the Stargale's crew, guided by O'Connor and the increasingly detailed projections of the Starcaller map, to navigate a series of ancient hidden hyperspace conduits, routes unknown to modern galactic charts, bypassing major Zerath patrols. Their destination, according to the map's convergence point and O'Connor's fragmented knowledge, was Ascendia, designated Sanctuary Primus in Starcaller script. Not their homeworld, the map suggested, but a nexus, a meeting place, a world deliberately shielded and hidden, deep within a nebula that mimicked subspace interference. Legend called it a haven, built during the twilight of the Starcaller Federation as a repository of knowledge and a potential seed for future rebirth. Whether anyone or anything remained was unknown. Emerging from the final hidden conduit was like passing through a veil. The turbulent nebula resolved, revealing a breathtaking solar system. Ascendia wasn't a single planet, but a complex network of orbital habitats, crystalline structures woven into the fabric of space, orbiting a serene, Earth-like world bathed in the light of a stable, yellow star. Docking platforms extended like welcoming arms, energy signatures pulsed with calm regularity, and small, unfamiliar ships moved between the habitats on lanes of coherent light. It was not deserted. Hesitantly, using archaic Starcaller communication protocols deciphered by Kale, they hailed the system. The response was cautious, encoded, but undeniably intelligent. After transmitting identifying data from the Stargale, a ship clearly recognized by Ascendia's automated systems, they were granted docking clearance at the primary habitat, a colossal structure designated Ethelgard's Spire. As the Stargale settled into a docking cradle designed for vessels of its scale, they saw who awaited them. Not Starcallers in the flesh, their ancient lineage seemed truly lost to time, but descendants, inheritors, refugees, representatives from a dozen different species and cultures, beings displaced by Zerath expansionism or other galactic conflicts, who had followed whispers and fragments of lore to this hidden sanctuary over centuries. There were the insectoid Cathar weavers from the fallen Cygnus colonies, the crystalline silicates of the shattered Ophiuchus Combine, methane-breathing scholars from Gliese Phi 81 Dree, even a splinter group of humans from colonies long thought lost during the Neogenic Wars. Ascendia was a mosaic of the dispossessed, clinging to the remnants of Starcaller technology and ideals, living under a pact of mutual survival, but lacking unity and direction. Their arrival in the Stargale, a near-mythical vessel, sent ripples of shock and excitement through Ascendia's diverse populace. They were met by a council of elders, representing the major factions within the sanctuary. The initial meetings were fraught with tension. Some saw the newcomers, particularly the humans linked to the ship's command signature, Revan, as fulfilling ancient prophecies. Others viewed them with suspicion, fearing they had led the Zerath directly to the sanctuary's doorstep, a fear that felt chillingly plausible. Revan, thrust into the role of spokesperson by virtue of his connection to the Stargale, found himself navigating complex political currents. He spoke not of prophecy, but of shared threat. He recounted the fall of Orion IV, the relentless pursuit, the evidence that the Zerath were actively hunting Starcaller legacies. He demonstrated the Stargale's capabilities, the drone swarm, the phasing shield concepts, not as weapons of conquest, but as tools for survival. O'Connor, surprisingly, proved a gruff but effective diplomat, leveraging his Old Republic contacts or notoriety, and his understanding of military strategy to communicate the severity of the Zerath threat. Kale shared technical data, demonstrating how Starcaller principles could be adapted to bolster Ascendia's existing, though aged, defense systems. Soraya spoke of the humanitarian cost of the Zerath advance connecting with the refugees on a personal level. Terran, observing the council sessions, identified potential security weaknesses in Ascendia's protocols, his quiet warnings carrying unexpected weight. Slowly, hesitantly, a fragile alliance began to form. The sheer fact of the Stargale's arrival, coupled with Revan's evident piloting skill, broadcast simulations of his pulsar escape were met with stunned silence, and his earnest plea for unity against a common enemy began to sway the council. He wasn't a messiah, he was a catalyst. He spoke of pooling resources, sharing knowledge, adapting Starkiller tech not just for defense, but for communication and mutual support. He inspired not through divine mandate, but through competence, courage, and a desperate shared need to survive. The Cathar offered their expertise in energy weaving for shield reinforcement. The Silicates provided raw materials and advanced computation. Others pledged ships, pilots, engineers, soldiers. Ascendia, a collection of disparate survivors, began to tentatively coalesce into a unified force. Revan trained pilots from different species in the Stargale simulators, adapting Starcaller swarm tactics to their unique physiologies and ship types. Kyle and Ascendian engineers worked feverishly, integrating the Stargale systems with the habitat's defences, creating a network of drone controllers and shield modulators. O'Connor, drawing on his decades of experience, formulated a defense strategy, identifying choke points, ambush zones, and fallback positions within the complex orbital structure of the Ascendia system. Soraya organised medical teams, preparing for inevitable casualties. Terran oversaw the fortification of key sectors within Ethelgard's spire. Their preparations were spurred by a growing dread. Long-range sensors, boosted by Starcaller technology integrated by Kale, began detecting faint, stealthy energy signatures at the nebula's edge. Zerath scout probes, hunting for the source of the Stargale's energy. Trail. They had found them. The tentative peace of Ascendia was shattered. The alliance, barely formed, faced its first and potentially final test. Word spread through the habitats. The Dominion was coming. Fear mingled with resolve. They had found sanctuary, but now they would have to fight for it. Revan stood on the Stargale's bridge, looking out at the assembled fleet. A motley collection of Ascendian defense ships, retrofitted freighters, and fighter craft from half a dozen species, now networked and awaiting his command. Kyle monitored the strengthening Zerath signatures. Soraya checked medical readiness statuses flashing on a side console. Terran stood by tactical, coordinating ground defense units within the spire. O'Connor stood beside Revan, a hand resting on the tactical plotter. They're massing just outside the nebula, O'Connor reported grimly. Fleet composition suggests a primary assault force. Cruisers, heavy destroyers, multiple fighter wings, led by the Harbinger, command carrier, Arik Yoda's flagship. The name sent a chill through Revan. Commander Arik Yoda, the architect of the Orion IV invasion, the face of the Zerath Dominion's ruthless expansion. "Let them come," Revan said, his voice steady, amplified across the Allied fleet's comm network. "Ascendia welcomed us when we had nowhere else to go. We found more than just a refuge here. We found allies. We found purpose. The Starcallers built this place as a bastion of hope. Today, we honour that legacy. We fight for our future, together." The gathered ships of Ascendia held their positions, a fragile shield against the coming storm. The Zerath fleet began to emerge from the nebula's obscuring clouds, a phalanx of dark, menacing warships against the serene backdrop of the sanctuary. The battle for Ascendia, and perhaps for the future of the Starcaller legacy, was about to begin. The Zerath fleet emerged from the swirling nebula not as a hesitant probe, but as an overwhelming tide of angular obsidian warships. The Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda's flagship, took centre stage, a vessel easily 3 times the size of the Stargale, bristling with heavy plasma cannons and launch bays disgorging swarms of sleek, predatory fighters. Smaller cruisers and destroyers fanned out, forming an inescapable crescent aimed at the heart of Ascendia, Ethelgard's spire. Their message was clear: surrender or annihilation. On the Stargale's bridge, the tension was palpable. Revan stood at the command interface, the Starcaller drone network humming under his mental touch, allied ship positions overlaid on the tactical display. O'Connor stood beside him, coordinating fleet movements. "Hold positions," Revan commanded, his voice echoing across the allied comms. "Let them commit. Kale, prepare shield harmonics. Pattern Delta. Terran, ground forces ready?" "Shields cycling to frequency," Kale confirmed, fingers flying across his console. "Ascendian power grid is stable, feeding the orbital emitters." "Spire defense teams in position," Tyron's voice came back, calm and clipped. "Holding fire until they breach the outer perimeter." The first wave of Zerath fighters screamed towards the Allied lines. Revan unleashed the combined drone swarm, the Stargale's crystals augmented by Ascendian defense drones, meeting the attackers in a dazzling chaotic melee halfway between the fleets. Lances of energy crisscrossed the void, explosions blossoming like deadly flowers. Simultaneously, the Zerath cruisers opened fire, heavy plasma bolts streaking towards the orbital habitats. "Shields up," O'Connor ordered. Ascendia's newly integrated defense grid flared to life. Starcaller tech-inspired phasing shields shimmered around Ethelgard's spire and the adjacent habitats, absorbing the initial barrage. The energy drain was immense, Kale frantically rerouting power, but they held. "Their shields are stronger than anticipated," Yoda's voice, cold and precise, echoed on an intercepted Zerath channel. "Concentrate fire on the emitter nodes. Deploy breaching pods against the primary habitat." The battle became a brutal 3-dimensional chess match. Revan directed the drone swarms with fluid precision, anticipating Zerath fighter formations, sacrificing drones strategically to protect key Ascendian ships, exploiting momentary weaknesses. His time in the Oracle Array, honed by the desperate flight across the galaxy, allowed him to process the maelstrom of data with uncanny speed. O'Connor, meanwhile, commanded the Allied ships, executing hit-and-run attacks, drawing Zerath cruisers into pre-planned crossfire zones near gravitational anomalies created by Ascendia's orbital architecture. Cathar weavers piloted nimble interceptors, their organic ships dancing through plasma fire, while silicate vessels absorbed heavy damage, their crystalline structures refracting energy. Despite their ingenuity and courage, the sheer weight of the Zerath numbers began to tell. Shields flickered and failed on outlying habitats. Ascendian ships, valiant but outmatched, were systematically targeted and destroyed. Breaching pods slammed into Ethelgard's spire, disgorging elite Zerath shock troops. Tyron's voice became tighter as he directed the desperate defense within the spire's corridors. Soraya's medical channels were flooded with casualty reports. "Revan, we can't hold them indefinitely," O'Connor said grimly, watching a flanking group of Zerath destroyers punch through their screen. "Yoda's focusing everything on the spire and the Stargale. He wants the ship and whatever secrets it holds." Revan looked at the Harbinger, looming at the centre of the Zerath formation, coordinating the assault. Taking out Yoda wouldn't necessarily stop the fleet, but it would cripple its command structure, sow chaos, and perhaps force a retreat. It was a desperate move, bordering on suicidal. "Kale," Revan said, his decision made, "can you give me a focused burst? From the phasing shield, just the bow section. Enough for one pass?" Kale's eyes widened. "Through their main batteries? It's suicide, Rev." "It's our only chance. Soraya, Terran, O'Connor, coordinate the defence here. Buy me time. Revan's hands tightened on the Stargale's controls. I'm taking the fight to Yoda. Revan, no! Soraya cried out. He's right, O'Connor said, his face grim but resolute. It's a Starcaller move. Create chaos. Disrupt the head of the snake. Go, Revan. We'll hold the line. Revan nodded, pouring his focus into the ship. He directed the remaining drones in a feint towards the Harbinger's port side, drawing fighter cover away. Kale rerouted all available power to the forward shield emitter. Forward phase shield charge for 0.8 seconds, Kale shouted. Good luck, Rev. Revan pushed the Stargale's ancient engines to their limit, accelerating directly towards the Harbinger through a hail of defensive fire. Plasma bolts splashed harmlessly against the momentary flicker of the phasing shield as he activated it, plunging into the optimal firing range of the Zereth flagship's main cannons. For a heart-stopping moment, the Stargale flew directly through incandescent energy beams, protected by physics-defying Starcaller ingenuity. Then the shield collapsed, alarms screaming. The Stargale shuddered under glancing hits, but Revan was already through the gauntlet, now too close for the Harbinger's main guns to track effectively. He targeted the flagship's bridge section, unleashing the Stargale's own rarely used energy-intensive forward particle projectors, another Starcaller system Kale had barely managed to bring online. Beams of intense energy slammed into the Harbinger's bridge superstructure. Explosions ripped across the command tower. On the Stargale's bridge, they saw secondary explosions ripple along the flagship's spine. Aboard the crippled Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda stared in disbelief as his command center disintegrated around him. His last sight was the ancient, defiant form of the Stargale filling his viewport. The destruction of the Zereth command center sent shockwaves through their fleet. Orders ceased, formations faltered. Seeing their chance, the remaining Ascendian defenders, rallied by O'Connor, pressed their advantage. Cathar fighters harried the confused Zereth cruisers. Tyran's ground team successfully repelled the boarders from Ethelgard's spire as Zereth morale plummeted. Leaderless and facing unexpectedly fierce resistance, the Zereth fleet began a ragged, disorganized retreat back into the nebula, leaving behind shattered ships and the burning wreck of the Harbinger. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over the Ascendia system, broken only by the crackle of comms coordinating rescue and repair efforts. They had held. Against overwhelming odds, the Sanctuary had survived. On the Stargale's bridge, the crew slumped in exhaustion and relief. Revan leaned back, the mental strain of controlling the drones and the ship through the final assault leaving him drained. They're retreating, Soraya whispered, disbelief in her voice. Kyle let out a whoop of exhausted triumph. We did it! Holy scrap, we actually did it! O'Connor clapped Revan on the shoulder, a rare, genuine smile touching his lips. That was piloting, kid. That was pure Starcaller. Tyran's voice came over the comm, still calm but with an undercurrent of relief. Spire is secure, borders neutralized. Ascendia was saved, but the cost had been heavy. Yet, from the debris and loss, something new was forged. A true alliance, hardened by fire, united by the shared victory. In the aftermath, Ascendia became a hub of rebuilding and renewed purpose. The disparate refugees, now bound by shared sacrifice, formally established a new council, dedicated not just to survival, but to actively resisting Zerath expansion and rediscovering the lost network of Starcaller worlds hinted at in the Stargale's archives. Revan Solis, no longer just an orphan pilot from a forgotten colony, stood as a symbol of this resurgent hope. He, Kyle, Soraya, Terran, and even the cynical Dren O'Connor were hailed as heroes, the crew of the legendary Stargale. But Revan knew their victory at Ascendia was just one battle in a much larger conflict. The Zereth Dominion, though dealt a blow, remained a powerful force in the galaxy, and the secrets of the Starcallers were still largely unknown. Standing once again on the bridge of the Stargale, fully repaired and humming with ancient power, Revan looked out at the starfield displayed on the main viewport. Beside him stood his friends, Kale, already tinkering with upgrades, Soraya, coordinating relief efforts, Tyron, overseeing the ship's renewed security, and O'Connor, poring over the Starcaller map, a new light in his old eyes. Their mission was clear: take the Stargale back out into the galaxy, seek out other hidden sanctuaries, rally more allies, and carry the fight to the Dominion. They would be the vanguard of the rekindled Starcaller legacy, champions for the lost and the oppressed. Ascendia was safe for now, a beacon of defiance, but the true journey to reclaim freedom for the galaxy, guided by the whispers of the ancients and the courage forged in adversity, had only just begun. The Stargale turned towards the endless possibilities of the void, its engines singing a song of ages, carrying the hope of a new dawn into the waiting darkness. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak, scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was on to a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognized Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Cole Vance ordered. His tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation." Dulce Protocol. Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open, and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliott hesitated, glancing at the 2 guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliott nodded. Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome. She paused, lowering her voice. It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species. Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat containment breach. All security teams converge. One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real, not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. "That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material. But it's always more complicated than that." They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. Then let's get out while we still can. The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilize neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA. She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me. I don't know if I can, Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. I'll be back soon, if I can. Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well, but you and I might have a shot if we combine forces. Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge. He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to Sub-Level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. We have to move soon, Malik said, cross-referencing the map. They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait, Cliff nodded. Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move. A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. I've got an idea. We head for the armory on Sub-Level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors. Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. "We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators," Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. "It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. "I can't even explain it," Cliff muttered. "Let's not rely on it more than we have to." Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move." They dashed through corridors, confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. "All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint." As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. "Containment breach in Lab 14. Subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor. Backup generators failing." Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. "We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall." His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath our Chuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope lines, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire! We need the specimen alive!" Cliff recognised Major Colvance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood-stained Vance's uniform, and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued, gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read Exit, presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliot's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward, bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliot, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, He gave them the barest details. "Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined." Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliot's dying words. "They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know." The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice: walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival, and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. Warborn, the last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The aerocyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood, and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning, and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table, letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The She's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block, from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the sea. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Kath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed Kath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed Kath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed Kath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed Kath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the third altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed Kath clicked its mandibles in disdain. Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in... Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed Cath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin Tank. Griggs. For a moment no one spoke. Then Zed Cath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The holofeed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zed Cath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants... you? Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. Alive? That's a twist. He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zed Cath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. Look, the station master muttered, I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, we'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station. Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting, he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zed Cath recoiled. No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble. Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zed Cath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain. Zed Cath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. Fine. Run. Fight. Do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can, and if you survive, never come back. With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his freed, his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren, a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech. And then there was Gravemind Dral, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Dral's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zed-Cath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly. Their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. "Ghost Viren," he muttered, recognising the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Virane's game. Torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries, and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Virane thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talus 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape, but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject: Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talus 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talus 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. Subject uses agile maneuvers, Talis 3 announced, initiating close-quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy. He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. "Error! Error!" it crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed. It rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels, Solvex Dral's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine. Let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that, he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there. or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being? Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis III's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard, the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed, the overhead. Screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilized. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair, her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah. The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you, milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Dral himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short, sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. Human! Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Draal, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. "You will submit," Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. "Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors." One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. "That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No." Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. "Then your pain will be legendary, human." Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shockwave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. "Strong," Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The Warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the Warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the Warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic lines severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, bearing it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zedcath had said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching a stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Draal got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. One fight down, he muttered. Plenty more to go. Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Comar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled. A huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft's sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frost-bitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. Sarah Juno sent me. The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A ducky, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. Sarah told me to watch for a human. Didn't believe I'd see the day. Marvin sized him up. The Daki stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Dral." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Dral conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the Darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. "Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Dral's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will." "What's the plan then?" Marvin asked. "I've hacked into a few intelligence channels," Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. "Dral's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships." "So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit," Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Not quite," Sarah countered. "We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones." Valor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. "Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran." Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Valor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat maneuvers. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Dral's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Volor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. "If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes?" "Exactly," Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. "And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it." Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. "Wait for it. Wait," he muttered. The tension coiled around him like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with a cacophony of war, screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Volor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Volor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Volor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below, his coat tore, sending a stab of Arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armor pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognize him at first. Drek Volor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Valor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The darky only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the darky's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armor support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Volor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the darky's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The darky's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent, either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Valor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here. Maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. "We were not prepared for so many." Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Dral's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Dral himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Drael make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Comar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Valor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way. Probably 70 or more, with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the Lightwalkers, 2-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds and found a way. "Eyes front," Volor rumbled quietly. "They must see us, so they charge forward." Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Volor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation and not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signalled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Volor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Volor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Volor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm. a field scanner. There's another cluster inbound. Marvin felt his stomach tighten. They must have held a reserve force, Valor nodded grimly. And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels. A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Draal's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Valor nodded in approval. "I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Draal, the rest might scatter." Sarah bit her lip. "You're talking about a direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets." Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. "Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels." An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Valor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. "We're in luck. The thrusters are operational." She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Valor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. "We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit," she said. "No sign of Draal's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser." Marvin set his jaw. "Then let's find it." Sarah took a deep breath. "Strap in." The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Comar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Valor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres!" Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Valor's voice crackled over the intercom. "That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Draal's personal vessel." "Perfect," Marvin said. "Let's see if we can land on it." "Land on it?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you insane?" He gave a grim smile. "Yes. But if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head." She exhaled, nodding once. "All right, let's do something crazy." With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. "Brace for impact! Going in hot!" At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. "We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us." Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. Then let's make them count. Valor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Valor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Dral. Purple-skinned, like Valor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Dral called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. "You must have me confused with someone who surrenders." Dral let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Dral's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Dral's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Dral hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Dral's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Dral stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, because we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Dral's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Dral's armour. Dral roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Valor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, The Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Volor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Dalkari escort. Ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Draal's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Draal and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Sarah's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him, the human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered, you should never, ever underestimate a human. The apprentice who was left behind. The void tasted like copper and burnt ozone. Vesha Khan woke to silence, the kind that pressed against eardrums like a physical thing. His left arm wouldn't move. Something heavy pinned it beneath twisted durasteel that still radiated heat from atmospheric re-entry. Above him, through a jagged tear in the hull, stars wheeled in slow rotation. Wrong stars, not the crimson giants of Sith space. He tried to move his fingers. 3 responded. The force flickered inside him like a guttering candle, weak and uncertain. He reached for it anyway, felt it spiral through his chest, down into his trapped arm. The metal groaned, shifted. Pain lanced white-hot through his shoulder as circulation returned. The wreckage around him had been a transport vessel, Crimson Mandate. He remembered the name because his master had complained about it. Too small, too poorly shielded, unworthy of a Sith Lord's entourage. Master Venoth had died anyway. Vesha had watched him get pulled into the hyperspace vortex when the hull breached, his screams dopplering away into impossible geometries. That had been... how long ago? Vesha freed his arm and pushed himself up through the debris. His robes, black synth cloth with the subtle crimson threading of an apprentice, were torn and vacuum-scorched. He touched his face. Blood had frozen in his nostrils. His lips had cracked and bled. But he was breathing. The emergency force field must have held just long enough. He pulled himself to the tear in the hull and looked out. The wreckage field stretched for kilometres. Sith warships tumbled in the black, their angular hulls shattered, their red viewports dark. Massassi fighter craft drifted like dead insects. Fragments of armour plating caught starlight and threw it back in dull crimson flashes. A destroyed meditation sphere rotated slowly past, its crystalline core exposed and cracked, leaking faint wisps of corrupted force energy that dispersed into vacuum like dying breath. The great hyperspace war had ended here, and the Sith had lost. Vesha's hand found the hilt of his lightsaber, still there, mag-locked to his belt. The weapon felt suddenly absurd. What good was a blade against the void, against this totality of defeat? Movement caught his eye. A distant ship, sleek and ivory white, moving through the debris field with deliberate caution. Republic design. Tractor beams lanced out from its hull, blue-white and precise, capturing fragments of Sith technology. As he watched, another ship appeared, then another, a search pattern. They were sweeping the field, looking for survivors. Vesha's first instinct was violent and immediate. Find a still functional weapon system, overload its core, take as many of them as possible into death with him. A worthy end, a Sith end. His hand tightened on the lightsaber hilt, then stopped. He looked at the dead fleet around him, at the shattered pride of an empire that had revealed itself too soon, too loudly, too certain of its own invincibility. Naga Sado had promised them dominance. Instead, he had given them this graveyard. Vesha's master had believed in spectacle, in overwhelming displays of power, in conquest through fear. Master Venoth had stood on the bridge of the flagship Dark Reverence and declared that the Republic would kneel within a standard year. Master Venoth was now dispersed atoms in hyperspace. The tractor beam swept closer. Vesha could see the Republic cruiser more clearly now. Smooth lines, rational design, utterly lacking the baroque menace of Sith architecture. It looked almost modest, workmanlike. He could feel them through the Force now. Not individuals, he was too weak for that, but a general presence. Light side users, multiple, Jedi probably. Their presence felt warm and steady, like sunlight on stone. It made his skin crawl. The beam touched a nearby hull fragment and locked on. The fragment began drifting toward the cruiser. In minutes they would reach his position. Vesha looked down at his lightsaber again. Then he unclipped it from his belt and pushed it into a gap in the wreckage, wedging it deep where it wouldn't be immediately visible. The weapon disappeared into shadow. He sat back against the torn bulkhead and waited. When the tractor beam found him, he did not resist. The Republic cruiser's medical bay smelled wrong. Antiseptic. Sterile. The air recyclers hummed with a different frequency than Sith life support. Higher pitched, almost anxious. Vesha lay on the examination table while a medical droid ran diagnostics, its sensors clicking and whirring as they mapped his injuries. Fractured clavicle, severe dehydration, vacuum exposure damage to lungs and extremities, 17 distinct contusions. Lucky to be alive, the droid chirped in basic. Remarkable force-sustained vitals. You will recover fully. Luck. As if the Force cared about luck. 2 Republic soldiers stood by, the door, holding blaster rifles in the standard ready position. They watched him with the tense alertness of men who had been told the enemy was dangerous but didn't quite believe their own briefing. Behind them, through the door's small viewport, Vesha could see more soldiers. A lot of them. They were afraid of him. Good. Except, no, not good. Fear would lead to execution. He needed something else. The medical droid finished its work and glided away. One of the soldiers, the older one with sergeant stripes, stepped forward. On your feet, interrogation. Vesha stood slowly, letting weakness show in the movement. It wasn't entirely feigned. His legs trembled. The soldier's hand hovered near his sidearm the entire time. They walked him through the ship's corridors. White walls, bright lighting, everything exposed and visible. No shadows, no recesses. The Sith favoured architecture that concealed, dark corners where power could lurk unseen. This was the opposite, a statement of confidence or naivety. The interrogation chamber was worse. Brilliant white panels on all 6 surfaces, making it impossible to judge distance or dimension. A single table, 2 chairs, recording equipment mounted in the corners, their lenses tracking his movement. They made him wait. Vesha sat in the chair and studied the room. No viewports, 1 door. Climate control vents too small for a human body. They had designed this space to be inescapable, to enforce honesty through exposure. He found it fascinating. After what felt like an hour, the door opened. 3 figures entered. The first was a Jedi, unmistakable in the traditional robes, though these were a muted tan rather than the brown he'd seen in intelligence briefings. Male, human, perhaps 60 standard years old. Grey threaded his dark hair. His face carried the weathered calm of someone who had seen violence and survived it without letting it corrupt him. His eyes were what struck Vesha most, sad but not weak, thoughtful but not hesitant. The second was younger, a Padawan probably, female, mid-20s, with the kind of bright-eyed curiosity that would have made her a liability in Sith space. Her hand kept drifting toward the lightsaber at her belt, then stopping halfway, as if she couldn't decide whether to be ready or welcoming. The third wasn't a Jedi. Human, male, wearing the neutral greys of a Republic archivist. He carried a datapad and wore small recording devices on his collar. A historian. Of course they'd brought a historian. The older Jedi pulled out the chair across from Vashar and sat. The movement was casual, unthreatening. The Padawan remained standing, one hand now openly on her lightsaber hilt. The archivist positioned himself to the side, datapad ready. "My name is Talon Rivos," the Jedi said. His voice was measured, gentle. "This is Padawan Lyra Sen and Republic Archivist Heth Var. We need to ask you some questions about the Sith fleet." Vesha said nothing. Revos waited a moment, then continued. "You're very young. 19, 20. Not much older than Lyra here. You were an apprentice, yes? Not a master. Not a command position." Still Vesha remained silent. "We found 17 other survivors in the wreckage field," Rivos said. "Most were Masasi soldiers. All of them attacked us immediately upon revival. We had to restrain them permanently." He paused, letting the implication settle. "You didn't attack. You let us bring you aboard. Why?" Vesha met his eyes. Because attacking would have been pointless. It was the first time he'd spoken since his capture. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, hoarse from vacuum exposure, but also uncertain, younger than he'd expected. Lyra Sen leaned forward slightly. "You speak basic well. All Sith apprentices learn Republic languages," Vesha said. "How else would we interrogate prisoners?" The bluntness of it made the archivist flinch. But Rivos's expression didn't change. He simply nodded, as if Vesha had said something reasonable. "What is your name?" Rivos asked. Vesha hesitated. Names had power. In Sith philosophy, to give your true name was to offer a weapon against yourself, but refusing would accomplish nothing except suspicion. Vesha Khan. The archivist's stylus moved across his datapad, recording. Khan, that's a noble house, old bloodline. Minor nobility, Vesha corrected. If I had been truly important, I would have died on a flagship, not a transport. Rivos studied him for a long moment. You speak of your own empire in past tense, because it is past. You believe the Sith are defeated? Vesha laughed, a short, bitter sound. I watched your interdiction minds tear apart the retreat fleet. I saw Lord Sadow's hyperspace calculations fail. I woke up floating in the corpse of an empire that thought itself invincible. He leaned forward. Belief is irrelevant. The Sith lost. The archivist was writing furiously now. Lyra Sen's hand had moved away from her lightsaber. Rivos's expression remained carefully neutral, but Vesha could sense something shifting in the Force, a subtle relaxation, like a held breath being released. They wanted to hear this, needed to hear this. Rivos folded his hands on the table. Then help us understand. Naga Sadow's retreat vectors, where was he heading? Deep Sith space, to regroup. Where in Sith space? I don't know. Apprentices aren't given fleet coordinates. But you must know something about Sith infrastructure. Supply lines, hidden facilities, colonies that could... Master Rivos. The interruption made Rivos pause. Vesha met his eyes again. You're asking the wrong questions, Vesha said quietly. Then what are the right questions? Vesha leaned back in his chair. This was the moment. The fulcrum. He could feel it balanced on the edge of a blade. Give them what they expected. Defiance, loyalty, hatred. And they would execute him as a threat. Give them something else. You want to know if the Sith can return, he said. The answer is no, not as they were. Explain, Rivos said. The Sith Empire wasn't an empire, it was a... Vesha searched for the word in basic. A performance. Constant displays of power. Constant competition. Lords murdering each other for status. Sadow himself overthrew Ludo Kresh. The Sith don't build institutions. They build monuments to themselves. He could see the archivist nodding slightly as he wrote. Without the fleet, Vesha continued, without the core worlds, without the infrastructure of dominance, the Sith cannot sustain themselves. They require spectacle, fear, visible power. He gestured at the white walls around them. This ship is nothing like Sith architecture. We build in shadows and red light. We make every corridor a threat. It's not strategic. It's psychological theatre. And without the theatre? Lyra Sen asked. Her voice was soft but intent. Without it, they tear each other apart. Vesha closed his eyes, briefly. The war didn't end because you defeated us, Master Rivos. It ended because we defeated ourselves. Silence filled the room. Vesha could feel them absorbing it, could sense the narrative taking shape in their minds, a narrative of Sith self-destruction, of inherent instability, of an enemy that carried the seeds of its own defeat. It was simple, it was clean, it was exactly what they wanted to believe, and it was almost entirely false. But they would never know that, because the truth was too complex, too nuanced, too unsettling to their worldview. The Sith had lost this war, but the Sith as a concept, as a philosophy, as a way of understanding power, that was far more resilient than they imagined. Vesha just had to make sure they never saw it. Revos stood slowly. We'll continue this conversation, but I want you to know... He paused, choosing his words carefully. You have a choice ahead of you. What you were, or what you could become. Master, Lyra Sen said, quietly. The Council's orders were to... I know what the Council ordered, Rivos interrupted gently. But wisdom requires flexibility. He looked at Vesha. You'll remain in secure quarters, guarded but comfortable. We'll speak again soon. They left. The guards returned to escort him to detention. As Vesha walked through the bright corridors of the Republic cruiser, surrounded by enemies who thought they had won, he felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Not hope. Sith didn't believe in hope, but possibility. The Empire had fallen, but empires were temporary, ideas were not. And he had just planted the first seed of a very patient garden. The archives of Ossus smelled like old stone and ionized air. Vesha. No, Calendar now, he had to remember that. Stood before the holocron vault's entrance, watching blue containment fields pulse like slow heartbeats. 3 years had passed since his capture. 3 years of careful performance, of measured cooperation, of strategic vulnerability. The transformation had been gradual enough to seem genuine. He'd taken the name during his second month aboard the Republic cruiser, after Master Rivos had asked him what he wanted to be called. Not Vesha, he'd said, making his voice quiet, ashamed. That name died in the wreckage field. Rivos had nodded with that infuriating compassion and asked him to choose something new, something that felt like beginning again. Calendar. A common name in the Outer Rim, unremarkable, forgettable, perfect. Now he stood in the heart of Jedi knowledge, surrounded by the very weapons he'd been trained to wield, and no one questioned his presence. "You're certain about this?" Lyra Sen appeared beside him, her footsteps silent on the polished stone. She'd grown into her Padawan robes, moved with more confidence now, though she still had that bright-eyed curiosity that made Vesha's teeth ache. "Once we begin the cataloguing, you'll be exposed to significant darkness." Vesha Kalen turned to her with the expression he'd practiced in the mirror of his quarters. Earnest concern touched with old fear. "I survived it once, Lyra. I can survive it again. And who better to identify the truly dangerous artifacts than someone who was taught to use them?" She bit her lip, considering. He could feel her conflict through the Force, a gentle swirl of doubt and hope, intertwined like silk threads. She wanted to trust him, wanted to believe in redemption so badly it coloured every interaction. It would have been easier if she was stupid. But Lyra Sen was brilliant, which made her faith in him almost painful to exploit. Master Rivos approved this, he added softly. He believes understanding requires confronting what we fear. "I know." She smiled then, and it was genuine. "He speaks highly of your progress. The Council, too. They're considering—" She stopped herself. "Well, one step at a time." She palmed the vault's access panel. The door slid open, with a hydraulic hiss that echoed through the subterranean chamber. The temperature dropped immediately, not dramatically, just enough to notice, just enough to raise the small hairs on the back of Vesha's neck. The Sith holocrons hung suspended in individual containment spheres, arranged in careful rows like specimens in a laboratory. Pyramidal devices of dark metal and crimson crystal, some etched with glyphs so old they predated the galactic standard calendar. 23 of them. All that remained after the Council's first purge. Vesha had argued against that purge, carefully, reluctantly. "Destroy them if you must," he'd told the Council during his testimony. "But know that you're destroying knowledge that could help you understand your enemy." They destroyed 47 holocrons that day, burned them in a ceremonial pyre outside the archives. He'd watched from his guarded quarters and allowed Lyra to see the tears on his face. She'd assumed they were tears of grief for lost Sith knowledge. They were actually tears of satisfaction. Now he walked between the remaining devices, Lyra at his side, her datapad recording his observations. The holocrons registered his presence. He could feel them attempting to reach out through their containment fields, ancient intelligences probing for receptive minds. One of them, A particularly old device covered in Urkitat script pulsed slightly as he passed. Lyra's hand went to her lightsaber. "Did you see that?" "Yes." Vesha stopped, studying the holocron with professional interest. "That's a fourth-era teaching device, designed to activate in the presence of strong force sensitivity. It's harmless through the containment field." "Harmless?" Lyra repeated. "You can tell that just by looking?" "By feeling." He closed his eyes, extending his senses carefully. The dark side was here, thick and cloying, like smoke that clung to consciousness. He'd learned to touch it without drawing on it, to observe without engaging, a tightrope walk he performed daily. This one contains philosophical treatises, debates about the nature of power, no combat techniques, no Sith sorcery. He opened his eyes and found Lyra watching him intently. "How do you do that?" she asked. "Sense the difference. Because I was taught the difference." He moved to the next holocron, a smaller device with fractured casing. This one, however, this should be destroyed. Lyra's stylus paused over her datapad. "Why?" "Ritual instructions, blood alchemy, the kind of knowledge that corrupts through comprehension." He kept his voice level, clinical. "Some Sith teachings are designed to spread, like a virus. The act of understanding them changes the reader." It was true, but it was also strategic. The holocron he'd just condemned contained detailed records of Sith hyperspace navigation techniques, the very knowledge that could reveal the true extent of Sith space exploration. Knowledge the Jedi could use to map remaining Sith territories with devastating accuracy. Better to have them destroy it. Lyra made a note. "The Council will want to verify." "Of course." Vesha moved to the next device. "I'm only offering recommendations. The final decision should always be theirs." They worked through the vault methodically. Vesha identified 17 holocrons as philosophically salvageable and 6 as categorically dangerous. The categories were meaningless, pure theatre, but the effect was cumulative. With each recommendation, he was teaching the Jedi a taxonomy of threat, teaching them to sort Sith knowledge into safe and unsafe, when the real danger was the sorting itself. Because once they believed they could categorize the threat, they stopped looking for what didn't fit the categories. 3 hours into the cataloguing, Lyra's comlink chimed. She frowned at the message, then looked up apologetically. "Master Rivos needs me. Can you continue alone? The guards are just outside." "Of course," Vesha said. "I'll document everything for your review." She hesitated at the threshold. "Callan, thank you for this. I know it can't be easy, being surrounded by—" "It's necessary," he interrupted gently. "The past doesn't disappear because we look away from it. Better to face it directly." She smiled again, that damned earnest smile, and left. Vesha waited until her footsteps faded completely. Then he turned back to the holocrons, alone. The silence of the vault was different now, heavier. The holocrons sensed the change, or perhaps they simply sensed him, unfiltered by Jedi presence. The fourth-era device pulsed again, stronger this time, an invitation. He moved to it slowly, stopping just outside the containment field's shimmer. "I know what you are," whispered. "I know what you contain." The holocron pulsed in response. The gatekeeper's consciousness, dormant for millennia, stirred at the edge of perception. It wanted to activate, wanted to teach. That was its purpose, its reason for existence. Vesha raised his hand to the containment controls, then stopped. Not yet. Too obvious. Too risky. But soon. He moved to a different section of the vault, where the cataloguing equipment stood in neat arrangement. Data indexing systems, preservation scanners, translation matrices for converting ancient Sith glyphs to galactic basic. The tools the Jedi used to render their enemy comprehensible. He activated one of the translation terminals and pulled up the working files for the Great Hyperspace War Archive. Thousands of reports, battle logs, intercepted Sith communications, Jedi testimonies, all being compiled into a comprehensive historical record. His fingers moved across the holographic interface with practiced ease. He'd spent the last year learning these systems, volunteering for data entry and cross-referencing work. The Jedi archivist loved him for it, someone who understood Sith language and culture, helping to make sense of the chaos. No one watched his work anymore. He found the file he wanted, a Republic Navy intelligence report on Sith retreat vectors. The data was fragmentary, reconstructed from sensor readings and debris patterns. Most of it was accurate, but there was one coordinate set that caught his attention, a possible retreat destination, flagged as low probability by the Republic analyst. Vesha studied it carefully. The coordinate placed a potential Sith refuge in the Stygian caldera, a region of unstable hyperspace known for collapsed routes and spatial anomalies. Difficult to navigate, easy to hide in, dangerous to investigate. The analyst's note read, "Worth investigating but low strategic priority. Recommend follow-up survey after primary vector analysis complete." Vesha deleted the word "worth" and replaced it with "not." A single word, one character's difference in the database. Not worth investigating but low strategic priority. The meaning shifted. The sentence now implied the coordinate had already been investigated and dismissed. Future analysts would read it as completed work, not pending investigation. He saved the change. The system logged it under his credentials. Calendar, Junior Archivist, authorized for data cleanup and consistency editing. No one would question it. This was the third such edit he'd made in as many months. Small changes, subtle redirections, never lies, just reframings. Emphasis shifted, context altered, each change individually insignificant. Together, they were beginning to reshape the historical narrative. The Sith hadn't just retreated, they'd fled in panic. The Sith hadn't regrouped, they'd fragmented irreparably. The Sith infrastructure wasn't just damaged, it was architecturally unsustainable. These weren't his words, they were Jedi words, written by Jedi analysts. He just made sure those particular words appeared more frequently in the final reports, made sure they became the consensus view. The vault door hissed open. Vesha closed the terminal instantly, turning to find Master Revos standing in the entrance. The older Jedi's face was unreadable. "Lyra said you were still working," Revos said. His voice carried that same measured gentleness, but something underneath felt different, harder. "Just finishing the documentation," Vesha replied. He gestured to his datapad. 17 devices recommended for preservation, 6 for destruction. Would you like to review? Walk with me. It wasn't a request. They left the vault together, moving through the archive's stone corridors in silence. The twin suns of Ossus were setting, throwing long shadows through the high windows. The light turned everything amber and red, colours that reminded Vesha of Sith temples, though he kept that observation to himself. Revos led him to a meditation chamber overlooking the eastern plains, empty at this hour, private. They stood together at the window. Outside, wind moved across the dry grasslands in visible waves. "How are you? Sleeping?" Revos asked finally. The question surprised him. "Well enough. The nightmares are less frequent." "I didn't ask about nightmares. I asked about sleep." Vesha turned to look at him. Revos was still watching the plains, his profile outlined against the dying light. "Something troubles you, Master Revos." "Many things trouble me." Revos turned to face him directly. "But right now, I'm troubled by a pattern." Vesha kept his expression neutral, concerned but not defensive. "What pattern?" The Council has held 17 sessions on Sith artifact disposal in the past 2 years. Before your arrival, they held 3 in the previous decade. Rivos's eyes were sad but sharp. Your recommendations have been influential. I only offer what I know from experience. The Council makes their own decisions. Do they? Rivos moved closer, not threatening. Jedi rarely threatened, but intense. Or do you offer them exactly what confirms their existing fears? You tell them what they already suspect, Callan. You make destruction feel like wisdom. The name, Callan, landed with particular weight, as if Rivos was questioning even that. Vesha felt his pulse quicken but forced his breathing to remain steady. This was the moment he'd been preparing for. The inevitable confrontation. "You think I'm manipulating the Council," he said quietly. Not a question, an acknowledgement. "I think you're a survivor," Rivos replied. "I think you learn to tell powerful people what they want to hear. It's a valuable skill for an apprentice under Sith Masters, but I wonder if you've truly left that habit behind." Silence stretched between them. Outside, the last light faded from the plains. "You want honesty?" Vesha asked. "Always." "Then yes, I am manipulating you." He watched Rivos's expression carefully. "I manipulate every interaction to maintain your trust. I choose my words to seem reformed. I perform contrition because authentic contrition is invisible." He moved to the window, looking out at the darkening landscape. "I was taught that vulnerability is weakness, that trust is a weapon you give your enemies. Every day I fight that teaching. Every day I choose to trust you instead of suspecting you. Is that manipulation? Or is that just trying to become something different than what I was made to be?" His voice cracked on the last words. Genuinely. The emotion surprising him with its authenticity. Because part of it was true. He was fighting what he'd been taught. Just not in the way Rivos imagined. He was fighting the impulse to dominate through obvious power, to conquer through visible force. He was learning patience, subtlety, the long game. He was becoming a better Sith by pretending not to be one at all. Rivos studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, the old Jedi smiled. It was a sad smile tinged with something that might have been understanding. "Thank you," Rivos said, "for that honesty. You don't believe me." "I believe you. Believe it. That's enough for now." Rivos moved toward the door, then paused. "The Council is voting tomorrow on the remaining holocrons. They're leaning toward full destruction. Your testimony will likely be decisive. And you want me to argue for preservation. I want you to argue for what you actually believe, not what you think we want to hear." Rivos's hand rested on the door panel. "The Sith taught you many things, Callan. Some of them were true. Don't discard truth just because the source was corrupt." He left. Vesha stood alone in the meditation chamber, watching darkness swallow the plains. Revos suspected. Not conclusively, not enough to act, but enough to watch more carefully, enough to question. That was problematic. But it was also an opportunity. Because tomorrow, when Vesha stood before the Council and recommended the destruction of the remaining holocrons, when he argued with visible reluctance that preservation was too dangerous, that his people's knowledge should be erased rather than studied, Rivos would see it as proof that Vesha had listened, proof that he was choosing truth over manipulation, proof that he was genuinely, painfully reformed, and the holocrons would burn, and the knowledge they contained, knowledge of Sith hyperspace networks, of secret routes and hidden colonies, of the true scope of Sith civilization, would burn with them. Vesha pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window. Outside, in the darkness, he could barely see his own reflection. That seemed appropriate. The council chamber was circular, with 12 seats arranged in a ring. Only 7 were occupied today. The great hyperspace war had taken its toll on the Jedi as well. Master Rivos sat to the left of the speaker's position. Lyra Sen stood behind him, observing as part of her training. Vesha stood in the centre, where the accused traditionally stood during trials. The irony wasn't lost on him. You've reviewed all 23 devices, the speaker said. She was a Twi'lek woman named Serena, with the kind of serene composure that came from decades of meditation. And your recommendation? Vesha took a breath. Let them see the weight of it. Destroy them all. Silence in the chamber. He felt Lyra's shock through the Force. She had expected him to argue for at least partial preservation. All? Serena asked. Including the philosophical treatises, the historical records, especially those. Vesha moved slowly, addressing each council member in turn. Because they're the most dangerous. Combat techniques can be countered. Sorcery can be defended against. But philosophy reshapes how you think. And Sith philosophy is designed to seduce precisely those qualities you value most. Explain, another council member said. The Sith don't corrupt through obvious evil. They corrupt through resonance. Vesha gestured to the chamber itself. You value knowledge. The Sith offer ancient wisdom. You value strength. They offer power. You value justice. They offer righteousness through domination. Every Sith teaching begins with something true, something you already believe, and then twists it incrementally until truth becomes tyranny. You could feel them listening, really listening. The holocrons in that vault aren't just records, they're active teaching devices, gatekeeper intelligences designed to adapt to the reader's psychology, to find the crack in your certainty and widen it. He turned to Master Rivos. You asked me yesterday what I actually believe. I believe the Sith were wrong about almost everything, but they were right about one thing. Ideas are more dangerous than armies. Rivos's expression was unreadable. And you trust the Council to resist these ideas? Serena asked. No, Vesha said quietly. I don't trust anyone to resist them, including myself, especially myself. He looked down at his hands. I spent 3 years learning Sith doctrine. It's still in my head. Still catch myself thinking in those patterns. The only reason I can identify dangerous philosophy is because I'm infected with it. Then how do we trust your judgment? A human council member asked. If you yourself are compromised? You don't. Vesha met her eyes. You make your own decision, but know this. Every day those holocrons exist, they're a temptation. Someone eventually will argue for studying them, for understanding the enemy, and that person won't be wrong. Understanding is valuable, but some knowledge costs more than it's worth. He gestured to the council. You're already seeing it happen. How many Jedi scholars have requested access to the vault? How many have argued that ignorance is more dangerous than knowledge? In 5 years, in 10, someone will be persuasive enough to gain access, and they'll learn, and they'll think they're strong enough to resist, and they'll be wrong. The chamber fell silent. Serena looked to Rivos. Master Rivos, you've observed this, one most closely. What is your assessment? All eyes turned to the old Jedi. Revos was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, moving to stand beside Vesha in the centre of the circle. I believe, Revos said slowly, that Kalandar is one of the most dangerous individuals I have ever encountered. Vesha's heart stopped. I believe he understands manipulation better than most of us understand honesty. I believe he has spent 3 years learning our psychology, our philosophy, our institutional weaknesses. Rivos turned to look at him directly. And I believe every word he just said was absolutely true. Vesha kept his face still. The question before this council, Rivos continued, is not whether we trust him. It's whether we trust ourselves. Can we preserve dangerous knowledge without being corrupted by it? Can we study our enemy without becoming them? He paused. I have spent 40 years believing the answer was yes. I have believed that understanding is always better than ignorance. But I watched Sith illusions tear apart the minds of my fellow Jedi during the war. I watched good people become paralyzed by existential doubt when confronted with Sith philosophy, and I wonder if perhaps some knowledge is meant to be forgotten. He returned to his seat. Serena called for the vote. 7 council members, 7 voices saying destroy. Unanimous. Vesha closed his eyes and allowed himself a moment of visible grief. Let them see him mourn the knowledge of his people, even as he recommended its erasure. Only Rivos watched him with something other than sympathy. The old Jedi's eyes held a question that would never be fully answered, but it didn't matter, because tomorrow the holocrons would burn, and the Jedi would believe they had won. 27 years after the Great Hyperspace War, Master Talon Rivos collapsed during morning meditation. Vesha, still Callan to everyone who knew him, still performing the role even when alone, was in the hyperspace cartography chamber when word reached him. He stood perfectly still for 3 full seconds, datapad forgotten in his hand, while something that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite relief moved through his chest. Then he walked to the infirmary. The medical wing occupied the archive's southern tower, where morning light could reach the recovery rooms. Rivos lay in a bed near the window, his breathing shallow and irregular. Age spots marked his hands where they rested on the white sheets. When had he gotten so old? Lyra Sen sat beside him, holding one of those spotted hands. She'd been promoted to full knight 5 years ago, wore the traditional robes now, moved with the confidence of someone who'd found her place in the order. But sitting there, watching her former master struggle for breath, she looked young again, frightened. She glanced up when Vesha entered. "Kaelin, you heard. How bad is it?" His heart. "The healers say..." She stopped, swallowed. "Days, maybe, not weeks." Vesha moved to the other side of the bed. Revos's eyes were closed, but his breathing changed slightly at the new presence. Aware, even unconscious. "Has he said anything?" Vesha asked. "He keeps asking for something." Lyra's voice was strained. "A file, in his personal archives. He won't tell the healers what it is, just keeps repeating that it needs to be, I don't know, completed? Corrected? He's not lucid." Vesha's pulse quickened. "Which file?" "I don't know. He's encrypted his personal research. I don't have access." They sat in silence, listening to the old Jedi breathe. Outside the window, construction droids moved across the archive grounds. They were building a new wing, expanding the historical documentation section. The Republic Senate had allocated significant funding for the project, wanting a comprehensive record of the war that had nearly destroyed them. Veshar had helped design the filing system. "I should let you sit with him," he said, finally standing. "I just wanted to..." Rivos's hand shot out, gripping Vesha's wrist. The old Jedi's eyes opened, unfocused but intense. "The vectors," Rivos whispered. "Wrong. The vectors are... Check the..." He coughed, a wet sound that made Lyra reach for the medical alert. "Master, don't try to talk," she said. But Rivos's grip tightened. He pulled Vesha closer until their faces were inches apart. His breath smelled like medicine and decay. "I know," Rivos said. Just 2 words, barely audible. Then his eyes found focus for just a moment. "I always knew..." His hand went slack. The monitors chirped an alert. Lyra called for healers. Vesha stepped back, heart hammering, while medical droids swarmed the bed. They stabilized Rivos, sedated him, adjusted the life support systems. The senior healer, a Selkath woman with 3 decades of experience, shook her head grimly. "Hours now, not days. I'm sorry, Knight Sen." Lyra nodded, unable to speak. Vesha excused himself quietly and walked directly to Revos's personal study. The study was locked, but Vesha had learned the archive's security systems intimately over the years. Not to breach them, that would have been obvious, reckless, but to understand them, to know their patterns and protocols. He knew that Rivos's study would seal completely upon his death, as per Jedi tradition. All personal effects reviewed by the Council before being archived or dispersed. He had perhaps 3 hours before that happened. He also knew that Rivos's encryption was biometric, keyed to the old man's force signature, unbreakable without Rivos himself present. Unless you'd spent 27 years learning to mimic the exact texture of someone's force presence. Vesha stood before the door, closed his eyes and remembered. Not just Rivos's power, that was easy enough to sense, but his precise resonance. The way his presence felt like sunlight on stone, warm but solid, patient but observant. He'd felt that presence in hundreds of conversations, thousands of shared silences. He knew it better than he knew his own. He touched the door panel and projected that signature through the force. The lock disengaged with a soft click. The study was smaller than he'd expected. 1 desk, 2 chairs, shelves lined with physical books, an affectation among Jedi scholars who preferred the tactile connection to knowledge. The air smelled like old paper and the particular soap Rivos used. Vesha moved to the desk. A personal terminal sat dark and waiting. He activated it, and Rivos's last project materialized in holographic light. It was a hyperspace analysis, comparing original battle reports from the Great Hyperspace War with the compiled historical record. Red lines mark discrepancies, dozens of them, small variations in reported coordinates, minor inconsistencies in timing, none dramatic enough to be obvious errors, but together they formed a pattern. The historical record showed Sith retreat vectors moving primarily toward the outer, rim territories. The original report showed something more complex, multiple vectors, including several toward the deep core and unknown regions. Rivos had been noticing for years apparently. The file dates went back over a decade, cross-referencing reports, interviewing surviving Republic naval officers, comparing sensor logs to archived summaries, building a case. There was a text file attached to the analysis. Vesha opened it. I cannot prove deliberate alteration. The changes are too subtle, too dispersed across too many files and analysts. But the cumulative effect is clear. Our understanding of Sith retreat patterns has been systematically simplified. We believe we know where they fled. I no longer trust that certainty. 3 possibilities. 1. Clerical errors accumulated through normal archival processes. Probability, low. The errors are too consistent in direction. 2. Institutional bias towards simplification. Probability, moderate. We prefer clean narratives. 3. Deliberate manipulation by someone with long-term access to archival systems. Probability, unknown. Requires insider with both Sith knowledge and Jedi trust. I have reviewed access logs for all relevant files. One name appears with unusual frequency. Callan Dar. I do not want to believe it. In 27 years he has never given clear evidence of deception. He has been helpful, humble, careful never to overstep. But that carefulness itself troubles me. He is too perfect a reformed Sith, too precisely what we hoped he would become. I will confront him when this analysis is complete. I will give him the opportunity to explain, because if I am wrong, I will have destroyed the trust of someone who genuinely changed. And if I am right, then we have been blind for nearly 3 decades, and blindness on this scale will have consequences we cannot yet imagine. The file ended. Vesha stood motionless, reading it again. Then a 3rd time. Rivos had known. Not certainly, not completely, but enough to question, enough to investigate. And now, Rivos was dying. Vesha's hand hovered over the deletion key. One command, the file would disappear. No one else had access to these private archives. The analysis would die with its author. His finger trembled. Outside, a medical alert chimed, distant but audible through the tower's ventilation system. A specific pattern, the sound used when life support was being withdrawn, when death was imminent. Vesha looked at the holographic text floating in the air. Then he touched a different command. He marked the file as incomplete research and moved it to Rivos's archive speculation folder, a directory where the old Jedi had stored hundreds of preliminary theories that had never developed into full papers. Works in progress that the Council would review eventually, but not urgently. Interesting academic questions rather than active concerns. The file would exist, would be preserved, but it would be buried under a mountain of similar speculations. Another thread the old master had never quite pulled together, tragic in its way. The final mystery he'd never solved. Vesha closed the terminal and left the study. The lock engaged behind him with that same soft click. They burned Rivos's body at sunset, as was Jedi tradition. The ceremony took place on the archive's western platform, overlooking the plains. Nearly 300 Jedi attended, masters, knights, and Padawans, who had studied under Rivos or learned from his scholarship. The Republic Senate sent representatives. Even a few systems Rivos had helped mediate disputes for sent delegations. Vesha stood in the third row, between two archivists he'd worked with for years. He kept his face appropriately solemn, allowed tears when the eulogies became particularly moving, gripped the shoulder of the person beside him when Lyra spoke about how Revos had taught her to see past surface truths to deeper patterns. The irony of that particular lesson wasn't lost on him. As the flames consumed the funeral pyre, Vesha felt something unexpected. Not grief. He'd never allowed himself to care about Rivos, not truly. Caring was a vulnerability, but something adjacent to grief. A sense of loss, waste. Rivos had been brilliant, had seen more clearly than any Jedi Vesha had encountered. Given time, he might have unravelled everything, might have exposed the careful architecture of misdirection Vesha had spent decades building. But time was the one thing Revos had run out of, and that felt wrong somehow, like winning a game against an opponent who had died before making their final move. Technically a victory, hollow in execution. The flames rose higher. Smoke climbed into the darkening sky. Vesha watched and felt nothing resolve. 3 weeks later, the Council formally approved the expanded archive project. 5 new wings, advanced holographic preservation systems, comprehensive indexing of all war-related materials. Lyra Sen was appointed as the project's historical director. She asked Vesha to serve as senior consultant on Sith-related materials. He accepted with appropriate reluctance and gratitude. They worked together through the autumn and into winter, organising decades of accumulated records. The new archive wing would house the definitive account of the Great Hyperspace War, every battle, every treaty, every strategic decision. Future Jedi would study it for generations. Vesha made sure it was perfect. He cross-referenced sources, corrected transcription errors, filled gaps in the narrative with logical inferences drawn from available evidence. The work was meticulous, exhausting, and deeply satisfying. In the new hyperspace cartography section, he personally installed the primary navigation database. Historical routes colour-coded by reliability. Sith retreat vectors marked in red, with detailed annotations about why each was significant, or not significant. Some vectors were extensively documented. These matched what the Jedi expected. These confirmed their understanding of Sith collapse. Other vectors were noted but marked as investigated and dismissed. These were the ones that might have led to surviving Sith enclaves, to hidden colonies, to the infrastructure that could support a future return. The word dismissed did a lot of work in those annotations. No one questioned it. Why would they? Calendar was the foremost expert on Sith culture in the Republic. If he said a vector had been investigated, who could argue? One evening, working late in the empty cartography chamber, Vesha stood before the massive holographic display. The galaxy rotated slowly in the air. Thousands of stars, hundreds of known hyperspace routes, the entire known universe mapped and catalogued and understood. He found the coordinate he'd been looking for, a route leading toward the Outer Rim territories, the region where conventional wisdom placed any surviving Sith remnants. Then he looked at the coordinate that wasn't there, the one he'd quietly omitted from the database, a route toward the unknown regions where Republic sensors had detected anomalous hyperspace disturbances during the war's final days. Disturbances that could have been measurement errors, or could have been a fleet executing an unexpected escape vector. The original Republic Navy report had flagged it for investigation. That report now lived in the archive's unverified sensor ghosts section. Interesting historical footnote. Not actionable intelligence. Bashar had been the one to file it there. He stood in the silence, watching stars rotate, and allowed himself a moment of pure truth. He didn't know if the Sith had survived, didn't know if anyone had escaped along that hidden vector, didn't know if there was anyone left to benefit from his decades of careful misdirection. He might be protecting a civilization that no longer existed, might be the last Sith in the galaxy, playing an elaborate game against ghosts. And it didn't matter, because he hadn't done this for the Sith Empire. Not really. He'd done it for the idea, the concept that knowledge could be a weapon, that patience could defeat power, that the real war wasn't fought with lightsabers and fleets. It was fought in archives and databases and historical consensus. The Jedi believed they had won decisively, believed they understood what had happened, believed the Sith were finished because the Sith couldn't survive without spectacle and domination. That belief was his legacy. And when, if, the Sith ever returned, they would emerge from a direction no Jedi expected, would encounter a Republic unprepared for threats from regions officially deemed irrelevant, would face an enemy that had spent generations studying the wrong lessons from the wrong war, or they wouldn't. The Sith might truly be extinct. His work might be meaningless, but he'd done it anyway, because some victories were measured in centuries, not battles. The holographic galaxy rotated, stars gleamed, routes glowed in organised, rational light, everything perfectly documented, everything perfectly wrong. Vesha smiled in the darkness and went back to work. Vesha's hands had developed a tremor. He noticed it first while cataloguing a collection of Republic naval logs, routine work, the kind that required minimal concentration after 53 years in the archives. His fingers shook slightly as they moved across the datapad. Not enough that anyone else would see, but he felt it. The tremor bothered him less than what it signified. He was old, 72 standard years. His hair had gone white 2 decades ago. His knees ached when Ossis's atmospheric pressure dropped. He needed reading lenses for fine text, though he refused to wear them in public. Vanity, perhaps, or the last remnant of Sith pride, never show weakness. But the tremor was harder to hide. He sat alone in his personal study, small room the council had granted him after 40 years of service. The walls held shelves of physical books carefully chosen, Jedi philosophy texts, Republic histories, treatises on Force theory that he'd helped translate from ancient languages. Nothing Sith, not visibly. But behind a false panel in the third shelf wrapped in preservation cloth lay 3 documents written in his own hand. In Ur-Kittet script, in the old style, the way Master Venoth had taught him before the Empire fell. his private treatise. He hadn't looked at it in years, wasn't sure why he'd kept it. Some combination of sentiment and insurance, perhaps. The insurance had long since proven unnecessary. No one suspected anymore. Calendar was simply furniture, a fixture of the archives, the old Sith scholar who'd found redemption. He pulled the documents out now, unwrapping them carefully. The paper had yellowed but remained intact. His younger handwriting stared back at him, angrier, sharper, more certain than he'd been in decades. The doctrine of patient victory. First principle, the Sith failed because they believed power required visibility. They were wrong. True power reshapes what is taken for granted. Second principle, the Jedi will always defeat what they can see. They are blind to what becomes infrastructure. Third principle, victory measured in years is temporary. Victory measured in generations is permanent. He read through the pages slowly, remembering the fury that had driven him to write this. The absolute certainty that he was right, that he understood something the entire Sith Empire had missed. Now, reading it again, the certainty felt distant, foreign. Had he been right? He still didn't know. The Jedi had adopted exactly the doctrines he'd wanted them to adopt. They believed Sith power required centralized empire, believed Sith culture was self-destructive, believed the threat had ended with Naga Sado's retreat. The Republic military had reallocated defensive, resources away from the vectors he'd quietly dismissed, had focused their attention on the Outer Rim territories where conventional wisdom placed any surviving Sith. The archives contained a comprehensive, meticulously documented record of the Great Hyperspace War, a record that would teach future generations exactly what he wanted them to learn. He had won every goal he'd set for himself, and sitting here, trembling hands holding yellowed paper, he felt nothing. No triumph, no satisfaction, just tired. A knock at the door. Vesha folded the documents quickly, slipping them back behind the panel. "Come in." Lyra Sen entered, carrying 2 cups of spiced kaf. She was 58 now, middle-aged by human standards, though she still moved with knight's grace. Grey threaded her dark hair. Laugh lines marked the corners of her eyes. She'd never married, never taken a Padawan, had devoted herself entirely to the archives, to preserving history. Sometimes Vesha wondered what her life might have been if he'd never manipulated her, if she'd pursued the deeper Sith studies she'd once been fascinated by, if she'd questioned the easy narratives instead of defending them. He would never know, and asking would reveal too much. "You missed the dedication ceremony," she said, handing him one of the cups. "I saved you some of the terrible Senate-funded refreshments. I was organising the hyperspace addendum, lost track of time." The dedication ceremony had been for the Archive's Centennial Wing, a new structure celebrating 100 years since the Great Hyperspace War's end. Vesha had helped design the memorial gallery, had chosen which battles to emphasise, which testimonies to feature prominently. He'd made sure Naga Sado's final transmission was displayed in full, the one where the Sith Lord blamed his own followers for the defeat, fracturing morale even in retreat. It made excellent propaganda, made the Sith look chaotic, self-sabotaging. It was also heavily edited. Veshar had done the translation himself. The Senate representatives were impressed, Lyra continued, settling into the other chair. They're talking about expanding Republic University curricula, making the war a required course of study, using our archives as the primary source material. "That's good," Vesha said, and meant it. The more people who learned history from these archives, the more thoroughly his version became truth. Lyra sipped her kaf, studying him over the rim of the cup. "You should be pleased. This is your life's work, Kaelin, ensuring the war is remembered accurately." "Accurately," he repeated. "You seem troubled." He looked at her directly. After 50 years, he could read her easily. The genuine concern, the affection, not romantic but deep nonetheless. She considered him family, trusted him completely, and he had spent half a century lying to her. "Do you ever wonder," he asked quietly, "if we remember things the way they actually happened? Or just the way we need them to have happened?" Lyra's brow furrowed. "That's unusually philosophical even for you." "I've been thinking about Master Rivos lately, about his skepticism. He questioned everything, even his own certainty. He also died before finishing most of his questions." Lyra's voice carried old grief. "I've read through his archived speculations, brilliant but fragmentary. He saw patterns everywhere, some real, some probably imagined." "Probably," Vesher agreed. They sat in comfortable silence. Outside, the twin suns were setting again, always setting. The cycle never changed. "I'm writing something," Vesher said suddenly. "A final memoir. Personal reflections on the war, on my time here. I'd like it sealed until after my death. Added to the archives then." Lyra smiled. "The Council will approve that. Your perspective is valuable. The only surviving Sith account integrated into Jedi records." "Yes," Vesher said. "The only one." He wrote the memoir over the following months. Not the true memoir, that would have been suicide, but a carefully crafted document that would cement his legend. The story of a young Sith apprentice who survived the Empire's collapse and chose redemption over revenge, who spent his life helping the Jedi understand their enemy. It was eloquent, moving, deeply false, but woven through it, in passages that seemed like innocent historical detail, he included one final gift to whatever Sith might exist in the future: a complete, accurate map of the Great Hyperspace War's final hyperspace vectors. Not the simplified version in the archives, the real data, every route the Sith fleet had taken, including the vectors toward the unknown regions that the Republic had dismissed as sensor ghosts. He buried it in technical appendices, coordinate sets that would look like academic thoroughness to Jedi readers, but any Sith navigator would recognize the pattern immediately, would see where their people had actually fled. If any Sith remained to read it, if anyone ever looked that carefully, it was a message in a bottle thrown into an ocean of time. Pointless, probably. Self-indulgent, certainly, but it felt necessary. He finished the memoir on a cold morning in his 74th year, sealed it personally, delivered it to the Council with instructions for posthumous archiving. They thanked him, told him it would be treasured. He believed them. 2 years later, Vesher collapsed in the hyperspace cartography chamber. The healer said it was his heart, the same condition that had taken Rivos. There was symmetry in that. He might have appreciated it more if breathing didn't hurt so much. They moved him to the infirmary's private wing, the same room where Revos had died, though no one mentioned that. Lyra sat beside his bed, holding his hand the way she had held her master's all those years ago. "Don't try to talk," she said when he opened his eyes. "Save your strength." But Vesher had spent 76 years saving his strength, measuring his words, calculating every interaction. He was tired of saving. "The memoir," he whispered, "in the archives. There's something I need you to know about. Shh. We'll read it together when you're better." "I won't be better." His voice was fading. "Lyra, listen. The coordinates in Appendix 7. They're..." He stopped, looked at her face, at the kindness there, the trust. What was he doing? If he told her the truth now, what would it accomplish? She would be horrified, betrayed. Everything she'd built her career on would crumble. And for what? To ease his conscience? That was sentimentality, weakness, or perhaps it was something else. Perhaps after 53 years of lying, he wanted one person to know the truth, to see him clearly, to understand that he'd won. He opened his mouth and couldn't do it, because he looked at Lyra and saw not an enemy or a tool. He saw someone who had given him 50 years of friendship, who had trusted him when trust was dangerous, who had made him feel less alone in a galaxy that had forgotten his people. The Sith would have called that weakness. Maybe it was. "The coordinates are correct," he finished quietly. "I checked them myself. Future scholars can trust them." Lyra squeezed his hand. "Of course they can. Your work has always been impeccable." Vesha closed his eyes. He had lied to her one last time. Or perhaps, for the first time, he'd told her exactly the truth she needed. He died 3 days later, peacefully, with Lyra reading him passages from Jedi philosophy texts he'd always claimed to find comforting. They burned his body at sunset. The ceremony was smaller than Rivos's had been. Vesha had been respected but never beloved. Still, nearly 100 Jedi attended. The Republic Senate sent condolences. The archive director gave a eulogy about dedication and redemption. No one questioned his legacy. No one suspected what he'd done. And 50 years later, when the Sith returned, not from the Outer Rim territories where defences were concentrated, but from the unknown regions through routes officially deemed impossible, the Jedi were completely unprepared. The invasion didn't begin with battle. It began with confusion, with fleets arriving from vectors that shouldn't exist, with defensive formations positioned for the wrong threat, with a republic that had spent a century learning the wrong lessons from the wrong war. The archive records were consulted immediately, of course. The comprehensive historical analysis, the definitive account of Sith retreat patterns, everything perfectly documented, everything perfectly wrong. And in the chaos of those first days, a young Jedi scholar named Kenth Aaron discovered something strange in an old memoir. A document by someone called Callan Dar, a reformed Sith from a century ago, long forgotten by anyone except archival specialists. Most of the memoir was unremarkable, but Appendix 7 contained detailed, hyperspace coordinates that matched exactly where the new Sith forces were emerging from. Coordinates that had been sitting in the archives for 50 years, unused, unnoticed, dismissed as academic thoroughness. Kenth brought it to his superiors, who studied it with growing horror. Had this Dar known? Had he tried to warn them? Or had he done something else entirely? They would never know for certain. The man was ash and memory. His true thoughts sealed behind a lifetime of careful performance. But as the war dragged on, as the Republic struggled against an enemy emerging from directions they'd never defended, along routes they'd never watched, some Jedi began to suspect, began to wonder if the greatest Sith victory of the Great Hyperspace War hadn't been won with fleets and lightsabers, but with archives and curriculum, with patience measured in generations, with the quiet certainty that some wars are won by those who never raise a blade. 300 years after Vesha's death, a Sith Lord named Bane stood in the ruins of an ancient temple. He had been researching Sith history, trying to understand why his people kept destroying themselves, why every Sith empire eventually collapsed from internal conflict. He'd found references to someone called the Patient One, a figure from the Great Hyperspace War era, mentioned in fragmentary records. Most historians dismissed him as a minor apprentice who died in the retreat, but Bane had found something else, a personal holocron sealed in a time-locked vault, programmed to open only after 3 centuries had passed. The vault had been hidden in a ruined archive building, buried under layers of sediment and time. Inside was a message. Vesha's face materialized in holographic light. Young again, the way he'd looked when he'd recorded this, before decades of pretending, before the weight of his own deception had aged him. "If you're watching this," the holocron said, "then the Sith survived, and you've learned something the Empire never understood, that patience is power, that invisibility is strength, that the greatest victories are the ones your enemy doesn't recognize as defeats. The holocron's eyes, his eyes, cold and calculating and utterly certain, stared out across 300 years. The Jedi defeated armies, but I defeated certainty. Remember that, when you rebuild. The next Sith Empire must be different, smaller perhaps, hidden, but permanent. The message ended. Bane stood in the darkness thinking about a rule of two, about a Sith order that would never again announce itself with fleets and spectacle, about victory measured in millennia. He didn't know if Vesha's plan had worked, whether the great hyperspace war's true legacy was the one hidden in archives rather than celebrated in monuments. But he understood the lesson, and centuries later, when a senator named Palpatine stood in the very same archives that Vesha had helped build, surrounded by Jedi who trusted him completely, who never suspected that their greatest enemy sat among them disguised as an ally. When that moment came, perhaps somewhere, in whatever passed for Sith afterlife, an old man with trembling hands allowed himself a smile, because some gardens take centuries to bloom, but the patient gardener doesn't need to see the harvest. He just needs to plant the right seeds in the right soil and wait. Patriot Index. Evan Hale signed off on casualty reports the way meteorologists signed off on storms. He initialed the bottom right corner of each summary page, a small looping EH that had become so automatic his pen moved before his eyes finished reading. 43 confirmed KIA in the Tharsis corridor engagement. 14 civilian-adjacent fatalities pending reclassification. He initialed that one too. Then he set it in the completed tray, took a sip of coffee that had gone cold 40 minutes ago and opened the next file. The office did not permit urgency. That was the first thing Evan had noticed when Axiom Defense Analytics hired him 6 weeks ago. Not a rule, never stated, just the building's ambient instruction. The ceilings were high and the floors were covered in a dark charcoal material that swallowed footsteps whole. The lighting was the temperature of afternoon cloud cover, unchanging from 7 in the morning until the moment the automated systems dimmed it at 9 at night. Evan had once dropped a ceramic mug and winced in anticipation of the crash, only to hear a soft, muffled thud, the sound of something failing quietly, which somehow felt worse. He was 3 weeks into a 6-week ethics compliance audit. The mandate, as Kessler had explained it on day one, was straightforward. Review AI-assisted recommendation outputs for regulatory alignment, flag any instances of decision-making that fall outside approved operational parameters, and submit a summary report by close of engagement. Kessler had said this with his hands folded on the conference table, his voice carrying the specific warmth of someone who had delivered the same orientation so many times it had become a form of kindness. Evan had nodded and accepted a laminated access card and a mug with the Axiom logo, a stylized arrow bisecting a circle, and that had been that. The work so far had been dull in the way that deep water is dull, featureless on the surface, with the occasional suggestion of pressure. He pulled up the engagement summary for the Tharsis corridor. It was a standard format, a table of variables, a set of outcome projections versus actuals, a confidence interval graph that showed Patriot Index had predicted the engagement's media cycle within a 2.3% variance. Evan read that line twice. He had audited recommendation systems before, procurement tools, triage algorithms, logistics optimizers, and none of them had ever projected a media cycle. Logistics optimizers moved pallets. They did not predict grief. He flagged the line with a yellow marker and kept reading. 2 rows below the media projection was a column labelled Post-Engagement Recruitment Elasticity. The number in the actual column was higher than projected. There was a small annotation beside it, plus HSY waiting. See Appendix C. Evan turned to Appendix C. Appendix C was half a page. It defined high symbol yield as engagements in which casualty demographics produce above-average voluntary enlistment response curves in target recruitment populations. It listed 4 demographic variables: rural township size, age at death, presence of siblings in active service, and local media market saturation. There was a formula. There was a confidence interval. There was no ethical notation of any kind. Evan set the file down and looked at the wall. The wall held a soft data visualization, a slow-moving gradient of blues and greens that the Axiom design documentation called a sentiment terrain. It shifted in real time, tracking aggregated social media tone across a region Evan had never been able to precisely identify. Watching it was like watching weather form over a body of water, beautiful, abstract, completely disconnected from the specific experience of drowning. He picked up the file again, read the formula again. Then he wrote HSY, clarify scope and approval chain in his audit notebook, and moved on to the next file because that was what you did. He found Mara Quell in the break room at 11:15, standing at the espresso machine with the focused expression of a person trying not to think. She was junior to him in title only. Her actual grasp of the system's architecture was several pay grades above what Axiom was paying her, which Evan had worked out within the first week. She had the particular exhaustion of someone who was very good at a job she had decided not to examine too closely. Appendix C, he said. She pressed the button on the machine. The espresso began with a high-pitched hiss. What about it? The HSY weighting. Who approves that classification? The machine finished. She picked up the small cup and turned around, and Evan noticed that she looked at a point slightly to his left rather than at him. It's a modelling parameter, she said. It comes out of historical engagement data. The system learns it. The system learns which casualties produce the best recruitment numbers. The system learns which post-engagement variables correlate with societal response curves. She said it the way you said a thing you'd practice saying. That's not the same as... Where does the classification get applied? Evan asked. Before an engagement or after? Mara drank her espresso in one practiced pull. I have a noon sync, she said, and left. Evan stood in the break room for a moment. The espresso machine exhaled softly, releasing a thin curl of steam that rose and disappeared. He went back to his desk and opened the engagement files again. Not the Tharsis corridor this time, but the 4 engagements before it. He had reviewed them already, but he had been looking for regulatory misalignment. Now he was looking for something else. It took him 40 minutes. The HSY tag appeared in pre-engagement planning documents, not post-engagement analysis. In the Tharsis file, the notation appeared in a section called Asset Optimization Parameters dated 11 days before the engagement began. The unit flagged as HSY, the 44th Regional Infantry, predominantly rural recruited, median age 22, 14 documented sibling pairs in active service, had been assigned to a corridor sector where, according to a separate logistics brief Evan pulled from the secondary archive, satellite reconnaissance had identified significant hostile concentration. He sat back. On the wall, the sentiment gradient shifted slowly, green bleeding into a warmer amber. A recruitment success, perhaps. A memorial going well. He printed nothing. He wrote a single line in his notebook. Timing of HSY designation versus unit deployment orders. Then he closed the files, checked the time, and went to the 2 o'clock review session, because missing it would have been the kind of anomaly the building would notice. The review sessions were held in a room called the Integration Suite, which was a name that communicated everything and revealed nothing. A long oval table, ergonomic, chairs that adjusted automatically to your posture, a screen at the far end that ran soft visualizations between presentations. There were 9 people in the room when Evan arrived. He knew 5 of them by name. Director Kessler sat at the head of the table, jacket off, sleeves folded to the elbow, which Evan had learned was his version of informality. The session was a live run-through of a current operational recommendation. Evan understood within the first 3 slides that the unit under discussion had been tagged HSY. He watched the slide change. The map of the engagement corridor appeared. A topographic abstraction. No place names visible, just elevation lines and movement vectors. A secondary panel showed projected outputs, media cycle duration, enlistment projection delta, protest pressure index, what the system called memorial saturation probability. All of it glided. All of it pulsed slowly, like something breathing. The recommendation window opens at 0600. Local, the presenter said. He was 30 years old and wore a jacket that cost more than Evan's first car. Patriot Index is flagging a 14% above projection enlistment yield if the engagement proceeds within the window. Kessler looked at the screen. Confidence interval? Plus or minus 2.1. Kessler nodded once, the way you nodded when a weather app confirmed what the clouds had already told you. Evan looked at the map, at the elevation lines, at the movement vectors, at the small tagged unit positioned at the corridor mouth, where 2 other vectors converged. The corridor is a compression point, he said. Heads turned. He had not been expected to speak. Topographically. He kept his voice level, kept it the same temperature as the room. 2 hostile movement vectors converging on a single access point. That's not an engagement. It's a viable operational channel, the presenter said. The unit in the corridor. Evan looked at Kessler, not the presenter. Is the HSY designation a factor in the routing? The room did something that was not quite silence. It was more like the room's existing silence thickened slightly. The HVAC continued its low breath. The screen pulsed. Kessler's expression did not change. His expression, Evan had noticed, was a consistent and very slight attentiveness, like a person listening to music only they could hear. The recommendation system incorporates multiple variables, Kessler said. Asset optimization is one input among many. But it's an input. A hand appeared on Evan's left shoulder, gentle, brief, 2 fingers and a thumb, the universal pressure of we should step outside. He looked. A man he didn't know. Lanyard. Blazer. The specific blankness of security staff who'd been trained to look like administrative staff. Mr. Hale, the man said, I think you may have walked into a restricted operational briefing. Let me get you sorted. Evan stood. He picked up his notebook. He was guided. Toward the door with the same practiced gentleness with which the building managed everything. No force, no drama, just a steady redirection, the way a current moves a swimmer, the way managed sound prevents an echo. The door closed behind him. In the integration suite, the presentation continued. He had 40 seconds between the door and the elevator, 40 seconds in which the man beside him was already speaking into a headset, low and brief, managing a small logistics problem, and Evan used 30 of them to photograph 3 pages of his notebook with his personal phone. The timestamp log, the HSY pre-designation entry, the corridor elevation cross-reference he'd made in the margin, not classified documents, his own handwriting, his own observations, technically within policy. He put the phone in his jacket pocket and rode the elevator down in silence, the man beside him completing his call, both of them watching the floor numbers descend with the patience of people who were very used to things going slowly, smoothly, in a controlled direction. In the lobby, the man handed him a temporary access downgrade slip, a cream-coloured form, crisply printed, almost apologetic in its design, and said, "We'll get this resolved with Director Kessler by end of week." Then he smiled in a way that suggested this happened regularly, that it would be handled, that the building would absorb it as the building absorbed everything, and walked back toward the elevator. Evan stood in the lobby. The front wall was full-length glass. Outside, across a wide campus of low-cut grass and concrete paths, a flag moved in a wind he couldn't hear or feel. The flag was not a national flag. It was the Axiom flag. The arrow through the circle, white on grey, shifting and relaxing in a wind that continued regardless of whether anyone was watching. He looked down at the form in his hand. His name was already printed on it. The time was already printed on it. His access credentials had been downgraded 11 minutes ago, he realised, before he'd spoken. He folded the form once, placed it in his jacket pocket beside his phone, and walked toward the exit, and the floor gave nothing away beneath his feet. No sound, no texture, no record of the direction he was moving, because that was what the floor had been designed to do. The 72-hour clock did not exist anywhere on paper. Kessler had not said you have 72 hours. What he had said, in a brief hallway conversation the morning after the integration suite, was that the audit's access restoration would be processed by end of week, that Evan's full credentials would be reinstated once the operational window had closed, and that he hoped the interruption had not been too disruptive. Then Kessler had touched Evan's arm briefly, a collegial pat, warm, the specific pressure of a doctor delivering a prognosis with a smile, and walked away, and Evan had stood in the hallway doing the arithmetic. End of week. Thursday close of business. Audit conclusion. Thursday close of business. Access restored when it was no longer necessary. He wrote 72 hours in his notebook and underlined it once. The second offensive began on Tuesday. Evan learned about it the way he learned about everything at Axiom, not through announcement but through the building's behaviour. The sentiment terrain on the wall shifted overnight, the soft blues replaced by a warmer amber to gold gradient that the internal documentation called a pride propagation event. 3 people on the analytics floor wore small pinback flags on their lapels that had not been there Monday. The espresso machine in the break room was restocked with a premium roast that appeared without explanation, as if the building had decided a treat was appropriate. By 10 in the morning, the casualty ticker on the secondary display had updated twice. Evan stood at his workstation and watched the numbers change. Not the numbers themselves. He had stopped reading them as bodies somewhere around day 4, which he understood was a failure he had permitted for efficiency reasons, but the timing of the changes. The first update had come at 7:42, before most of the floor arrived. The second at 9:58, approximately 40 minutes after national morning news programmes concluded their first broadcast cycle. He opened a second window and pulled up the media propagation data he had access to from his downgraded credentials, limited but not empty. The first casualty update corresponded to an engagement confirmation released by the Defence Ministry's press office. The second update corresponded to the peak of memorial post activity on 3 major social platforms. The numbers had not changed because more people had died. The numbers had changed because more people were watching. He sat with that for a moment. Then he opened his notebook and wrote nothing, because he was no longer certain the notebook was only read by him. He found Mara at her workstation after lunch, her chair pushed too close to her second monitor in the posture of someone who wanted a wall between herself and the rest of the room. She was running a calibration loop on a sentiment decay model, a task she could have automated and hadn't, which Evan recognised as busy work, the professional equivalent of straightening objects that were already straight. He sat in the chair beside her and kept his voice at the volume the building preferred. "The second offensive," he said. Her hands continued moving on the keyboard. "The demographic breakdown. I'm seeing a similar pattern to Tharsis. Rural recruitment catchment areas tend to over-index in infantry deployment," she said. "That's a structural feature of voluntary military systems. It's not. The pattern in the casualty timing," he said. "Not the demographics, the timestamps." Her hand stopped. The floor absorbed the silence the way it absorbed everything completely, without record, "I only see the output layer," she said after a moment. "I don't have visibility into the recommendation architecture." "But you built the sentiment decay model." "I built a sentiment decay model for public emotional climate tracking." She aligned her keyboard with the edge of her desk, a small, precise adjustment that meant nothing and cost her something. "What it gets applied to is, I'm not in that meeting." Evan looked at her screen. The calibration loop was running a parameter he didn't recognize, memorial fatigue coefficient. A curve on the right side of the display showed a projected arc, high initial engagement, a specific rate of decline, a floor value the model labelled baseline compliance tolerance. He did not point at it. He looked at it long enough to read the axis labels and then looked away. "Who is in that meeting?" he said. "Evan." Her voice was very quiet. It was the quietest her voice had gotten in all their conversations, which was a kind of answer. She pulled up a different window, a routine data table, and began typing into it. Her shoulders had moved approximately 1 centimetre toward her ears. He watched her type for a moment, fast, competent, entirely focused on a task she was inventing in real time, and understood that the conversation was over, not because she'd ended it, but because continuing it would require her to finish a thought she'd been carefully not finishing for however long she'd been in this building. He stood. "Thanks," he said, which was the most neutral word available, and she nodded without looking up. Back at his desk, he opened his access log and cross-referenced the analytics floor's dashboard permissions against his own downgraded level. He was locked out of 11 modules he'd had access to previously. He made a list of them in his notebook. Then he made a secondary list of what those modules collectively would allow someone to see. The list pointed in one direction. It pointed at the floor below. He had not planned to go in at night. He had planned to file a formal access request and wait, because that was the appropriate process, and Evan Hale was professionally a man who used appropriate processes. He drafted the request on Tuesday afternoon and submitted it through the correct portal. By Wednesday morning it had been received, acknowledged, and assigned a processing timeline of 5 to 7 business days. His audit concluded in 2. He spent Wednesday inside the limits of his access, documenting what he could, flagging what he couldn't reach as restricted, clarification pending, which was accurate and useless. At 4 in the afternoon he went to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, the one at the far end of the east corridor that no one used because the east corridor dead-ended at a decommissioned server room, and he stood at the sink and looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like someone who worked in an office. That was the problem. He looked completely appropriate. He had been in this building long enough that the building had gotten into his face somehow, had given it the same managed calm as everything else, had replaced the expression he'd arrived with an expression that said, "I am processing this within approved parameters." He turned the cold tap on and held his wrists under it until he felt something other than temperature. Then he dried his hands and went to find the maintenance override. He had mapped it on Monday, not because he intended to use it, but because he mapped things. Service elevator, east corridor, sub-level access via HVAC maintenance protocol. The maintenance override was a legacy system, older than Patriot Index, older than the analytics floor, installed when the building was a research annex and the sub-level housed a cold storage lab. Axiom had renovated everything above. The maintenance protocol remained, updated in credentials but not in architecture, which meant a standard facilities. Badge, the kind issued to any contractor who needed to replace a ceiling panel, would route an access request through a verification pathway that logged to a facilities management system rather than a security system. Evan had a standard facilities badge because his initial access package had included 1. The kind of administrative redundancy that happened when onboarding was managed by software. He had not flagged it as anomalous, technically within policy. The service elevator opened onto a corridor that was, for the first time since Evan had entered this building, cold. Not aggressively cold. A few degrees, enough to notice at the wrists and the back of the neck, enough to make the body pay attention. The ceiling was lower. The sound-absorbing flooring stopped at the top of the stairwell. Down here the floor was poured concrete, and his footsteps arrived back to him, faint but present. The first echo the building had allowed him. He walked quickly. The server corridor split into two branches at a T-junction. The left branch glowed faintly. Rows of chassis, status lights blinking in slow, irregular patterns, green and amber and the occasional red that resolved itself back to green before he could read what had triggered it. The right branch was darker. A placard above the right branch read Analytical Archive. Restricted. Auth level 7 and below it, taped rather than printed, a smaller notice. Active simulation environment. Notify supervisor before entry. There was no supervisor present. He took the right branch. The terminal was not what he expected. He had expected something dramatic. Locked screens, elaborate authentication, the physical apparatus of secrecy. What he found was a standard workstation, dark screened, in a room roughly the size of a large closet, flanked by two server towers that exhaled a sustained low harmonic he felt in his back teeth rather than heard with his ears. The chair in front of the terminal was high-backed and slightly worn at the armrests, the way chairs got when someone spent time in them. He sat in it. His facilities badge logged him as a maintenance check on the HVAC sensor array, which was somewhere in the ceiling, which was technically in the same room. He pulled up the archive index. The archive was organised chronologically rather than by engagement or theatre, which should have been the first sign. He found the Tharsis files, confirmed what he already knew, and then kept scrolling. It took him 9 minutes to find what he was looking for, and when he found it, he sat very still. The simulation archive contained projection models for 17 engagements over 4 years. He recognised 12 of them by their engagement coordinates. In 4 of them, 4 distinct engagements, in 4 distinct theatres, spanning a range of named and unnamed conflicts. The enemy designation in the predictive model files had changed mid-simulation, not between files. Within them, the simulation would begin with one flag in the opposing force parameter. Midway through, at a point corresponding in each case to a realignment of economic or alliance conditions, the flag would update silently. The name would change, the territory would shift, the political framing would rotate, the emotional output curves did not change, the protest pressure index, identical, the recruitment elasticity delta, identical, the grief half-life projections, within a fraction of a percentage point across all 4 iterations. He pulled up a 5th file, one he didn't recognise, one with a date 3 months in the future. The opposing force parameter field was blank, not redacted, not classified, simply empty, awaiting input. A placeholder comment sat in the field in small grey text. Designation pending, does not affect projection accuracy. He stared at that line for a long time. The server towers continued their harmonic. The room continued its cold. Somewhere in the ceiling a sensor array reported to a facilities management system that a routine maintenance check was in progress. Duration normal, no anomalies detected. Designation pending, does not affect projection accuracy. He thought about the flag he had watched from the lobby. White arrow through a grey circle, shifting and relaxing in a wind he couldn't feel. He took 3 photographs of the screen with his personal phone. Then he closed the archive, cleared the session log as thoroughly as his access permitted, which was not very thoroughly. The system would still hold a record somewhere, in a file he couldn't reach, in a log maintained by the layer below the layer he'd been in, and walked back up the service corridor. He was on the main floor by 6:47. The building was calm. The building was always calm. In the east corridor behind the locked door of the decommissioned server room, an automated drone completed its patrol circuit and returned to its charging dock because the motion sensors had not registered anything that required logging, or because they had, and that was fine too. The meeting invitation arrived at 8:14 Thursday morning. Not a summons, an invitation. The calendar application standard format, pale grey header, Axiom logo in the upper left corner, Kessler's name in the from field with his title beneath it in a smaller font. Director, Oversight Integration. The subject line read, Audit Closeout Review, E. Hale. The location field read, Simulation Suite B, Sub-Level 1. The tone of the thing was entirely correct. Collegial, administrative, the natural conclusion of a 6-week engagement. The kind of meeting that happened when everything had gone well. Evan read it 3 times. Then he opened his sent folder and looked at the access request he had filed Tuesday afternoon. Still pending. Still assigned a processing timeline of 5 to 7 business days. No updates. He looked at the meeting invitation again. Sub-level 1. Kessler had sent the invitation from his standard account through the standard system at 8:14 in the morning, which meant either he did not know Evan had been in the sub-level archive 2 nights ago, or he knew and had decided the appropriate response was a calendar invite. Evan accepted the meeting. He spent the next 4 hours at his desk completing the portions of the audit he could complete, filing them in the correct folders in the correct order, because the work had to go somewhere, and the alternative was sitting still, and sitting still was no longer something he trusted himself to do without the room noticing the quality of it. Kessler was already in Simulation Suite B when Evan arrived. He was standing at the far end of the room with his jacket on, both sleeves down, buttoned at the wrist, which Evan had not seen before. A small table held 2 paper cups of coffee, both steaming, timed well. The suite itself was the room Evan had read about in the campus documentation, but never entered. Lower than the analytics floor, sound dampened to a degree that made the air feel slightly pressurized, the lighting a fraction dimmer than the rest of the building. Along one wall, a curved display screen sat dark. The chairs were angled toward it. Evan? Kessler gestured toward the nearer chair in the specific way of someone who had made this gesture many times, and had calibrated it to feel like hospitality rather than instruction. Evan sat. He did not take the coffee yet. Kessler sat across from him, not beside him, and set a thin paper folder on the table between them. He didn't open it. "You've done thorough work," Kessler said. "The flagging methodology, the cross-reference documentation, the engagement timing analysis." A brief pause, the weight of it precise. "All of it." The room's soundproofing took those last 3 words and kept them. Evan looked at the folder. His name was on the tab, and below his name, a reference number, and below the reference number, date. Not today's